Well, hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm Jay Connor, the Private Money Authority, and I am your host for today. Yes, this is our third Friday in a row of all day virtual training. Can you believe it? And so, what I'm doing right now for the benefit, we got a ton of people already live, but for the benefit of those that are watching the replay, and you've just come across, this live stream replay either on Facebook or YouTube. I want to go ahead and let all of you all know what's going on today. Now, I know all of you all that are joining live right now, you already know what's going on today by and large. But here for the benefit of the folks watching the replay. So, folks, today is our third Friday in a row of doing virtual training for real estate investors, new real estate investors, or seasoned real estate investors. The first Friday, 2 weeks ago, was all about private money, how to get private money raised, and a lot of it, because as we're doing this training, we are still right here in the middle of coronavirus, COVID-19. And so this training that I've put together is about how to position yourself in order to serve a lot of people. Now, as of right now, still all foreclosures are still on a stay and on pause. But there's two categories of foreclosures that are getting ready to open up in an avalanche kind of way that was going to give a huge opportunity to serve a bunch of people. First of all, the foreclosures that were already underway but got on a stay because of coronavirus. Now we've got over 41 million people on unemployment that a good percentage of those people will be going into foreclosure. So we got two big groups of people that we're going to be able to serve. So again, the first Friday, 2 weeks ago, was positioning yourself to where you can have all the funding that you need to fund your deals so you don't miss out on opportunities to serve a bunch of people and, of course, profit as well yourself, create win-win scenarios. Last Friday was focused on foreclosures. I taught you how to locate the foreclosures ahead of other real estate investors so you can serve those people. I talked about my direct mail letters that I use and how you can use those as well. Today's focus, what I've titled today, is how to find a lot of free private money. Now, here's what I mean by free private money. You see, when people go into foreclosure, they've got a mortgage, right? Well, there's a percentage of those people that you're going to be able to help them in their crisis, help them out and get back on their feet. And you will be able to buy those properties on what we call on terms, right? So, subject to the existing mortgage is going to be my first official session that I launch off here in about 20 minutes. So I've asked a very, very, very successful student of mine, Crystal Mewhorter, to join me on this session. We'll go about an hour 15 minutes, and I'm going to teach you step by step all the ins and outs of how you can buy properties subject to the existing mortgage. In other words, when you use this strategy, you don't have to go out and raise money for that. Now, you're still going to want to raise a bunch of private money that I covered 2 Fridays ago. But what you want to be able to do is you want to be able to employ all the different ways and know how to use all the different ways to fund your deals. Now, for the benefit of those of you that don't know who I am and how it is I'm qualified to be with you today, I know the majority of you, of course, all of you that are live right here on the live stream on Facebook or YouTube, I know you know who I am. But for the sake of those that are watching the replay, let me just give you a quick overview. So my wife, Carol Joy, and I, we started investing in single family houses here in Eastern North Carolina back in 2003. Okay. So the first 6 years that we were in the business, from 2003 to 2009, I relied on local banks and mortgage companies to fund my deals. I'd never heard of private money. I'd never heard of buying houses subject to the existing note or any of that. Well, in January 2009, I got cut off from the banks and mortgage companies like overnight, just like all the other real estate investors did. So I knew I had to find a better and quicker and more efficient way to get my deals funded. So my definition of coincidence is God's way of staying anonymous. And in less than 2 weeks, in fact, you might want to write that down. My definition of coincidence, God's way of staying anonymous. So in less than 2 weeks, I was introduced to this wonderful world of private money and private lending. And in less than 90 days, I was able to raise $2,150,000 in private money from individuals. So fast forward to today, Carol Joy, my wife, and I, we now have 48 private lenders that are funding our deals that we roll from house to house. Our exit strategy, we rehab a lot of houses. We've rehabbed over 400 houses now since we started in 2003 and climbing. We sell a lot of houses on rent to own or lease purchase, if you will. And so we help a lot of our buyers get ready for a mortgage. 80% of the American public cannot go to the local bank today. In fact, it's even higher now because of us being here in, coronavirus, time period. So there's a ton of people that would love to own a home that need help. So we actually require our rent to own buyers to get into credit repair with our credit repair company that we refer them to. And so we have about 80% of our rent to own buyers actually cash out. So the number of deals that we do, I'm in a small area. Our entire target market's only 40,000 people here in Eastern North Carolina. I live here in Morehead City, North Carolina, population 8,000. So we do about 2 to 3 deals a month. But listen, for those of you that don't know me, our average profit here in this small little area is $67,000 average profit on a single family house. And so again, that's not a large volume, but average profit 67,000 per deal, 2 or 3 deals a month. You run that math and it works out pretty good. So back to today's agenda. So as I said, starting here in 23 minutes or so, I'll be teaching you subject 2 alongside of me, Crystal Mewhorter. And then the last session before, or not the last session, but the next session, I have got as a guest a dear friend of mine and an amazing, unbelievable, successful real estate investor out in Oklahoma. You may have heard his name, Corey Boatwright. My lands, has he got a history and a story of success. So I'm going to bring Corey on. We're going to talk about how he does deals. He's a big wholesaler. He does a lot of wholesale deals. I'm going to interview him as to how he is finding deals, locating motivated sellers during the midst of coronavirus. What are different? What's different? How's he doing his operation different? And then right after Corey, I'm going to bring on the premier expert in the entire nation of self-storage. Wow. So no tenants and toilets. Well, there are tenants, but no toilets in the self-storage business. So that's another dear friend of mine, Scott Myers. We'll bring him on for about 20 minutes, and he's going to give you an overview of the self-storage business and the benefits of doing that. Right after that session, and that's going to be about 3 hours from right now. Of course, you'll have a break in there, don't worry. But about 3 hours from now, you definitely want to be in front of your laptop, your computer, or whatever device that you're watching this training on, because I'm going to pull the curtain back about 3 hours from now, and I'm going to tell you about the live 3-day virtual event that I've got going on next week that is going to be amazing. So you definitely want to hear about that as to how you can get involved in that. And then after the lunch break, our titanium sponsor for the last 2 Fridays and today's Friday and next week's 3-day virtual event, our titanium sponsor is Quest Trust Company out of Houston, Texas. I tell you, folks, I've got experience with more than one self-directed IRA company in this nation. Now, let me tell you something. I know from experience, all of my private lenders that are loaning us money and funding our deals from their self-directed IRA account, I have referred all of them to Quest. Hands down, folks, I'm telling you, hands down, Quest IRA or Quest Trust is the best, period, customer service self-directed IRA company out there. I'm telling you, they fund deals within 48 business hours. And yes, I'm talking about they fund deals right now here in the midst of coronavirus. They got about 120 employees, 90% of them are working from home, and they're getting the job done. Well, one of the principals, Nate Hare, is going to be here live virtually here of today's presentation. He's going to give a presentation on how to work with self-directed IRAs, how to work with private lenders that have self-directed IRAs, and how you can benefit from having your own self-directed IRA account as well at Quest. And then after that, I've got two amazing brothers, Andrew and Aaron Schlag. They've been students of mine now, maybe 5 or 6 years. I lose track of time. They have raised in the millions and millions and millions of dollars in private money. They do wholesale. They do rehab and flip. What an amazing team they are. I'm going to be interviewing them about how it is that they, are doing their business and finding deals here in the midst of coronavirus. And so after that, I'm going to be bringing on Dan and Crystal. I've got Dan and Crystal down. Actually, they're in the morning. They're not in the afternoon like Andrew and Aaron are. But Dan, so you're going to meet Crystal here in a few minutes. But her husband, they're a husband-wife team. They've raised millions and millions of dollars in private money. They're doing, I lost track of how many deals they're doing a year now. They do a ton of subject too. So that's why I've got Crystal joining me here in the next few minutes. So that's an overview. We're going to go today, for those that are here on the live stream, just so you know what to anticipate, we're going to go today until about 4 p.m. Eastern time. But then we're going to have what's called a networking after party that you'll want to definitely stay on for that session afterwards. And that'll probably go for about an hour or so, networking after we have the official sessions. Now, you would have received, right after you registered, a booklet, all right, for you to follow along, take notes, and fill in the blanks, all right? You probably received that again this morning. You should have received it about 24 hours ago. And so for those of you that joined me 2 weeks ago and a week ago, you would have already printed out this booklet, but you want to go in the booklet. If you haven't printed it out yet, you're going to have an opportunity here over the next 15 minutes to get it printed out. You want to go to day 3, all right? Day 3, the subject is, or the theme is subject to. You want to have that printed out and you want to be filling in the blanks. So what I've put together are some pages there in the booklet to where as you follow along in the booklet, you'll be able to fill in the blank, all right, and take your notes. Now, I want a lot of comments. I want a lot of engagement today. The more engaged that you are in the comment bar and asking questions, the more you're going to get out of this. So as we go over all of this content today, be sure and put in your questions and comments in the comment bar, whether you are watching from YouTube or you're watching on Facebook, doesn't matter. You put your comments in there, and after we get to the end of each session, we'll get your questions answered. And so with that, speaking of questions, I got somebody to introduce you all to, and that is the producer of my podcast, which is titled Real Estate Investing with Jay Conner. We're on iTunes, we're on Google Play, and all over the place, Amazon Fire, everywhere. And so I launched my podcast 2 years ago this month as of today's live stream. And we've had, oh my lands, I guess about 300,000 downloads or so. So you want to learn about real estate investing? Then get on over, or not right now, but check out and follow. And I tell you what, it would really help me out, and I would really appreciate it. On iTunes, be sure to subscribe and rate and review. Subscribe, rate, and review. Please give me 5 stars. I need lots of love. And so, my lands, I guess about a year ago, we made New and Notable on iTunes. That's pretty cool. So I want to introduce you, the producer that's been with me since day one, since we launched the podcast 2 years ago. And that's my friend and producer, Mr. Scott Patton. So Scott, come on here to the forefront and say hello to everybody.
Hi, everybody. Happy to be here.
And either I've got a slow internet connection or Scott does, because Scott, you're just going around in circles and that's all I see. So anyway, Scott, say hello to everybody. I can't hear you.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, it's my internet connection. It says I'm a little unstable. So hopefully I will see you here in just a second. We got everybody saying hi, Scott. Hi, Scott. So Scott, if you can, if I hope everybody else is hearing you, because I'm not.
I hope
so. I tell you what, Scott. Here's what I'm going to do, because I can. Hey, Chaffee. Chaffee, put a comment in the bar if you can hear Scott, and let me know, because my chat is working just fine. Okay, Raymond can hear Scott loud and clear. So Scott, I need you to just sort of say hello to folks for a moment. I'm going to sign out and sign right back in. Charlene says they can hear you, Scott. I can't. So everybody, I'm going to sign out for just a quick moment. I'm going to sign back in. I should be okay. Scott, you visit with the folks for a moment. I'll be right back, and then I'll introduce Chaffee. So y'all hang in there. I'll be right back.
All right. Welcome, everybody. I'm really excited. It's going to be an awesome day. Lots of great information and some amazing people that you're going to meet. And I think it's really important that we surround ourselves with people that have either done what we want to do or are with us on the journey to where we want to go. And all of you here are on an amazing journey. So my job is to make sure that Jay can be heard. And I don't know why he can't hear me. So hopefully he doesn't fire me. And also to answer your questions. So if you have any questions at all during Jay's talk or Crystal's talk or Chaffee's talk, or when anybody is on, make sure that you ask the question. I'm going to be making notes of all the questions. And then at the end of each section or second section, Jay is going to come on and say, okay, so, Scott, what are the questions? And then I'm going to bring them up and we'll answer them all. And I think we answered like 99.9% of them the last 2 weeks. I think there was one I forgot. And so sorry about that. But that's the process for asking questions, so that you all have get your questions answered. And that's really, really important. Hey, Jay.
Hey, Scott, I can hear you just fine right now.
Awesome. Well, sometimes, that happens. We just have to go out, come back, and I'm glad it's really weird how it works. It's just the nature of our medium. And it's so exciting when you think about it, that we can communicate with so many people while we have, this pandemic running through the world. So.
Exactly. So as I came back on, I think I heard you giving everybody instructions on the questions and how we're going to handle questions and etc.
That's right.
Perfect. So any other housekeeping, Scott, before I bring on Chaffee?
None that I can think of. Yes, there is one. This is being recorded on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, and Facebook, if you're watching on Facebook. And always we get questions. Oh, I have to go away. Can I watch the replay? And so we are not taking it down. So wherever you are right now watching us, hit the book, make a bookmark or save the page somehow and come back to it, because the same page will have the replay when we're done.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Scott.
All right. So I'm going to say, see you later. Have a great day, everybody. Learn lots. And I'm going to bring Chaffee on right now.
All right. Excellent. Hey, Chaffee.
Good morning, Jay.
Good morning, Chaffee. How are you doing, man?
I am fantastic. Ready to get going.
Awesome. So everybody, so I know a bunch of you have already met Chaffee, because Chaffee's been on with me here the last 2 Fridays. And so for the benefit of you that have not met Chaffee and brand new, I met Chaffee actually at a real estate investing event in 2009. I was an attendee, a student. Chaffee was actually working the real estate investing event. And so we met and we hit it off. And, some people you meet, when you meet them immediately, you just know you've got a connection. I mean, Chaffee's got one of the biggest servants' hearts of anybody I know. Our core values are the same. We're all about serving and making an impact and making a difference. So I stayed in contact with Chaffee. And back in 2011, not only did I continue investing in single family houses, but I got everything automated and I got bored and I didn't know what I was going to do with myself. I had a fantastic team. We're doing deals. All I'm doing is making decisions. I'm working in the business. This is back in 2011, less than 10 hours a week. And so I went to one of my mentors and I said, "What's next? I'm bored." And he says, "Well, you just need to teach what you're really, really good at." And so that's when I started, Carol Joy and I started traveling the nation and doing live events and teaching other real estate investors how to get private money like I do. So that went on for about 4 years or so, till 2015 or so. And I reached out to Chappie because I was really needing some help at my live events on coaching my students. So Chaffee and others, Chaffee's my lead coach that has been at all of my live events, and Chappie's at all of my live events, and he's at now all of my virtual events. So folks, what I've asked Chaffee to do is to take a few minutes before we officially launch here with the subject to training. I've asked him to put together some training for you, about 15 minutes or so, on mindset. And here's why. First of all, Chaffee has got years and years of experience in the realm of personal development and mindset. He has his own coaching business where he coaches business owners. And as many of you all have heard me say, until you learn how to control and own the real estate that exists between your ears, it's going to be very hard for you to implement this business and implement the training. So at my live events here on this virtual event, we're also incorporating mindset training so that you can be positioned to implement the training that we give you. So with that, Chaffee, how about take a moment and give people a little bit about your background for those that have not met you, and then carry right on into about 15 minutes or so of the mindset training you've prepared. And then right after that, folks, I'll be right back and jump right into the subject to training.
Awesome. And by the way, I just want to give kudos to Jay because he's one of the few trainers out there that actually get it, that actually understand that, I can give a checklist of 100 tasks or 100 items to do to a whole bunch of people. And, only 20% of those people are going to do the whole checklist, and only really 10% or 5 to 10% are actually going to really succeed at doing that checklist. And what's the difference between the 20% that actually do the checklist and the other 80% that don't? Well, as Jay said, it's that real estate between the ears per se. So and so with every event we do, with every single recording we've done, and every time that I've gone to an event, we always have mindset training in those events, so that not only do you get the tools and resources that Jay provides, you also understand how to implement them and how to use them and how to really go out and put them into practice in your business. So that's key. And I just want to throw again some kudos out to Jay for that. And good morning, everybody. I'm so excited to be here again for our third Friday in a row. And today's topic is so important. It's all about, as Jay said, free private money or buying properties on terms. And really what's more important, that's the most important thing here, is communicating with people. So I want to take a few minutes and really just talk about, well, actually, I got to introduce myself because Jay asked me to do that. For those of you that don't know who I am a refugee. I came over in 1975, so quite some time ago. Only I was just a wee baby when I came over. And so my family grew up as refugees, as people who came over to this country. And so I'm ever grateful and thankful for the people that helped us come over to this country, get acclimated. We actually stayed in the basement of a family for 6 months while the community really helped us provide, helped us learn the language, helped us find a place to live, provided us and donated us food and clothing. And so I'm ever grateful for that service, for that generosity. And so I grew up with service. I grew up with giving. I grew up with being grateful for the things that we have and the things that we've been provided. And as I was growing up, my father really had a choice, right? They asked him, if you want to go to college or do you want to get a job? And he looked at his wife, my mother, and the 4 kids. I'm one of 4. And he said, I got to get a job. I got to make some money. And so he got a job as a manual laborer on the assembly line of Ford Motor Company, getting paid a couple bucks an hour. And so as I was growing up, I had the mantra of go to school, get good grades, and get a good job. And if you can relate to that, if you know what I'm talking about, just comment in there and say, yeah, I get it, or that's me too, because I know there's a lot of you out there that are have grown up the same way, which is, you know, you've been taught to go out and do good and get a good job and work that 9 to 5 for the rest of your life. And then after 30, 40 years, you retire with an income and enjoy life. And unfortunately, after that 30 or 40 years, what a lot of us forget is that we're older, we're out of our prime, and well, some of us are. And you know, we spent 30, 40 years working hard when we really could have been following our passions, pursuing our dreams, and living the life that we really want to live. And so that's what real estate has provided. And so I started in the corporate world. I worked in the corporate world as an engineer because that's, again, what I was taught. Go to school, get good grades, get a good job. I did that. And then from engineering, I transitioned from there into real estate. And I've loved it ever since. And through real estate, it led me to personal development, as Jay said, the real estate between the ears. And I fell in love with understanding the mindset of myself and other people and realizing how I could use that to help other people because of how it affected me. And so I got coached and I saw the results of coaching and I loved it. And so now I go out and I help other people and I coach other people so that I can help them see the same thing. And so with that, I do want to share some things about communication with you, which is key. And this is a writer downer, as Jay likes to say, is, you know, write this down. Okay, so I want to start off this next 10 minutes here, 5-10 minutes with this statement. So write this down. Ready? Here we go. The quality of your life, again, the quality of your life is based upon the quality of your communication. The quality of your life is based upon the quality of your communication. And so think about that for a second, okay? The better you're able to communicate, not only to you, others, to yourself as well, right? What you want, what you need, what you intend, the better the quality of your life, okay? And so keep that in mind, is that you got to get good at communicating with people, especially in today's time and age. I mean, we got a lot of things going on, a lot of craziness going out there. And so learn how to communicate what you want and understand other people's communication to you so that you can come to terms and come together and find a win-win situation. And talking about win-win situation, and I'm not referring to my last name, I'm talking about a win-win situation. There's a book out there that I want you to pick up. It's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Again, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen R. Covey. Okay, it's a phenomenal book. If you've never read it, go out, pick it up, read it. It should be on your list of books to review on an annual basis, on a regular basis. Learn those 7 habits, because habit number 4 is think win-win. Okay, so habit number 4 is think win-win. And I want to stress, win-win does not mean compromise. Win-win means come up with a situation where both people get what they want. Because sometimes in compromise, what you do is you give up a little bit of this, a little bit of what you want, and they give a little bit of what they want. And so you come together and you get half of what you want, right? There's always ways to come up with a situation where you both get what you want and you're both happy. And so think win-win is habit number 4. And that's going to follow up with habit number 5, which is important for you as well, which is seek first to understand and then be understood. Too often what people do is they go into a conversation, they just start blabbing and talking and talking about everything. And habit number 5 is seek first to understand the other person, understand what they want, understand what's troubling them, understand what's causing them challenges and what's causing them issues. And then once you understand them, then be understood, then communicate what you want to them based upon what their needs and what their wants and what their desires are. And so when you're communicating with homeowners, sellers, people that are struggling, people that are motivated, first understand what their needs are. First understand why they're motivated. First understand why they want to give you this property. And then you can communicate with them and convey and be understood of what you can offer them to help them out of their situation, right? And I will say that there's a lot of reasons. There's multiple reasons. There's, actually the 4 Ds of tragedy, which is death, disaster, divorce, and disease. Death, disaster, divorce, and disease. Those are the 4 Ds of tragedy, right? And obviously there's a lot of disease and death going on with COVID-19. There's a lot of divorce going on with the domestic violence for people having to be shut in and kept in their houses. And there's a lot of reasons, again, a lot of reasons why people want to be motivated to sell their property. And when you boil it all down, why would somebody want to give you $50,000 or $100,000 of equity, or just hand you their house, hand you the papers to their house? Why? And the bottom reason is that you're offering them a better alternative. And that's all it really boils down to. Are you offering them something better than, in their mindset, $50,000 or $100,000 or more in equity in their property? And if you can do that, if you can come to a win-win situation where you're just offering them an opportunity to move on with their life, you're offering them an opportunity to take over their burden of that property or that mortgage or whatever it is, then you're going to get a deal and they're going to be happy and they're going to move on and get on with their life. And Jay's going to talk to you about situations. As a matter of fact, I was talking to Jay yesterday, and he just bought a house from a guy with $50,000 in equity in it, and it was taking over the payments, taking over the mortgage. And I asked him, Jay, how come they wanted to sell to you? And he's just like, he got a divorce. The guy got a divorce, and now he's with somebody else, and that somebody else doesn't want to live in the same house with his ex-wife, where his ex-wife lived. And so he just needs to get rid of the house. So he's like, take my house. There's $50,000 in equity in it. It's perfect. It's in great condition. Just take my house so that I can move on, right? And so again, when you understand what their needs are, when you understand what their wants are, and they understand their positioning, then you can come in and be understood and offer a good deal. So as we go throughout this day, take good notes, right? Take down and understand. Jay's going to go through the whole process of taking over payments and everything like that. You're going to hear from, as Jay said, Corey Boatwright and Scott Meyer and Andrew and Crystal and a whole bunch of great people. So take good notes and implement that in your communication. And I'll end with this one final thing, is that when you lead with a servant's heart, when you focus on helping other people and don't think about all the money and the details and all this stuff, just think about how you can help people. Your communication will come across much stronger. Your communication will come across as authentic, as real, as true. And that's really what affects people. That's really what connects you to others, is helping them and providing a solution to them. And when you focus your business with a servant's heart, that makes all the difference in the world. So again, quality of your life is based upon the quality of your communication. And when you lead with a servant's heart, it all falls into place. And that's why, again, I love working with Jay, because that's exactly how he runs his business, with a servant's heart. And with that, we're going to bring Jay up, and he's going to, again, start talking about subject 2 and show you how to go through that whole process. And you're going to have a wonderful, wonderful day. So there he is. Oh, we can't hear you, Jay. I think you're on mute.
Yep, I hit my
mute.
And
we're going to request to repeat the 4 Ds real quick. Oh, I got a request to repeat the 4 Ds again real quick, Jay. It's death, disease, divorce, and disaster, right? Disaster is typically like a tornado or flooding or a fire, right? Death and disease and divorce are the other 3.
Excellent. Hey, well, Chavy, thank you so much, Chavy, for taking a few minutes to get people's head on right before I start diving into the nuts and bolts of this subject 2 thing. And I want to tell everybody, even if you are already familiar with subject to, even if you've already done a ton of subject to deals, I'm going to be sharing some strategies with you here in the next few minutes that I promise you, you're going to learn some strategies and techniques that you've never heard before. And what that will do is that will help you increase your conversion on subject twos, doing more deals, and serving more people. So, Chaffee, thank you so much, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime. I love it.
All right. Hey, Scott, have we got some questions that we need to answer before we start into this subject to session?
Not right now. We
Okay.
do have a couple people that asked about replays. So again, wherever you're watching now, you can replay it. You can see the replay, whenever you want. We're never going to take it down. And I will put a link to a page that will have all 3 days replays on it on jconnor.com a little bit later today.
Awesome.
So we're ready to roll.
So, Scott, since I got kicked off the internet a little while ago and had to sign back in, then that means I need to share my screen again, I think, because I got unshared. So let me do that real quick. I don't want to bring up my PowerPoint yet until I get Crystal in here, but let me go ahead and get this screen share thing going. There's that, and I got the share, and I got the hide. So there we go. I'm ready to go when we're ready to pull it up, but I want to bring on Crystal first.
Okay, so I'm going to disappear and Crystal's going to magically appear, right?
Awesome. All right, I'm ready for Crystal to come on.
See y'all in a few minutes, everybody.
Thank you, Scott. Oh,
good morning,
Crystal. Good morning, Crystal. How are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I am fantastic too. And tell everybody, where are you broadcasting from?
I am broadcasting. Well, I'm broadcasting from the Hampton Roads area in Virginia. So on a lake out in Franklin, Virginia.
Awesome. Awesome. So before we get into this content training, Crystal, and thank you so much for coming on here to join me. Tell everybody, for those that have not met you, your background, your story, how we met, and well, that'll be enough to start.
That'll be enough to get us started. Sure. So my background actually was I went to university to become an occupational therapist, and I was an occupational therapist for well into 20 plus years, and in leadership. I had married a little late in life, so I had very small children in the early 2000s. Well, actually in the mid 2000s, and then unfortunately ended up being a single mom, which was not expected. So to kind of pull together the whole real estate piece and how that came into it, back in 1996, I had started investing. I had stepped out of the market in the early 2000s. Very fortunately, right before we went through all the crash in the real estate market. And then when I was a single mom, I thought, what am I going to do? Because, if you can just picture, I am working a million hours, oftentimes leaving my house at 4:15, 4:30 in the morning. And, sometime, most days actually, there was someone from the developmental daycare program that would bring my kids out to my office and they would sit with me for the rest of the evening. So the breaking point was sitting in my office with the little gate on the door, trying to finish up some work, and it's now 9 o'clock at night, and I'm driving through a drive-through, which I swore I'd never do, to try to get my toddler some food really quick before we went home and went to bed. And I said, enough. And it didn't matter how much money I made or how hard I worked. There was no way to bridge the gap between not spending time with them and what that relationship was starting to look like. So started to look back into real estate, took some classes, was at a class actually where I had taken my dad, who is, if there's anyone that's going to scrutinize things, it's going to be him. He's going to see the flaws. So I said, well, go with me, because if you see that this is good, then I know it's good. And if you see flaws, well, then we can evaluate it from there. So I had gotten up and was running to my room, literally, which is generally the pace I move, and smack ran right into Jay in the hallway, who I did not have a clue who he was, right at the elevator. And so, of course, I had to get on the elevator with this person that I had just crashed into. He was lovely, introduced himself. We talked for a few minutes, got off the elevator. I was bright red, totally embarrassed, went back to the event, told my dad, oh my gosh, I just ran this man over on my way to the elevator. And not 5 minutes later, they're introducing him and he's up on stage. So that was how we got introduced. Of course, I loved what he had to say, met he and Carol Joy, attended their event. And at that point decided we definitely had to become part of the family. We had some challenges with launching the real estate business. At this point, I finally had met somebody that we were working through our relationship and starting to work towards becoming a family. And so I drug him along, and we just decided we couldn't step away. And thank goodness we chose not to, because it changed our entire lives. So I have not worked in a job in over 3 years. My husband left his career 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago. And we do this business, and I have the tremendous pleasure of working directly with Jay and Carol Joy and working with your students. So
that's awesome, Crystal. So let's see here.
Hi to everybody.
Yeah, everybody. So, hey, look, y'all, let's give Crystal a lot of love. Let's give Crystal a lot of love right now. So everybody in the comment section, just right now say, hey, Crystal, hey, Crystal, hey, Crystal. We'll send you lots of love. So you and let's see, at the very first event of mine that you attended, you brought Dan with you, right?
I did.
Yep. So Dan, at that time you all were dating. You weren't married yet. So I got to see you again because I'd met you at a previous event. Right. You came to my event, and at that event, you enrolled in my coaching program. We started working together, and I lose track of time. You know what year that was? How long have we been working together?
A little over 3 years. Hey, Jenny.
Awesome. So a little over 3 years, and So you started raising private money the way I taught 3 years ago. So how much private money have you raised so far?
We have just over $3.5 million in private money.
$3.5 million in private money. Awesome. And without giving away too many secrets, just by and large, generally speaking, what would you say your profits have been?
Our profits, they exceed 5 million now.
Over 5 million in 3 years. That's pretty awesome.
That is extremely awesome.
And how long from the time we started working together did you retire from your day job and go full-time real estate investing? How long did it take you?
Yeah, so we took a look at that, trying to make sure that we were spot on. So it was about 9 months. About
9 months from starting to work together to doing this thing full-time. And of course, Dan had no intention of leaving his day. Well, you didn't have any intention, I don't think, of leaving your day job.
No, I always felt that I might. My initial thought was that I might go part-time and step out of leadership. Just move away from that piece of things. Just because managing a lot of clinics meant a lot more time. So I thought, part-time, that would be okay. I never really thought I would just step out of the industry. Right. I did.
And then Dan, he retired from his day job and career, about after 1.5 years of us working together?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
It wasn't, it wasn't quite 2 years, no, because that would have been, like, my time frame was April, and so his was December.
Right. That's awesome. That's awesome. And just so y'all know, as Crystal just alluded to it, Crystal actually assists me in weekly accountability calls with my students and et cetera. So it's just a joy working together. Okay, folks, enough on introductions. Let's just go ahead and dive in right now on this topic of subject to what it is, how you do it, who would be willing to do it, and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully, Crystal, I'm going to be able to share my screen in this PowerPoint. So Crystal, I'm not going to be able to see you with me sharing this PowerPoint,
right.
But hopefully you're going to be able to see me and the PowerPoint. So there we go. I'm in presentation mode. So Crystal, tell me, what do you see?
I see you in a little box, and I see the PowerPoint, so we're good.
I don't want to be in a little box.
You're in a little box, and I'm in a little box too. This is a total bummer. I don't do well in little boxes.
So listen, folks, as a mentor of mine told me years ago, Jay, It's time to cut the gab and get on the pad. All right. So what that means is everybody get your, so you should have your booklet printed out by now to where you can follow along, fill in the blank, and take notes as we go along. So Crystal, let's just you and me have a conversation as we go through these slides. And as you have a thought, just jump right in and so before we get into it, Crystal, one reason I've asked you to come along here with me as we do this presentation is you do more, you and Dan do more subject to deals than any other of the thousands of students that I have. So tell the folks about how many deals are you and Dan doing a year now? What are you tracking? And and of course you do rehabs, you do pretty houses, you do terms, you do all the above. But about how many deals are you doing per year now? And what percentage of them would you say are subject to?
Yeah. So last year we did 68. This year we're on track to do 100. At least that's our goal number. And we're right where we need to be to make that happen. When it comes to the breakdown, we are doing private money. We have plenty of private money deals. And the interesting thing, which will be super fun to talk about, which I am so excited to get to do this session with you because subject to is my favorite, is the creativity in the pieces. So we've combined a lot of strategies as we work through all of our deals. But if we look at just kind of the primary way that we enter the deal, despite any of the other combinations, we at any given time in our inventory have about 75 to 85% that are actually subject to or owner financed.
Yeah. So again, tell everybody one more time, you did how many last year? I know you're on track to do about 100 deals or 100 houses this year. How many last year did you say?
Now I'm checking. 64.
Okay, gotcha. And again, about what percentage of those subject to?
75 to 85%. So of last year, 85% last year.
Okay, so the high majority of the
for sure.
So why would you say, and by the way, folks, Crystal has no idea what I'm going to be asking her today as we talk along
Lucky
here.
me.
So why would you say you gravitate so much towards the subject to strategy?
Well, the first piece is it's definitely the most profitable. So if I can acquire the house that way, then I can get the most, I can, benefit the most. But in addition, we have a very high military population. So it sort of became a very natural transition simply because of the need. So the need really arose here for helping people that didn't have a lot of time, didn't necessarily have a lot of equity. Some did, but it's oftentimes more just the timing on it and being able to help people out of those situations. So it's really just evolved as, kind of our core program, if you will, to meet the needs of a lot of people. But for the most part, it's also just simply because it's the most profitable.
Well, and the reason it's the most profitable is because when you're buying a house or a property subject to the existing note, the interest rate that's on that current note that you're going to be making payments on, the interest rate is typically, because most of the houses you buy are, have originated within the last 5 or 10 years, the interest rate is so low, right?
Correct. Yeah. When you're talking, a 3.5%, maybe 4% interest rate, obviously that's far better than even when we're using private money. And so they each have their place, but
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. So, Crystal, I guess what we should do is make sure everybody's on the same page and knows exactly what we're talking about. Therefore, what is subject to and what does subject to mean? Well, it simply means that you, as the real estate investor, you as the buyer, you are buying a property. You're buying a house. I mean, you can be buying any real estate subject to the existing mortgage, but most of the time this strategy is used and employed with single family houses. You're buying a property subject to the existing mortgage. What that means is when we say subject to, we're talking about a seller of a property that has got a mortgage. So you can't. So folks, I want to go and reiterate this. I know you're going to have a ton of questions about subject to. Go ahead as the question comes to your mind. Go ahead and type it in the comment bar immediately from the time you get it, so we can get your questions answered at the end of this session. So simply put, buying a house or property subject to the existing mortgage means that the seller of the house is agreeing to sell you their property, transfer the deed, transfer the ownership into your entity name. So you might be doing business in an LLC. You might be buying in land trust, etc. Whatever entity that you're operating in for your single family houses, the seller is going to sell that house, that property to you, and you are agreeing to make the monthly mortgage payments. Now, let's differentiate this. You are subject to does not mean that you are assuming the mortgage. That's very different. You're simply agreeing to make the seller's mortgage payments. They're transferring ownership. They're moving out, right? And so you are giving them debt relief, all right? So you are agreeing to take on the responsibility. So when I say you're not assuming the mortgage, what I mean is, see, when you assume the mortgage, there is an application process to the mortgage company, to the lender. When you assume a mortgage, you're applying to the mortgage company and say, hey, I want to now assume whoever the seller is, their mortgage, and the lender has got to approve me, all right? When you buy a property subject to the existing mortgage, there is no approval process with the lender. The only person approving this transaction is the seller of that property. And we're going to talk more about it in a moment. But, when I first heard about this strategy in 2009 for the first time, my first thought was, who in their right mind would agree to sell me their house, leave the mortgage in their name, and trust me, who they don't even know, they just met in a lot of cases, and trust me to make their mortgage payments? Well, Crystal, let me let you answer the question. Who in their right mind or their wrong mind would agree to do that?
People that need debt and stress relief. So it can be any situation. I alluded to that at the beginning. It can be somebody that just doesn't have time. It can be someone that doesn't have enough equity, and so they can't sell in a traditional fashion. They're going to have to come to the table with money. And oftentimes, the very motivated people are people that are behind on payments. So those who are going into foreclosure.
Yeah. So the person that's going to be willing to do this is a motivated seller that needs debt relief, and they just can't handle the monthly payments anymore, right?
Correct.
I looked at a house, Crystal, yesterday with my team, with my realtor, my crew leader yesterday. Went there yesterday afternoon, looked at, in fact, I was talking to you over the phone, sitting outside the house before you went in. And this lady is very willing to sell subject to the existing note. And here's her motivation. Hurricane Florence was a year and a half ago, coming up on 2 years ago, and the house has still not been fully repaired from Hurricane Florence. Does have a new roof, does have a new HVAC, but there's still holes in the ceiling in the house, right? And so she does not have, and there's a long story with the insurance company that doesn't matter for the sake of this training. Anyway, so she needs debt relief. In fact, she's already moved on out, and she's living with her son and daughter-in-law, and they're offering for her to stay there for free, but she's not willing to do it. She's, ethically, I do not want to stay here in their house without paying them rent, but I can't afford to pay them rent as long as I've got this, mortgage payment. So she's very, very willing to sell it subject to the existing note. Now, I want to go ahead and bring this out. I can't remember if we've got it in the PowerPoint or not, but I want everybody to understand that this way of doing business is nothing. Well, I say created. It's nothing new
Right.
that your real estate attorney or closing agent, whoever you're using to do your deals, has to like fabricate or make up. This process of funding your deals subject to the existing mortgage, it's already on the HUD settlement statement. It's been on the HUD settlement statement for decades. It's line 204. Line 204 and line 204 on both the buyer side and the seller side of the settlement statement simply says subject to the existing mortgage. And that's where the dollar figure goes in as to what the current mortgage is. So again, it's simply buying the property. The seller is agreeing for the mortgage to stay in their name, and you are agreeing to make the payments. So why buy subject to? Well, Crystal, you just mentioned that it's one of the most profitable ways to make money. Is there any other reasons come to mind as to why this is one of the most profitable ways to do real estate, other than the real estate investor, we're agreeing to make the mortgage payments. It's going to have a very, very low interest rate on it. Any other reasons come to mind that help profitability?
Sure, absolutely. I don't have to go out and originate a new loan. So I don't have any of those expenses that come with that. That's a whole other ballgame. So I don't have any of those expenses. It's pretty straightforward. I like the fact that I can do it so quickly. That's huge. As a real estate investor, I can turn those around really, really fast. I can say I'm going to buy it at my attorney's office. They can have the documents ready in 24 to 48 hours. And in the next few days, we can have the deed done and we're off and running. And so for that reason alone, it just makes it so much more simplistic. There's no legwork. I don't have to, anybody who's ever looked for a loan, whether it be personal or business, there's a lot of hoops to go through to make those things happen. And it may be that you have perfect credit and everything looks great, but they want to see things. You've got to get it all together. Then it has to go through this process, that process. So those few things make it even that much more important, and why it would be such a great strategy, why I love it.
Well, you mentioned being able to do a fast and quick transaction. That reminds me of a second house, actually a third house, that I looked at yesterday afternoon after the one I just was referring to. So I went to this house actually in Newport, and the home is literally like only 6 houses down the street from the home that I grew up in. And so I get there. Let me tell you something, Crystal, my lands, this home looks like the whole thing was just rehab. It's like absolutely gorgeous, new paint, new floor covering, new cabinets. I mean, the refrigerator is a $3,000 refrigerator that he just bought a year ago. Beautifully landscaped, got a $8,000 new storage building with a green metal roof that he just installed and got built a year ago. And this home, so he owes $123,000, right? Mm-hmm. All he wants is $2,000 over payoff. He wants $125,000. There is no after repaired value. It's already repaired. It's like, what's the value right now? Mm-hmm. So Chris, my realtor, of course, was along. Chris Burnett, my crew leader, he was along. He's walking around with his pad going, Jay, I ain't got anything to write down, right? This is a beautiful house. So, and the home right now, as is worth $179,000, right? And so we're talking, so that's $50,000 plus. So the question is, why in the world would this person be wanting to just throw away, quote unquote, $50,000 in equity? Well, he wouldn't be throwing, because you got realtor fees if you list it and all that kind of stuff. Sure. But why would he be willing to give that up? I can tell you exactly what he said. He said, and I didn't even ask the question. He says, I know I can list this house. Oh, by the way, there was an add-on full bath and to the full bath on the back side of the home that the tax records didn't have. So we ended up with an extra 175 square feet. Anyway, so he says, I know I can list this house. He says, but I just got a divorce recently. My girlfriend is living with me. My ex lives right down the street. And I don't have enough left of my, I won't say the word, he said AWS. I don't have enough of that left anymore for her to chew on. And I'm ready to get out of here.
There you go.
So here we have another example of a motivated seller that it's more important to them to move on and get out than to, live there in whatever it is that's causing the pain. So another reason this is going to be that subject to deals are so profitable, people, is because a lot of these houses, in fact, most of them are what we call pretty houses, right, Crystal?
That's right.
And so, yeah, a pretty house means there may be some renovation and repairs that are needed, but by and large, most of these houses are not major rehabs, right?
Oh,
and
for sure.
Yeah. And in fact, so here's the deal, folks. You don't use the Mayo formula. You don't use the maximum allowable offer formula for when you're paying all cash for private money. The only thing that you determine on what the formula you use to whether you're going to buy this house or not, tell them, Crystal, what's the deciding factor on whether you can make the math work? And it doesn't have to do with the price, does it?
It does not. No, I look at three things. One, how much time am I going to have? Because that could make a difference. Does it cash flow? Doesn't even have to cash flow necessarily, but that would be my question because I'm going to sell it rent to own. And how much equity does it have in it? And then finally, if they're willing to give it to me. If they're willing to give it to me, there doesn't have to be, all those factors don't have to be a yes. I just have to have some of them. So I'm probably a bit more scrutinizing than I used to be. I want a little bit more equity than I initially started with, but my other ones turned out perfectly profitable, not even worrying about having too much equity. It's just really making sure that I meet at least one of those criteria that make it make sense for me. And I pay them $10 and I have a house.
You pay them $10.
I pay them $10, yes.
And agree to make their mortgage payments.
Exactly.
So let's make sure everybody's on the same page and understand what we're talking about. When you say one of your criteria is you want to know, does it cash flow? What does that mean? Does it cash flow?
Sure. I want to know that I can bring in more money for it monthly than what my monthly payment is.
Exactly. And then one of your criteria is will they give it to me? What does that mean? Will they give it to me?
Are they willing to sign off the deed and put that in my entity's name without the personal guarantee of me going out and getting an alternate mortgage? Are they willing to allow me to make payments on that mortgage, keep the mortgage in their name, and sign the deed over?
Excellent. So another reason, folks, that subject to deals are so profitable is not only the low interest rate, but another thing is since most of these are pretty houses and do not have a major rehab involved, then that means you're able to get that home cash flowing. In other words, have income coming in right away. And what that does is that reduces your carrying cost. Okay. Yep. Now, another reason that it's profitable is because you negotiate a lot of times, Crystal, to where they are willing to make the next payment or second payment or three more payments before you start making the payments, which gives you more time to find a buyer and helps your cash flow, right?
Absolutely. I actually negotiate every single time for at least getting a payment or two beyond close. And then in addition, if the payment's too high, i.e. I'm not going to make enough on it, then I actually negotiate. That's a little bit higher level tactic, but I actually negotiate that they pay me every month for me to buy the house.
So why would a seller be willing to continue to make 1, 2, or 3 more monthly payments after you have already bought the house?
Well, for starters, I've told them that's how it normally works.
You just told them this is how the program works, right?
That's right. This is how it normally works. But in addition, they know the end is near, right? So they have an end in sight, and they're more than willing to do whatever it takes to get across the finish line. They now see a finish line, and there's a big difference there. Where it was looming, now they know it's done. Great, these people are going to take care of this for me. I can finally move on. My headache is gone. So absolutely, they'll do, they'll make those adjustments if they need to make sure we can get that to a full close.
Do you give them a reason as to why you need them to make those monthly payments, or do you just tell them this is the way it works?
So certainly it's going to depend, but in situations, especially where it's skinnier, like there's just not a ton of equity in it. So maybe it only has 45, 50,000 in equity in it. Then I'm going to say, look, this is tight. I want to make sure that I can get this done. Give me a little bit of time to work on this. I also let them know that mortgages are paid in arrears. So no matter what, I can always get one. Even in the worst of circumstances, I can almost always get one.
So explain what that means to everybody. So since mortgage interest is paid in arrears, you can always get at least one payment. What does that mean, and how does that work?
Sure. So mortgages are paid in arrears. So when you go out and get a mortgage, you may remember, but you would notice that your first payment doesn't take place until at least the following month. They give you that time once you sign the papers. So in this situation, they would have had that time. So I'm just buying back that time for myself.
Excellent. Excellent. Very good. So it's profitable. And another one, as we just said, typically there's not the rehab involved. So that's another way it's profitable, is you're having the seller agree to make 1, 2, or 3 payments. And also the reason it's so profitable is because when you buy subject to, as with Crystal and Dan, as with myself as well, most of the time our exit strategy when we buy subject to, and this is a writer downer, folks, your most profitable exit strategy is not to cash out on that deal immediately. Your most profitable exit strategy is to sell, when you buy subject to, is to sell that home on rent to own, or to sell that home on lease purchase. The reason that's so profitable is because, first of all, when you sell it on rent to own or lease purchase, you're going to collect very, very quickly a very large non-refundable, most people call it a lease option deposit. The actual legal term is an option fee, because what the people are doing on when you're selling rent to own is they are agreeing, and we've got a set price. I typically set my prices at 5 to 10% above what the home would appraise for today. So they are going to pay a large non-refundable lease option deposit option fee. And that money will be applied to their closing cost and purchase price when they get ready for a mortgage. Here's the deal, folks. Just yesterday, we had a couple come in, and they gave us a bank check, $20,000 non-refundable lease option deposit on a home that I've got priced over in Havelock for $159,900, call it $160. So they actually paid more than 10% of the purchase price. Now that $20,000 again will be applied when they are ready for a mortgage, and if they change their minds and they decide they want to move out and they don't want to stay with the house, then of course all of those option fees, non-refundable lease option deposits, are non-refundable. And then of course I would sell the house again if they move out. Now I will tell you, the way I do the business is very different than a lot of other people. We actually intend to help our buyers get a mortgage and cash out. As I mentioned earlier, about 80% of them do. So again, the main point for you to get on what Crystal and I just said is, when you're buying subject to, then the most profitable exit strategy is rent to own. Another reason the most profitable exit strategy is rent to own is because there's no negotiation in price. The price is set. The price is set. And the only thing that, the main thing that ends up being negotiable is how much down payment that you're going to collect. And by the way, Crystal, I don't know if we've got it in the PowerPoint or not, so we're going to talk about it while I'm thinking about it. You don't only can use the subject to strategy for buying an investment property. You can use it for buying your own home to live in, right?
You can.
Well, tell people how you know that to be the case.
So I actually have pictures. Oh, I just knocked my microphone. Hopefully I didn't knock everybody's ears off. So if everybody can see that picture, that right there is our lake house that is almost 3,500 square foot. And the deal came to us as an investment. And once we started looking at the property, we thought, we should probably live there. And it was a subject to with an owner finance piece that was well below the value. And so we scooped it up, and it's amazing. We moved in last fall.
That's perfect. So yeah, folks, subject to can be your investment properties. It can be your own primary residence. So who sells their home subject to? We've already said it. Motivated sellers. Their strongest candidates are sellers who are currently behind on their mortgage payments. Now let's hang out on this for a moment, folks. The reason that we have this virtual training today on this theme of subject to is what I said when we started out over an hour ago. Here we are in coronavirus. There's two categories of foreclosures. The first category are those that were already in foreclosure prior to coronavirus. And when coronavirus came along, they put a stay on it. So everything is still shut down in the courts. No foreclosures are being processed at this time. There's another category of foreclosures that hasn't even started yet. And as I mentioned, we've got over 41 million people unemployed now, which means there's going to be a huge avalanche of even more and new foreclosures when things start to open up. Huge opportunity to serve a lot of people in crisis and create win-win situations, as Chaffee was talking about in the first session. So the reason I've got this subject to training going on right now is because there is a good percentage of people in foreclosure that you will be able to buy subject to the existing note. As we have right here on this slide, some of the strongest candidates are people who are currently behind and they need debt relief. They don't see themselves getting out. So, Crystal, I didn't ask you to research this before coming on here to the training, but what's your best guess? So you buy all these houses subject to the existing note. What would be your best guess as to what percentage of them are actually behind when you buy the house, and what percentage of them are actually current?
So yeah, since I didn't look through the information, but I can really think through all those conversations, and probably about 40 to 50% are behind on payments, and in any stage of whether it be pre-foreclosure or have received, it's not the same here in Virginia, but anyway, have received notification that they're in foreclosure by the time we're having that conversation.
So that's a really, really important point, folks. So Crystal, with her ton of deals that she and Dan do on subject to, so 40 or 50% are behind. That means the other 50% are current. Right. So here's a big point, folks. It's just not people that are behind on their payments that are willing to sell using this strategy. And so we're going to get into it here in a few minutes as to the actual talking points, because here's the deal. For you to be successful in buying properties subject to the seller's existing mortgage, you've got to have your talking points down. You got to have your talking points down for them to even understand what's going on. And that right there is a challenge if you don't have this training. Now, since you're getting this training today, you're going to be better positioned. So Crystal and I are going to go over here in just a few minutes. Actually, how does the conversation go when you're talking to a seller that you're going to be buying subject to? So identifying motivated sellers. So what do we mean here? Reviewing a seller's property lead sheet. You, as the real estate investor, you can determine if a subject to deal is possible. So what we're talking about here is, first of all, when you are talking with and you're getting the information initially from a seller, you need to determine immediately, okay, is this a possible deal that I can buy subject to? Well, obviously, you can't buy it subject to unless there's a mortgage to buy it subject to, right? So here's what I want y'all to think. when you are talking to a seller or somebody in your team talking to a seller, when they have a mortgage, immediately, my thought goes to, is there a way to buy this subject to? They got a mortgage, if there's a big gap between what they owe and what the house is worth, are they going to want some cash? Well, we're going to talk here in this presentation about how you can actually give them cash without pulling cash out of your own pocket, right?
Absolutely.
In fact, Crystal, let's just don't keep them waiting. Let's just go ahead and tell them. We probably got a slide on it, but let's just go ahead and answer the question. So, Crystal, how can you buy a house subject to the existing mortgage, and in the negotiation, the seller needs some moving money, they need some cash? How do you structure that deal? Now, listen, folks, this is an advanced strategy. So I hope you've had your coffee already, all right? So, Crystal, tell everybody, how can you buy it subject to the existing note? They need some cash, moving cash. They need some of the equity without you having to pull any money out of your pocket.
You use a private lender's funds, which we do often, if that's the need. If they actually need cash, now I can also give them equity, but if they need cash, then I'm going to pull in a private lender and put a promissory note on it.
So what that means, folks, is the mortgage that you're agreeing to make the payments on is going to be in first position. That's a first mortgage, right? And most of your sellers are not going to have a second mortgage in place. Most of them. It's just going to have one mortgage on the property. And so then let's say you need some cash to give them. Well, you can borrow a little bit of cash from a private lender, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. You can pull equity out of it, right? Even if you're not having to give cash to the seller. And you can put that private lender in what's called second position or in a junior position, okay? Now, you want to be careful when you borrow that money from the private lender. You want to take a look at, okay, what's the value of this house? How much is already owed on the first mortgage? And is there equity room available to borrow private money and put in second position? So again, that's sort of an advanced strategy there. I'm not going to hang on that long, but anyway, Crystal and I, we do it all the time. I do it all the time. I've got some private lenders that only have $20,000, $30,000. So if I want to pull out some equity for operating capital or whatever, or marketing or what have you, or there's a little bit of renovation repair needed, then, Now, when it comes to identifying motivated sellers, so another way that you don't have to raise private money to fund your deals is with seller financing. Now, this session is not specifically on seller financing, with the seller actually being the bank. But when I see a property and I learn that it's free and clear, that it has no mortgages, my immediate trigger thinking process is, can I buy that house with seller financing? Can the seller be the bank and let me make payments or delay payments or whatever? So again, that's another way to buy on what we call terms. Subject to is one way, seller financing is another. So back to our point. When you see a property that's got a mortgage on it, immediately think, can I buy it subject to? And guess what? What about free and clear houses? So sellers who own their houses free and clear of mortgage aren't able to sell subject to, okay? Because there's no mortgage. However, as I just said, we'll negotiate with them to buy their property using seller financing. Here's a big question. People say, is it legal to buy property subject to? I mean, what about the due on sale clause? Well, as I just said, the answer is yes. And I told you all wrong. I said line 204, it's line 203. So line 203 of the HUD settlement statement actually states existing loan taken subject to. Now, as I just mentioned, however, there are some closing agents, real estate attorneys, that have never closed a subject to deal. In fact, can you believe there's some attorneys that never even heard of subject to? Well, that's because they haven't done very many real estate deals, right? And there's some real estate attorneys that will not close a deal subject to, not because it's not legal, it's totally legal, but they've got their own reasons and et cetera. So speaking of attorneys, as I just said, some attorneys refuse to close subject. They've got an issue with the due on sale clause. So, Crystal, how about explain to everybody, for those that may not know,
Mhm.
what is a due on sale clause? What does it mean? And where is the due on sale clause?
Sure. So the due on sale clause is not a law. There isn't any law that says due on sale. It's simply an opportunity for the mortgage company to include a clause in the documentation for the mortgage that says if you were to sell this property and hadn't yet cashed out, in other words, convey the property to someone else and hadn't paid back the mortgage company, they could call it due, meaning that the bulk of what's left, everything that's left in that loan. So if it's $150,000 and they say we're gonna use the due on sale like a card, then they get to say to you either that or we get to take the property back. You give us the what's left on the mortgage. And so it's simply a clause that accelerates the loan, gets them to get it paid back quicker if you're to sell the property without making sure they get paid back. The interesting thing about it was it really just got instituted at the time when they decided they had had enough of not getting new and higher mortgage rates and new mortgages. And so this was just a way to try to increase the amount of money that they could get.
Right. So the due on sale clause is not required by the mortgage lender when the house is sold. It just simply gives the mortgage lender the option to call the note due and paid in full at sale. Crystal, in all those subject to deals you've done, have you ever had a threat of a mortgage lender calling the note due?
No, not even a threat. And let me just share really quickly. We had one that was so highly scrutinized. I thought for sure we were in for our very first time. The gentleman who had sworn he wasn't interested in going and purchasing in the near future went and got a mortgage for his daughter, got a mortgage for his son, was working on getting his own mortgage when they started just traipsing through all of our documentation on this thing. And I thought, well, surely he's given them every piece of paper. Surely this one's going to end up in a problem. And all they wanted was a piece of paper from us that said, yes, we're going to keep paying the monthly payments until we cash out. Are you kidding me? No, we've had none called.
So, of course, I've done a ton of subject to deals as well. When I first learned about it in 2009, didn't do any from 2003 to 2009. I didn't know about it. But from 2009 until now, I've done a ton of subject to deals, never been an issue, never been a threat. And in the thousands of students that I've trained since 2011 across the nation, I've only had one student that even got a letter. They got a letter from the mortgage lender threatening to call excuse me, Crystal, two of them. I'm thinking of the lady in South Carolina. I'm also thinking of the husband-son team. So two of them got threatening letters. And by the way, of all the students that I've trained, I mean, we're talking thousands of subject to deals. All right. So two students, two letters, and the letters said in the small print, we may call the note due. We may call the note due. Both letters have the word may. And they asked me, what's my advice? I said, ignore the letter until they actually call it due.
Exactly.
All they're telling you is that we know that you now own this property and we may call it due. Okay, well, whenever you let me know, let me know. So let's go ahead and answer the question, which we may have in the PowerPoint. And that is, well, what if the bank actually does call the note due? What in the world are you going to do? Simple, folks. Refinance with private money, right? Refinance with private money. Or you could, I would not recommend this, deed it back to the person that you got it from. So now the person that, but I'd never recommend that. Here's the bottom line, folks. It's not an issue. That's the bottom line. It's not an issue. The banks do not want a house back, right? They simply want their mortgage payments. So we've been talking about this due on sale clause for the last 5 minutes. So as I just said, it gives the lender the option, not the obligation. The due on sale clause gives the mortgage company the right to call the note due when ownership is transferred prior to the mortgage being paid off, but it does not create an obligation for the lender to call it due. As I just mentioned, some attorneys won't. Some, I've been using the same real estate attorney since 2003. We've been doing subject to deals with them ever since. So, a step-by-step guide for buying properties subject to the existing note. So, Crystal, we're now going to have to go in fast gear. You ready?
We can do it because we've probably touched on a lot of these pieces.
Exactly. So here we go, folks, step by step. Step number one, you need to find a real estate attorney who will close subject to deals. How do you find a real estate attorney who will do that? I'm sorry. I apologize. This training, I ain't got enough time to tell you how to find a real estate attorney, right?
For sure.
Come work with me and I'll find you a real estate attorney. But anyway, that's your step number one. And let me tell you, you don't want to be looking for your real estate attorney or a real estate attorney to close your first subject to deal after you've got it under contract, right? This is why I've got step number one, establish a relationship. So let me go ahead and give you some advice, folks. If you don't have a real estate attorney, by the way, if you don't have a real estate attorney, you can't be in this business, right? You cannot be in this, well, you can, but you don't want to be in this business without your real estate attorney, right? So you simply Google, right? Google real estate attorney in your county or your city and state, and you just call them up. And you call them up and you say, hey, I'm looking to establish a relationship with a real estate attorney to give all my deals to. And I just need to know, will you close deals on terms? Will you do seller financing deals? Will you close subject to deals? Right. And so that's the question. That's the question. That's the main question. Step number two. Now you want to market to find motivated sellers. So how are you going to, so you got to find the sellers, right? We're going to be talking more about this later today as to where to find motivated sellers. In fact, I'm going to be interviewing Crystal and Dan a little bit later on how they're finding their favorite way to find motivated sellers. I'm going to be interviewing Andrew and Aaron later on this afternoon as to how they're finding motivated sellers. We'll cover this step later on today. Step number three, now you want to be ready to fill out your property lead sheet when sellers respond to your marketing. All right. If you don't have a property lead sheet, then as a matter of fact, I told you between 12 and 1 Eastern today, I'm going to be going over the 3-day virtual event next week. You're going to have the opportunity to send in.
I think we lost Jay. What are you saying? You're going to have the opportunity to send in lead sheets. And I don't have the.
Yeah, we lost. Oh, he's trying to come back. We lost him. So maybe talk a little. Well, why don't we answer some questions, Crystal?
We have some questions, sure.
Yeah. So I'll just bring him up and we'll ask him. And I'm going to go in reverse order because it's kind of like an emergency right now. And I can't find the beginning one. So
okay.
Is it better? Michael asked a whole pile of great questions. Is it better for the seller to wrap the note instead of buying subject to, so the seller may get a new loan?
This is certainly going to depend on the seller's situation. So it may be that even if they do sell it subject to, that they could get a second loan. So that's something they need to check with their mortgage broker. That is an option. If for some reason that is not an option, then you can consider doing a wrap. In addition, you could consider a wrap if that's something that you can't get a good subject to attorney to do, an attorney that will do subject to. So it is an opportunity. I would go subject to first, unless I found that there was absolutely a reason that in order to protect the seller so they can accomplish what they need to and or make sure I can get the deal done, that I would consider an alternate there.
Great. Okay. So some of these may be kind of answered, but I want to make sure that we've got the answers for all of them. German asked, what happens if you are threatened with the due on sale clause?
So if you're threatened with the due on sale clause, as Jay was saying, really wait it out. They're not, even if they say they might do something, you would be amazed at how long it takes for them to even start moving steps forward. So you can always reach out, work on interacting with the bank and see if you can do a negotiation. I've seen, and again, we've only had a couple people that have ever even had that experience, but I've heard of people that have been able to do a negotiation, but it takes a really long time. So in the meantime, start looking at how you're going to refinance the property.
Okay. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of chicken. Oftentimes, it's kind of like you've got to keep on your course because the other guy is going to blink first.
That's right.
Exactly. And Jay is trying to come back. So I'm going to ask Jay before he comes back to share his PowerPoint. And we're going to do one more question. And that is, if the note is called due by a mortgage lender, what do you use? And you two answer that question. Do you use private money? Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
And so here's another interesting one from Michael. Do you have subject to seller put the house in trust and assign you the beneficial interest?
I actually do not. Actually, neither does Jay. For full disclosure, it's really dependent on the way that you want to do strategy, how you want to enter into these properties, what your strategies are. Obviously, there's a lot of teaching out there that says to do that. It's been the advice of my attorney that we do not do that for a variety of reasons, and so we have never put them into trust.
Awesome.
They're just in the LLC.
Okay, so I'm going to bring Jay back, and you'll disappear for a second, Crystal, and then you'll be right back, okay? And then we will, I don't know where we were, but we'll continue. Here we go.
All right, Crystal, I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with my internet connection. So let me pull this PowerPoint back up real quick. And there we go. So, Crystal, I think I was asking you your talking point, get all the mortgage information, right?
I don't think you asked me that, but maybe you did, but you were going away then. I didn't
right.
hear you.
Yeah. So
okay. So what's my talking point to get it?
Yeah. So when I said get all the mortgage information, I don't know if everybody heard me. So we're talking, who's the lender, what's the approximate payoff, how much they owe, what's the monthly mortgage payments, principal, interest, are there insurance and taxes escrowed. So what's your talking points to get that information?
This is so, it sounds so simple, but you would be amazed at the difference it makes. So through my hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of conversations that I had, I crafted the conversation working with these individuals to make sure that I could consistently get that information, and those that work with us and for us are able to get it as well. And what I say is, okay, well, I assume you still have a mortgage on the property, and I pause. And then they say yes or no. And if they say yes, I say, okay, great. Well, then about how much do you owe? It's very unobtrusive, and it's a more assumptive language. And so I get the answer every time. And then I just go through the process. Okay, great. Who's the lender? When I'm asking them, okay, what's the monthly payment? All right, great. Does that include interest, taxes, and insurance? And then depending on the conversation that's led up to this part, they may have already revealed to me that they're behind on payments. So I'm certainly not going to again ask them, are you behind on payments? And if they haven't let that information come to the forefront, then I will generally say, oh, okay, well, so I assume it's current, and they'll tell me yes or no. And then if by some reason it happens that it's not current, then I'm wanting to find out that information at that point. Okay, great. About how much is it behind?
Right.
Just trying to stay in their space and in their languaging.
So it's an assumptive conversation that it's just normal and practical for them to give you the information because you need it, right?
That's correct.
Perfect. Step number 5, after getting the mortgage information, determine if you're going to be able to sell the property rent to own. So as we already talked about this brings in positive monthly cash flow to offset or cover the mortgage payment and other carrying costs such as insurance and taxes. So that's a very, very important point. If you can't get this thing to cash flow or at least have enough coming in to cover the underlying debt and carrying costs, then that's probably going to be a deal killer, right? Now, I'm not saying there aren't some circumstances that you might be willing to do negative cash flow, but in most cases, folks, it's just not going to make sense for you to do the deal unless you can bring in more per month than what the monthly underlying debt is. Step number 6, crunch the numbers. Make an appointment to see the property to see if there's going to be any repairs involved, right? So obviously you're not going to close on this deal until you actually go look at the property. Now we're in the midst of coronavirus, Crystal. What's different with you now about going and looking at properties when some people don't want you in their house?
they do not want us in their house, and actually for a while in our area, we wouldn't have, well, we could probably have pressed it, but it would have been unlikely. So what we did was is work it out with them to either FaceTime or use an app called Google Duo. So people who can't FaceTime, then they can all get Google Duo, and that works really well. It's pretty user friendly. And we actually have them do a walkthrough through the house. So rather than just having them take some pictures and send them to us, it's a great way for us to feel like we're present, be really interactive, and get a full tour. And if we really want to look more closely at something, now we have that space to say, oh, you know what, hey, can you go back to that? Or can you get a little closer? We'd like to see that area. So it gives everybody that kind of warm fuzzy, like we're still there, but they also get the space they need to feel like we're not bringing anything potentially into their personal space, i.e., COVID-19. And we really get to get a good look at the house and determine whether or not we want to do the purchase.
Exactly. Now, simultaneously, folks, while you are making that appointment, while you're on the phone to either go see the house in person or you're going to set the virtual tour, go ahead and request the seller to contact their mortgage company and request what's called a 30-day payoff instruction letter. A 30-day payoff instruction letter. The reason that's important is because what they actually owe on that house is not what their most recent statement says. And you're for sure not just going to take the seller's word verbally as to what they owe. So you want that 30-day payoff instruction letter. Typically, they can get that right away from their lender, and you want it good for 30. You want that payoff good for 30 days to give you plenty of time to close on the deal. So that payoff letter will tell the seller and you want to ask them to send you a copy of that, scan and email you the copy of that 30-day payoff letter. That right there is the exact payoff. If they're willing to sell to you at payoff, that's the figure that you use on the payoff letter to put on the purchase and sale agreement and on the HUD settlement statement. If you're negotiating and paying them some cash in addition to what they owe, then the purchase price or the sale price of that property is the payoff amount that's on the instruction letter plus whatever amount of cash or money above that payoff that you're agreeing to pay them. Add those two figures together, and that is the purchase price. So step 7 is we're going to prepare the offer to purchase. Now, this is assuming that you've been to the house or you've done the virtual tour and you want to buy it. All right. So now you're going to prepare the offer to purchase. And as I just said, the purchase price, I must have written this PowerPoint, Chris, because I keep saying everything right before the PowerPoint comes. Anyway, so the purchase price is the current payoff amount on that 30-day payoff instruction letter, unless, as I just said, you've agreed to pay more. Step number 8, know what to say and what not to say. So the way I do the business, I discuss the deal and the way of purchasing subject to in person. Now, Krista, you actually do it over the phone, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. So
better judgment.
take 30 seconds and tell people how you explain what subject to is over the phone, because people and sellers have never heard of subject to.
Sure.
Oh, here's what I say. There you go. Oh. So here's what I say. Then I'll let you share what you say. All
sure.
Right. So here's what I say. I say, folks, I can do the deal. We're going to have a traditional closing. Now, here's what I mean by traditional closing. Meaning so is it traditional? Not really, but it is traditional because I'm using a real estate attorney to do the closing. This is not what's called a tabletop closing at the kitchen table. We're actually using a real estate attorney. The deed and ownership of your property will be transferred to my LLC or your land trust if you're using a land trust. At the closing, I'm going to be responsible for all the property taxes, insurance, repairs, mortgage payments, and all the other expenses for the property. You will sign an authorization to release, and all correspondence from your mortgage company will be sent to my office. Your mortgage will be paid off when I sell the house, and and I don't have this on the screen, but I'm going to say it, but all the problems and pain with this property now is immediately my responsibility and my problem. So how about you, Crystal? What do you do?
I tell them that the way that it normally works, and we purchase houses like theirs all the time, is that we take over all the payments. We take care of maintenance, taxes, repairs, insurance. Anything associated with this house is now our responsibility. There are no commissions or fees charged to you, and you can move whenever you want. And then generally that will lead them to the next question. Okay, so how does that work? You said you take care of all payments. And then I explained, well, we'll take care of all your mortgage payments. The difference is that the mortgage will remain in your name for a time period while we're working to get it cashed out, whether we sell it directly or we work with one of our tenant buyers to sell it. And so,
well, and what you just said also, Crystal, reminds me that it's very important to keep the conversation and communication simple,
yep.
right? In fact, Chaffee went over this morning in the mindset piece that I believe his quote was, the success of your life, and I'll paraphrase, actually comes down to how successful you are at communicating, right? Correct. So we want to keep it simple. Step number 9, after explaining the subject 2, now we're going to email the payoff instruction letter and the offer to purchase to your closing agent. So you see, your real estate attorney, your closing agent, has got to have a copy of that payoff instruction letter to verify the dollar amount that's going to go on the closing documents. Step number 10, at the closing, you have the seller sign an authorization to release. And this authorization to release is a simple document that the seller is giving you and the rest of your team members, like the authorization to release that we use. It's going to give us the right, my attorney, my team members, to speak and talk with the mortgage company about any details pertaining to the mortgage, right? Because that seller's moving out. So now you've got to be able to talk with the mortgage company or the lender. Step number 11, send a copy of the authorization release form to the mortgage company. And you're going to need to have someone on your team follow up with the mortgage company to ensure they receive it. So the mortgage company's got to get that authorization to release so that you can talk to the mortgage company in the future for any reason that you may need to, and your real estate attorney. Also at the closing, step 12, have your seller call the lender to request a change of mailing address for all correspondence. Now, you can do that yourself once you get the authorization to release, but sometimes it takes a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to get that authorization to release document actually in the system with the mortgage lender. So we want all correspondence from the mortgage company immediately to start coming to us. So we want the mortgage company to send everything to our entity's mailing address. So like, let's say Sally Smith is the seller. Well, all correspondence will still come to Sally Smith, but it will come to Sally Smith care of your company and your mailing address. All right. Also to the lender, just to keep things simple, we let the lender know that we're not going to be managing this property. Of course, we're going to be managing this property because we own it, right? But I tell the lender, and I'm not lying, all right? I just want to keep it simple and not confuse the issue. I'm telling the mortgage lender, we are now going to be managing this property for Sally Smith and et cetera, et cetera. But when Sally Smith calls and requests a change of address, there's no reason that has to be given. Sally Smith just says, I need to change my address to whatever yours is. And again, on this call, the lender can also confirm the amount due on the mortgage, but they're not going to need to do that really because you've got the 30-day payoff instruction letter. Immediately make all past due payments to the mortgage company after closing. Important point. Do not bring, if there's payments in arrears, do not bring those mortgage payments current until you have closed and now your entity owns it. So if you don't have the money available, we mentioned this earlier, you can borrow private money and put it in second position. Step number 14, you now are going to need to get your own insurance on the property, right? Immediately after closing, you want to purchase insurance naming your entity as the insured, and you still are going to now list the lender, the mortgage company that has that mortgage that you're agreeing to make payments on. You're going to list them on the insurance policy as the mortgagee. Now, your mortgagee, the mortgage lender is going to want proof of insurance that it's still there, because you see the seller now no longer has what's called an insurable interest. They don't own the property. So at this time, once you've got your own insurance in place, the seller can cancel their property insurance. Now, I will tell you this as a side note. Some mortgage lenders will still require the seller of that property to be on your insurance policy as an additional insured. Some lender, in fact, I just had one last week. Carol Joy came to me, well, we got one here, just bought this house subject to, and they want the seller's name on there on our policy as an additional insured. No problem. You just have your insurance company name the seller of the property as additional insured, and the mortgage company sees their name on there, and then it's all good. Then here we go. Sit back and enjoy. Congratulations. You've successfully bought a subject to property. And once you've got the buyer lined up, you will now have a win-win-win situation for when you sell the property, particularly to a rent-to-own buyer. So, Crystal, we got 30 seconds for questions.
Well, the good news is when you disappeared, we did get to answer some questions.
That's good. That's good. So I'm going to minimize my PowerPoint, come back here. And I know Scott's been monitoring questions. So while Scott's coming back on here, Crystal, and the last time I got kicked off is when Scott tried to come back in. So when Scott comes back in and I get kicked off, I'll be right back, right? But
fair enough.
So while Scott's coming on to ask us some questions here that we got in the comment box, you want to give any color to what I just went over? Do you have any thoughts come to mind as I was going over the information?
No, simply that, one of the big things that people get confused about or they're really struggling with is, how does this work? How are they going to make this happen? How am I going to convince somebody to do this? Well, you're not doing any convincing. So remember during your conversation that you're there to serve this person. And if you just lead from that space and truly listen to what they need, you can help them. You can meet the need. But it's when you get caught up in just trying to get your information and run through a script and just get to the finish line, that's not going to work. So I tell people you have about 3 minutes to potentially have a chance to purchase, or you're absolutely out. So be very, very conscientious about that. You're here to serve these people. You're here to really hear, listen, engage, and find out what's going on. So put your listening ears on when you're doing these leads so that you can make sure that you're meeting them where they need to be met and you're actually addressing what their concerns are. And when you do that, they're going to feel heard and they're going to want to work with you.
Excellent. So we got a question here.
How about Jay? How about if I start the questions because I can actually bring them up so everyone can see them?
Beautiful. And right. So we'll do about 5 minutes of questions, and then we'll go on our 15-minute break, Scott.
Okay.
So if we don't get to all of them right now, I promise you, folks, Scott will make sure we get to them sometime today, maybe after the next session or whatever. So y'all bear with us.
So Sue asked, if I bought a house subject to, who has the insurance?
I think we just answered that. So here, that's a very important question, though. Whoever or whatever entity, excellent question, Sue, whatever entity owns the property is the person responsible for the insurance. So when you buy it, subject to the existing note, it's your entity, it's your LLC, it's your land trust that's got the insurance. So no, not both parties, but as I just mentioned, some mortgage lenders will require for the seller to still be named as an additional insured. Excellent question.
Okay, Leah asked, how do I vet a private money lender who contacts me and check their legitimacy before working a deal with them?
I know what my answer is, Crystal. When they wire their funds to my real estate attorney's trust account and the money is good, I know they're good.
Sure.
That's a great question. I never thought about vetting a private money lender. So in other words, in all seriousness, I've never had a new private money lender tell me they have X number of funds to work with, and they really don't. In fact, it's the opposite. They always have more money to work with than they initially tell you. Excellent.
Right. They don't want to tell you how much money they've got because they think you're going to take it all. So Manny asked, doesn't the seller do a background check on you? So we just answered that one. No, it was a good question, Manny. Can you wholesale a subject to?
Crystal, I'll let you answer that.
You can wholesale a subject to. There's people that do that.
But why would you want to?
Well, exactly. If it has enough profit in it, I want to close on it. But yes, you can do that. I would just also be reluctant to do that because I'm the one who built trust. So I'm sure it's going to be harder to convey that to somebody else. But
so you can do it, but don't do it.
I wouldn't.
Yep. How are you finding your subject to properties? And
I'll take that one, Crystal. So how am I finding subject to properties? So Jenny, it's a good question. In fact, it's a really good question. In fact, my nickname for Jenny is Brilliance. It's a brilliant question, Jenny. So let me answer the question by answering it this way. Let me tell you where you're not going to find your subject to properties. You're not going to find your subject to properties in the multiple listing service, right? You're not going to find your subject to properties at the courthouse. Now, you will on foreclosures, but what I'm saying is auctions, just straight out auctions. If the bank is auctioning off a property on the courthouse, the bank is not going to sell it to you subject to. So the answer to your question, Jenny, is all of your subject to properties are what we call off-market homes. They're all FSBOs. They're all for sale by owners. So whatever method, and we're going to talk about this in detail today, how Dan and Crystal and my other successful students and myself, how are we finding off-market houses today? That's where your subject to deals are, is off-market houses, FSBOs.
Great. And there was a lot of questions about due on sale, but I think we handled all of those, so I'm going to skip them. Mm-hmm. Can you describe the pretty house again? So what is a pretty house?
I'll let you answer that one, Crystal.
Yay, can you tell I leaned in? Because I love pretty house. Pretty house simply means that you don't have to do any work, or if you have any work whatsoever to do, it's incredibly minimal. So you're purchasing a house that you can convey to somebody else that just is ready to go.
Awesome. And Tony asks, are you using option fees and down payments interchangeably?
I'll take that one, Crystal. Excellent question, Tony. So I'm not using option fee and down payment interchangeably, but here, I'm so glad you asked this question, Tony. So the option fee will be applied. Oh, this is such a good question, Tony. The option fee, when the buyer is ready for a mortgage, the option fee is going to be first. Y'all, this is a write or downer, big time, write or downer. The option fee, or a portion of that option fee, is first going to be applied to closing costs for the buyer of that property that you sold to on rent to own. Here's why. I learned this the hard way, so you all get to learn it the easy way. All right. Years ago, I did not have in my documentation that the option fee would be applied to closing costs. I said it would be, in my documentation, used to say it would be applied to purchase price. Well, guess who got stuck with paying the buyer's closing costs, which typically run between $3,000 and $5,000, because they didn't have any more money. They had given me their option money months in advance when they moved in. They didn't have any more money saved up for closing costs. Well, the lender, the mortgage company that the rent-to-own buyer was using to cash me out, that lender said, the documentation says the option fee is going towards down payment. You, Jay Connor, Mr. Seller, cannot apply any of their option money to closing costs because your documentation says it's going towards purchase or the down payment. Well, it didn't take me long, Crystal, to learn that lesson, right? So, for sure. So now my documentation says that the option fee, whatever the closing costs are for the buyer, will first be applied to the closing costs. All right. See, I don't care if they're applied to closing cost or purchase price, just as long as I don't have to pay the closing cost, right? So by me putting in the documentation that the option fee is first applied to the closing cost, that means I'm not getting stuck paying the closing cost. And then if there's any option fee over and beyond that $5,000, which a lot of times there is, then the remainder of that option fee will be applied to the purchase price. So, Tony, in answer to your question, the option fee, a portion of it is used as down payment or credit towards the purchase price. So let's say you're cashing them out using FHA financing. Well, FHA minimum down payment is 3.5%, right? So the closing costs first, then the balance goes towards down payment. Now, if we're cashing out using USDA financing, which is zero down, again, that balance would go towards purchase price. Excellent question, Tony.
All right. And here's a good question from Kathleen. Do you have to make up late payments?
Crystal, I'll let you handle that one.
Yes, you have to make up late payments. So if the seller is unable to make up the late payments, they have to be made up. You cannot, unless of course you have option for a modification. But by this stage of the game, if they have late payments and they're trying to sell to you, they need to be made current so that you can be working forward and know that the loan's in good standing.
Absolutely. And in addition to what Crystal just said, and Scott, we're out of time for questions, so please make a note of the questions that we have not gotten to so we can make sure we get them a little bit later on. But in addition to what Crystal just said, folks, the reason you need to make up those late payments is because if you don't, even if it's like just 2 or 3 payments behind, well, guess what the mortgage lender is going to be doing? They're going to be ringing your seller's phone off the hook all the time saying, make your payments, make your payments. Your payments are behind. They're going to be threatening them with foreclosure. And that is not going to set up a very good relationship between you and your seller. So yes. And again, how do you bring them current? Well, you bring them current after closing. And of course, you can use private money to bring them current. So everybody, if this was an awesome session and you learned something in this past hour and a half, particularly the last hour and 25 minutes with me and Crystal, type in the comment bar right now, awesome session, awesome session. Come on, y'all, send me a lot of love. Hey, even if it wasn't
fun.
even if it wasn't awesome, tell me it was awesome. How about that? Put in the comment bar, awesome session. All right, Crystal, thank you so much.
Thank you. I had a great time as always.
That's right. In fact, I'm going to bring you back with Dan not long. Well, let's see here. It won't be long from now, probably about an hour from now or so. But I'll be bringing you and Dan back to talk about how you're doing business during COVID-19, how you're finding your favorite way to find motivated sellers, right now, and et cetera. Scott, any housekeeping before we take the 15-minute countdown clock break?
All I want to tell everybody is, yes, there is a replay. It'll be the same place you're watching now. And I'll also put a link to it in the comments so you can find it. But yeah, we're going to have the replay will be up when we're done.
Awesome. So folks, you can take your break, but we're starting back exactly in 15 minutes. You want to be back in place. I got Corey Boatwright coming on live, and right behind Corey Boatwright, I've got the expert in self-storage for the nation, Scott Myers. See you all in exactly 15 minutes.
Howdy, my name is Russ Fox. I'm here at Jay Carter's Cash Flow Conference here in Morehead City at Emerald Island at the Islander Hotel Resort. Had a great time here. We had learned lots of things. More importantly, it really feels like family. And it shows how much everybody cares about everybody else. We're not just in it just to make money. We're in it to help people. And that's what this is all about. So I appreciate Jay having this for us so we can come and look forward to the next one.
Hi, I'm Laurel Falvey, and this is Robert Falvey. We're from Blacksburg, South Carolina. I came here a novice, and I'm leaving here, I'm not going to say a genius, but with a wealth of information. As I said to one of the workers before, that I feel like I have a pot of gold. And that is the information that I've received here today, that I can keep going into my pot of gold, pulling nuggets out, and my pot of gold is never going down. So I want to say thank you, Jay. Thank you, Carol Joy. Thank you, everybody, for such a wonderful event.
She said it better than I ever could. Thank you so much.
My name is John Irving. I'm just yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. I really enjoyed the program. I came here not really knowing what I was what's gonna happen here. Had an idea. Pretty much like they knocked it out of the park. I got a lot of information here. Learned a lot of new things. Met a lot of new people. I definitely recommend it. And I would definitely come back. I'm glad to be part of the program, and you should too.
Hi, my name's Andy West. I was here at the Jay Connor event, and it was awesome. Learned a lot about private money and how to find private lenders. All right, so I didn't realize, how simple really the system is that he has. And it was just amazing to learn, exactly how I can get private lenders and to set them at ease that their investment is safe with me.
So would you recommend other people coming to know about real estate?
Absolutely. I would absolutely recommend this to anybody who wants to know more about real estate investing and wants to get into the business, or even anybody that's not getting started but has already gotten started. They need this information.
Hi, I'm Corey Sitko. This is my daughter, Mandy Sitko. We're here at Jay Connor's conference on getting private money. It was a fantastic. There's so much information, literally almost too much to absorb. So it's going to take us a little while, but it's going to help us so much. I know we're ready. We're at the point where we just need the extra money for rehab houses and stuff like that. So it's going to be fantastic. You want to add to that?
Yeah, so we came home with systems and a list of action steps to do. So we know exactly what to do to be successful. And Jay seems awesome at that. His whole team is like a family. I took care of a lady with special needs, and she was in on the conference too and participated as well. So it's really, truly a family.
Yeah, it's very affectionate, and you got hugs and everybody warm welcome and goodbye. So it's very good. Excellent.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Aruna Paroma from Washington, D.C. I spent 3 wonderful days here at Jay Connor's Where to Get the Money Now Cash Flow Conference. And I can't say enough about his entire team and how they made us feel welcome and just the level of genuine information that they shared. You really feel a connection with these people. You really feel like they care about you. And not only that, but you get quality information, very detailed, step-by-step information that's easy to follow. You couple that with the fact that we all felt like one big family here. I've got my kids that came up with me. We're beachfront. It was a great time. And what I would say to anybody, if you're thinking about coming, make sure you book that ticket. Make sure you book your room. Come on down. You're going to have a great time. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to have a lot of fun. All right? And that's coming from the heart. This was one of the best real estate conferences I've ever been to, hands down.
Well, these 3 days, if I have to put it down to one word, it's going to be, stay with me, math. Because I've realized that being with Jay and his group of community has given me motivation for the work, access to a huge amount of knowledge, and then also preparation for success. I have to thank Jay and his group of workers and team that have put themselves together to make it happen. And I encourage anybody that would ever be interested or I've been given an invite to show up.
This is Stu Baldwin with American Capital. We have a rent-to-own housing business in Elmira, the upstate area of New York, here at the Finger Lakes. We came to this conference because we've raised already about $5 million in private lending funds to fund our business. We were looking for further tips on one hand, inspiration on the other, and clearly Jay has been there, done that. We're getting ready to greatly expand our business with additional private lenders, and we thought this would be the perfect opportunity. What we like about Jay's operation is that he's a believer, number one, that was helpful to us. He's operating in a relatively small town area, which is similar to where we operate. And clearly he comes from a place of service, not just trying to make money off of his expertise we value.
And we're also really soaking up all of the chances for automation and outsourcing, because as we grow, sometimes it's just been the two of us, and we really need a little bit of help and accountability support to move through that.
So we've enjoyed this entire presentation. We signed up for Platinum Plus and Mastermind because we're looking forward to taking our business to the next level and hobnobbing over the next year with similar like-minded individuals. Because when you start to think about how you're going to be in business, you're going to really think about how you're going to raise capital. And just coming to this event, I learned the little intricacies of how to build relationships, because relationships matter for people that you're going to be working with to do existing business. And this is really about your life work. Life full of energy, dealing with how do people know that you are a trusted source. So when I start looking at a trusted source, I can look at going back and say, hey, I have nothing where all I have to do is support the sale, and I can do it continuously. The same people that I met from having a good conversation and helping them. And That's the biggest thing that definitely needs to be helping them help myself in the process, but it's really about helping them get a big return from the business. Yes, definitely, because when you start to build a business and you understand what's happening from it, usually other people's happening, but it's not existing. It's not a lifetime relationship. It's the opportunity to build a lifetime relationship.
So my name is Paul Hale. I'm from Washington State, Eastern Washington, actually. Down here enjoying lovely North Carolina for Jay Connor's Cash Flow Conference. And it's just terrific. He shows all kinds of strategies. It's amazing how open he is. He shows his entire business. He talks about exactly who are the different key roles in his business, and he shows you exactly how he found them, how much he pays them, how he works with them. Everything is super, super transparent. I never imagined he would be that transparent. I remember he would say he would, and I thought, no, there's no way he's really going to open up that much. It totally does. And it's really remarkable to actually see kind of underneath the hood how it's a seven-figure business, and with the minimal time and expense. So when he's got it all set up, it's just really absolutely amazing. So very insightful, very worth the trip out here in Eastern Washington. Happy to be here.
Well, hello, everybody. We are back. So, Scott, any housekeeping items before I bring on our next guest?
No, Jay. I think we're moving right along, keeping up pretty much on our schedule, and I'm really excited to hear. I don't want to say the name. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but he's awesome. So.
Well, I know he's been in the green room and waiting patiently now for about 30 minutes. So anyway, Scott, and you've got Scott Myers ready right after Corey, right?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Excellent. All right, thank you, Scott. We'll jump into this session right now. So again, folks, before I introduce my guest here coming on, I want to remind everybody that approximately, let's see here, at what time? Yes, and approximately 45 minutes to 1 hour from right now, you definitely want to be in front of your laptop then, because I'm going to be pulling the curtain back on this 3-day virtual event that I'm going to be teaching all 3 days next week, and you definitely want to hear all about that. Well, folks, I'm so excited to have on next right now a very dear friend of mine. We're in a mastermind together. He's one of the most successful real estate investors in the nation. And so with that, Scott, let's go ahead and bring on Corey Boatwright. Hello, Corey.
What's going on, Jay?
Man, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, Corey. I tell you, 2 Fridays ago, we had 2,500 people. Last Friday, we had 2,600 people. At any given time, we're having 300 or more here on Facebook and on YouTube. And so, Corey, we've got about 20 minutes or so for us to spend together. So I really want to leverage your experience and your expertise while I've got you on here. But before we jump in, how about take a minute or two and give people your background story, what your real estate investing business looks like, what's your area of expertise that you focus in on, and give them your background.
Thanks, Jay. I appreciate it. I'll be quick here. So my name is Corey Boatwright. I have been in real estate investing for over 20 years. Done just about everything you can imagine, from bird dog all the way up to lease option. Had a rehab business, did not like that. Had a big short sale business back in the crash during the 2008 to 2011, 12 range. And then went through some pretty big personal challenges, as we all do. Helped me get a new perspective on life, and really dug deep into wholesaling. Within the last 5-6 years, that's what I've been really focused on with wholesaling in the greater Oklahoma City area. I have a 3-prong kind of business model, if you will. So we have our wholesaling single family business. We have our commercial investing business, where I'm owner of over 430 doors on the GP side, a small percentage of the ownership of that. And then we also have consulting and coaching. And that's very fulfilling to work with clients to be able to show them how to build their business and set up systems and processes using technology, which I like to do. So we do about 110 deals a year. With this COVID, we'll probably be down just a little bit. We'll do our best to bump it up before the end of the year, but we moved from more of a local model to a virtual model. I think many people had to do that, Jay. And so we've been really focusing on wholesaling on our single family business. We've been looking more into sub 2 with the kind of short sales 2.0 that'll be coming within the next 12 to 24 months, in my opinion. And from some of my clients and people I work with, my mentors, they all agree that Jay, you and I both heard it's going to be easier to buy, harder to sell. And I think that there's going to be opportunities for you to take over property subject to with great terms and help a lot of people, serve a lot of people in that regard. So that's a little bit of my story, and I'm just appreciative that you brought me on here.
Yeah, so I'm glad you just said what you just did about subject to, because I presented a 90-minute session this morning on subject to, the ins and outs of it, and talking points with sellers and et cetera. And so, yeah, you and I are thinking exactly the same thing, Corey. What a huge opportunity that we and all real estate investors will have to serve a lot of people. I pointed out to people this morning that when it comes to foreclosures, there's really 2 big categories of foreclosures. One are all those people that were already in foreclosure prior to coronavirus. Of course, all that is still on a stay, across the nation. And so that's huge. But then we've got this whole brand new avalanche of new foreclosures that are going to come about because of over 41 million people that have been unemployed. And so I'm sure you agree with that. It's just going to be a huge opportunity to help a lot of people out of their own crisis, right?
Absolutely. I don't see it being, like 2008, but I do see it being a pretty challenging time with bad habits. And what I mean by that is there's statistically, if one person misses a payment on their property, or if they missed a month in work, they would be in debt. Nobody has savings statistically. And so the government kind of funding the payments, or working with the banks so they don't have to make the payment for 3 to 6 months, these forbearances and these loan modifications, they will run out. And the challenge that many people aren't talking about, that I'm noticing, is bad habits. So if you take someone that probably isn't the best financially in the first place, and then you tell them, don't worry about making your payment for 3 to 6 months. Oh, by the way, now that comes back, now you need to start making your payment. The money that they're getting, instead of putting that towards principal, instead of doing a responsible, more likely thing, they're probably going to be creating bad habits. And I think that that's going to create an opportunity for real estate investors. I certainly don't, wish that on anybody, but I think it's going to create an opportunity for investors. And I think the banks are going to get hit by this in waves. And in my opinion, even though there's a housing shortage really right now, I think they're going to get hit in waves. And because of that, there'll be another opportunity that we can pick up properties for a great deal to get them off of the back of the banks. Most people don't realize during short sales is that when you have a house, let's say it's $100,000 house, and they get behind on payments, that $100,000 house is eating up about $300,000 to $400,000 in a credit line for that bank. So the bank is willing to get rid of that property for a discount because it releases that credit line, Jay. And so when you have a lot of that happen at one time, you can see that could be a pretty pretty big challenge. And so I think that we're going to see smaller lending companies and banks feel that when people have to start making their payments again. But we'll see.
So you mentioned a moment ago that for some time now, you've been focusing on the wholesale business. But before we talk about the wholesale business, I want to ask you one more question. And that is, if you had a crystal ball, how long do you think that the effects of the coronavirus financial situation is going to be affecting the economy or affecting people that are homeowners going into foreclosure? How long is this, wave going to be affected by coronavirus?
Well, if you look at Warren Buffett's prediction, I mean, he's talking about could potentially be 10 years. I think 12 to 24 months is when we're going to start seeing probably the bigger part of what the after effect of, I guess you'd say, of coronavirus. I think that rates will be getting lower, which is great, but the standard to get that rate is going to go higher. So I think the FICO now is like 680. I see that going up to, even 700. So it's going to be, you can get those rates, but you have to have really good credit. And that's going to put those other people that can't get that in a different position. I also think, like you said, there's a lot of people that were already dealing, are missing payments and they're getting close to that list pendants. So this just put the nail in the coffin, for many of them. And then you also got the other side of it, Jay, which people that are getting paid now more money than they did at work. So why should I go back to work? There's that mentality, but that eventually will run out. But I think about 12 to 24 months is when we're going to start, really feeling that after effect.
Yeah. So on to wholesaling. So you said you'd been focused on wholesaling for a while. What year did you switch over to really focusing on wholesaling and sort of retiring from the rehabbing business?
Well, I went from the rehab business to the short sale business, and I started retiring from the short sale business in 2012. At the end of 2012, I got thyroid cancer, and it changed my life. That was my personal big thing that happened, and I realized I couldn't go speak like I was doing. I couldn't coach as well. Couldn't talk really. I was kind of down for a few months and pretty depressed too. I really was pretty depressed because I've never had anything big like that happen to me. And so I was kind of in the unknown. I didn't know how long it's going to affect. I didn't know, anybody that's ever been dealing with cancer knows that you go in for these treatments and then they tell you whether or not it's there or if it's coming back or it's kind of this, it's a really, it's a lot to deal with. And I just realized that it's getting harder for short sales to get approved because of the red tape, the 60 days and 90 days, all these things are coming out with the institutions wanted you to sign because they wanted to make sure that basically they're making as much money as they could, but on the other end, you were turning around selling that short sale. So you had to get a discount in order to sell it because there's no equity in the deal in the first place. So it's just becoming more of a challenge. And so I decided that the low-hanging fruit was going to be wholesaling. I still believe that's the case. I believe it's one of the fastest ways you can get in and get a fast paycheck. I do think that you should get properties. I own properties as well, single family and multifamily. But I think wholesaling is a great way to just kind of get your feet going and get a paycheck. And so that's what we did. And what I decided to do is create a system around building a wholesaling business where I didn't have to have that business run me so much. So I really started treating it like a business, and we've been, pretty much steadily growing we've been growing about 15% or so a year for the last 5 years.
So just to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about, when you say the wholesale business, what does that mean? What is a wholesale deal? What is the wholesale business? What are the different what is the deal and what are the different parts that need to be in place?
Sure. So I categorize these properties pretty ugly and scary. And so, this kind of covers the gamut. So pretty is like what you call a lipstick house. So let's say I found a house that is worth maybe 150 and I could pick it up for, let's say, $100,000. Okay. Well, I might have somebody that really likes that property, and I don't have to do anything to it. I go to the owner, off market, most of the times off market. The owner signs an agreement with me because they want to sell quickly. Because remember, the wholesaling division is kind of like the pawn shop of real estate, Jay. That's why I like to call it the pawn shop of real estate, right? When you have that gun, you go down there and you try to get 90% for your gun. They're not going to pay you for it. They're going to probably pay you 30 to 40 cents. We usually end up acquiring properties in and around greater OKC area at 40 to 60 cents on the dollar. So basically every $100,000 house, we're going to pick it up for $40 to $60,000. Now it's going to need repairs typically and those other things. And then we have a cash buy criteria in order to kind of fluctuate there on negotiations. But for simplicity purposes, I have a $150,000 house. Let's say I pick up a contract for $100,000. I sign that agreement, what's called an A to B transaction. A is the homeowner, B is me, the wholesaler. Okay. Then I find somebody that really likes that house and maybe they pay me $120 for that house. So obviously if I got it for $100, right, and they'll pay me $120, that's a $20,000 profit, essentially gross profit. So now I go from A to B, which A, the homeowner, B, the wholesaler, me, the wholesaler. Now I go B to C, me, the wholesaler, to C, the end buyer, in cash buyer, investor buyer, which is going to be a fix and flipper typically, or a landlord. And I'll sell my contract to them. Now we do something in Oklahoma. We double close on the transaction. So we'll come in, close on the A to B, and then we'll close on the B to C on the same time frame, usually within the same hour. And we can do some certain things in Oklahoma other states can't do. But typically what you'll do is you'll close on that transaction and you'll turn right around and sell that property over to your new end buyer. Or you can assign the contract. Many states will have you assign the contract. So if you assign the contract, then you would assign the contract for that $20,000 difference. However, you're not going to tell the end buyer that you're buying the property for $100,000. You're just going to assign over essentially your contract that's going to be redacted, where you're not going to have your number in there. And then at closing, then they'll pay for their $120 and everybody will be happy. We just don't do assignments because we like double close. Something that we've done for years and years, and we prefer to do it that way. But I know other states, specifically because of transfer tax and a bunch of other things, or they require you to bring a lot of cash to the closing. So you have to basically take care of that and research it for your state. But that's a wholesale transaction where you're essentially selling contracts, not really houses.
So what do you like the most about wholesaling, and why is that your focus for the past few years?
It's low hanging fruit. It's a transactional business, but you can systemize it to a degree. I mean, you have a lot of people. It's hard to systemize, but it's a math business. It's a pretty simple to understand business. Not a lot of brain surgery, and so it really is just a business that doesn't take a whole lot of the way we have it set up. It doesn't take a whole lot of effort to continue to have deals closing pretty much every week. But you don't start there, Jay. I mean, you start putting a lot more sweat and effort in the very, very beginning until you start building a team. And when you start building that team up, then those other people start doing the things that you were doing. Of course, in the beginning, you're the bottle washer, the cook, the cleaner, everything. You're everything. But you start building the team together on it, it starts to be a pretty great business that you don't spend a whole lot of time.
So how important is it for you to have a list to some degree of real estate investors that's got the cash to take down the deals that you can double close or assign these contracts to?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we deal a lot with fix and flippers and landlords. We also will do hoteling, where we'll sell also off the MLS, and we'll get usually a higher tier buyer from the MLS, usually a higher price buyer as well. So it's important to have both. it's important to have both, because you want to be able to control your buyers and you want to be able to control your sellers as much as you can. If you can control both sides, then you can maneuver, pretty smartly.
So whether you're wholesaling, buying subject to and staying in the deal, or rehabbing, all of us have still got to find the deals, right? We got to find the deals. And if you're wholesaling, 100%, 99% of your sellers are off market for sale by owners, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you're wholesaling, you're not finding the deals in the multiple listing service. You got to be doing marketing to off market houses, to people that have either thought about selling, or maybe they haven't even thought about selling until they, got your marketing. So let's bring it home to COVID-19 and coronavirus. Since we've been in shutdown, and as of right now, what are your best ways to find and locate motivated sellers off market deals?
That's a great question. So there are obviously a plethora of them, and I'll give you the best. So the best ones right now is what we call our Polygon list. And our Polygon list is essentially going to be taking your properties that you've sold in the past and looking at your highest profits. And looking at that highest profits, that's going to be, let's say, 5, 10 properties going to have the highest profits. Then drawing a polygon on a map and being able to pull in, look at that area and pull in from that little area based on a data set. And for us, the data set would be 55 years and older. They've owned the house for 10 years or longer. Those are two big ones. But then you can overlay it on list stacking as well. So list stacking would be someone, let's say, that's also delinquent on their taxes, but they also were in that high profit area. So you list stack and add different lists to be able to get the ones that have the most amount of kind of pain, if you will. Each one of those lists kind of represent pain. And then you can also qualify the list to see if it's a high quality list or a lower quality list. So let's just say an owner occupied list. Well, that would be a kind of a low motivation list, versus a tax delinquent would be a high motivation list. So we have different kind of tiers, if you will, for that motivation. The other thing that we're getting right now is a technology we've been working on with my business partner, Sean Terry, called Pixel, or REI Pixel, where basically people come to your website, and if they didn't fill anything out whatsoever, and they left your website, there is about a 25% hit rate on kind of an instant skip trace from that person that left your website, didn't do anything. They just kind of went there, maybe looked at a few things, didn't fill anything out. They bounced, and then immediately you get about 1 out of 4 of those people will get a lead, their information into your CRM instantly, which is pretty exciting. So we're getting a lot of right now these Pixel leads, and that's very exciting. The last thing would be, because I want to give you 3. The last one that is converting very high for us right now is our cold call leads. Believe it or not, we have a cold caller that calls every day, about 8 hours a day, and they make about between 14 and 1,600 dials. And out of that, they'll set 3 appointments, and so, or more, but usually 3 appointments. And so that's been going really well, because if they're not there, they'll leave a message, and then the follow-up will come, and they'll work through a follow-up process. So most people don't have a follow-up system at all, and they're missing tons and tons of deals. Most people don't look at their Polygon lists, and they don't look at what they can create data sets that is similar people that sell to you have similar things with them. Even to the point where many of them, believe it or not, like Aerosmith and the Doors, you can even get as granular as some of those kind of things, Jay. So I like some of that data, and those are some of the things that we're using right now, and it's given us a quality list.
Yeah, so I was going to say, and you just answered my question partially. So you've got the list, but there's all kinds of ways, to actually locate the motivated sellers. You've got, you got online, you got Facebook ads you can do, you've got bandit signs, you've got direct mail, and you just mentioned outbound calling. Do you all use Mojo by chance as your outbound calling software, or a different software?
We use a different one. We have used Mojo in the past. We like Call Tools better now. It's a little more robust for what we need it for, to connect certain audiences for Facebook and differentiate leads the way we like to, and it works with other platforms that we like a little better. So Mojo is a good. It's just a little limited on what it can connect to.
Yeah. So you're tracking how many wholesale deals this year?
Right now, I can tell you, we're below where we should be, but we should be over right now. 50,
well, maybe an easier question is, how many did you do last year?
107, I believe.
So 107. So that's good right there. So that triggers this question: how big of a team do you need to do 107 deals, and what does your team look like?
Yeah, so we have a team of under 10 people. We have 2 acquisition managers. We have a transaction coordinator. We have, on our disposition side, we have really one disposition kind of source, if you will, because we put a lot of things on the MLS and we wholesale it. But we do have another disposition that works part-time with us. And then we have 3 virtual assistants and 1 cold caller. And then we're working with a full-time texter right now as well.
Oh, full-time texting. I love it. I love it. So, Corey, I know. So here's the deal, folks. If you are interested at all in learning about or becoming an even better wholesaler, or you want to add some wholesaling to the mix of your business, Corey Boatwright is the guy right there that's got the experience, the expertise. And so, Corey, what's the best way for people to coordinate or to connect with you? Is that this right here, shortsalefundamentals.com?
No. That was for our old short sales. So that we've had it for a long time, though. So many people say it. Just go to my website, which is CoreyBoatwright.com, CoreyBoatwright. That you can find everything you need to there. If you're specifically interested in wholesaling and wanting to get on a call with us, we have a specific URL, which is CorysCoaching.com, CorysCoaching.com, CORYS coaching. And that's a little 2-minute video. It's a really quick kind of, here's exactly what wholesaling is. And here is, have you done any? Are you doing a few? Are you doing a lot? And, how can we work together? So we ask a few questions and see if it's a good fit.
Awesome. So, Scott, I know you've got it up here on the screen, but Scott or Chaffee, if you could also put CorysCoaching.com in the chat, then that means it will stay there indefinitely and actually on the replay as well. Right. So, Corey, final thoughts and advice to real estate investors as where we are in the midst of coronavirus.
I think that, everything has changed to some degree in terms of what the illumination has created. We all have more awareness on things, and it's created new reasons why people want to sell. So one thing I can tell you, that if you have any existing old leads, the easiest way for you can go pick up another good property is going back to your old leads right now and seeing if they have new motivation. We tend to go out there and always be outward seeking and looking for the new thing, looking for the new marketing, where all the, it's funny, in Oklahoma, my cousin goes and fishes, and he was telling me about everybody goes to this new hole and this new place that they heard that's going to have the big fish, and he just keeps staying at the same place, and someday he gets a big fish, someday he gets a small fish, but he's always catching fish. And you can just remember to catch fish in your own list and go back to follow up, constantly follow up, constantly find out if people's motivation has changed, new fears, new anxieties, new reasons why people want to sell. And if you were $5,000-$10,000 different, maybe now that doesn't sound too bad to them, and you can actually get that deal under contract. So that'd be my advice.
Amen, brother. Time and circumstances changes motivations, and my lands, if we had some circumstances change for sure. So Corey Boatwright, what a dear friend you are. Thank you so much for coming on here. Folks, you're interested in wholesaling? Get on over to www.corys, C-O-R-Y-S, coryscoaching.com. And brother, I look forward to seeing you online at our next virtual mastermind meeting.
Virtual mastermind, first one, that'd be great.
All right, I love you, brother.
I love you too, Jay. Thank you very much.
See you later. Folks, there you have it. And so now we are going to bring on, as I promised you, Scott Myers. He is the premier expert in the nation on self-storage. And wow, aren't there some benefits to the self-storage business? And after that, I'm going to bring on Dan and Crystal, and we're going to talk about how they're finding deals and how they're doing this business in the midst of coronavirus. So Scott Myers could not be with us actually live here in the virtual, but he did agree to do a short video training that's about only 15 or 20 minutes. And so, Scott, I assume we've got Scott Myers' video ready to run on self-storage.
We do.
Awesome. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and run the video. Y'all get ready to take notes right now on self-storage with Scott Myers. All right, folks. Well, as I just mentioned to you a moment ago, hey, Scott, my dear friend and colleague Scott Myers, the self-storage expert, was not able to be with us here live at today's virtual event. However, we were able to twist his arm a little bit and pull him away. Not pull him away. He's actually still sitting at his home office desk. But anyway, to do a video here to where even though he couldn't be here live virtually here on the panel discussion, Scott's going to spend a few minutes here with me talking about himself, talking about self-storage, and most importantly, why is self-storage, what are its benefits over other types of real estate investing? And then most importantly, what is different for Scott and his team today since shutdown and coronavirus? And how is he able to do the self-storage business virtually, where people are, not getting out. And even though the country is, already starting to open up a little bit, thank goodness, not only are things different today, but things are going to be different forever because of this. And so with that, folks, it's my pleasure. And I'm so thankful to have this opportunity to bring my good friend Scott Myers right out of the green room and right here to front and center stage. So welcome, Scott.
Hi, Jay, and hello, everyone. Good to see you, Jay.
Yeah, Scott, this is great that we're able to put this video together. In fact, folks, this video that you're watching right now of me and Scott actually was just taped less than 48 hours ago. So it's not like you're watching some video from 3 months ago and Scott doesn't know what he's talking about as far as what's going on right now in today's environment. So this is hot off the press. Just as good as though if Scott were here live on the panel. So Scott, before we dive in, if you would take a moment and share with folks your background and how you got into this self-storage thing, your story, and why and how are you qualified to talk about self-storage?
Sure. So I think like most folks, I got into real estate starting with single family houses. I bought the Carlton Sheets home study system, God rest his soul now. And that was my first foray into real estate. Bought a house, rehabbed it, rented it out, refinanced it then after we had a renter in it, and enjoyed about somewhere around $175 to $200 a month in positive cash flow. 3-bedroom, 1-bath, working class house in a working class neighborhood, just like Carlton had mentioned. And then we continued to replicate that. And then we bought 2, and then we bought 4, and then we continued on. And we had not a sizable portfolio, but we had about 80 houses. And then, but realized that there was still a lot of work. Every time those went vacant, we had to re-rent them. We were chasing tenants for cash, and it was kind of a hobby until it became a business, and I was still working a full-time job and couldn't really spend the time on it that I needed to. So quit my job, went full-time as a real estate investor, and then we started buying apartments and started buying 36 units and then a 70-unit facility or a complex, and others around central Indiana, because we thought economies of scale would fix this, and the cash flow would catch up, and I'd have that free time that Carl had always talked about in real estate. And all they did was really compound my problems. And so, I realized at this point I didn't want to get out of real estate, for all the benefits that real estate has. Appreciation, depreciation. You can borrow money to buy it. It's one of the few investments you can do that, and then put somebody in to pay down your basis. And it's a beautiful business if it just weren't for the tenants and toilets and trash. So as I looked around the landscape, it was either parking lots or self-storage that would get rid of the tenants and toilets and trash. And you can't really build value in a parking lot. So I started looking into self-storage. Bought my first one, and realized that we have lien laws that protect us instead of eviction laws. And so when somebody doesn't pay, we lock them out, and then we sell their stuff off and get paid. And then when they leave, I'm left with an empty metal box on a concrete slab. So no drywall, no plumbing to fix, no HVAC. I mean, none of that stuff. It's a metal box on a concrete slab. And so I thought, this is, I've seen the light. So we sold all our houses, sold all our apartment complexes, and then went full bore into self-storage. And so that was back in 2005. And fast forward to today, 48 hours before this event, as Jay mentioned, and we have now surpassed 2,100,000 square feet of self-storage. We've got 13,000 units nationwide, and we also, along the way, we created an investment education business as well, where we teach people how to do the business, consult with them, and then we partner with a lot of our students on our projects, and that's really how we've been able to grow to this to the place that we are. And we syndicate, we raise private capital, and we're doing $5 to $11 million Class A self-storage projects that are now competing with the big guys in the markets, whose names you would know if I shared those. So that's I think that's the 122nd version of it, Jay.
Well, that's a fantastic story. And what's amazing, you started doing self-storage, or did you say you started in single family in 2005 or self-storage 2005?
Storage in 2005. I got into single family, and the first one I bought was in 1993.
Oh, wow. You do go back. Yeah, I bought my first single family house for the purpose of flipping and real estate investing back in 2003. Mm-hmm. And folks, you've got right here on the panel, you've got another fantastic, very successful expert when it comes to raising private capital, very similarly to how I do. And as he just said, he uses private money, private capital for funding a lot of his projects, which triggers a question in my mind, Scott. Mm-hmm. I would imagine some of your, or a good portion of your self-storage sellers, when you find a property or a self-storage existing facility to buy, do you find that, or have you found that a lot of the sellers will actually do seller financing and carry a note?
Yeah, they will, more so than when we were in apartments and houses. On the housing and the apartment side, most of the times they were backwards. They were upside down in their equity, and that was the only way they could sell, is to offer some seller financing. Where we found it's just the opposite in storage, and that it does so well, it performs so well that these owners, they've had them for a number of years. They've paid them off, they've paid them down, so they have a very low loan basis, and so therefore when it comes time to sell, you know what they're faced with, and that is high capital gains taxes. And so unless you've been living under a rock or there's really something wrong with you, most people don't like to pay capital gains taxes, including myself. And so for that reason, these folks are offering seller financing on their properties. And so if they're not already even talking to us about it, Jay, then obviously we have our elevator speech as to the reasons why they should, because they should. They can defer those taxes and obviously get more money for their properties. And so, yeah, we found it's even more pertinent in self-storage than it was in the other asset classes we were investing in.
Excellent. So let's talk now about, so everybody wants to know. I mean, very few real estate investors out there really are dialed in on the self-storage opportunity. So let's first talk about prior to COVID-19. Mm-hmm. And I know things are always going to be different, but when we don't have to be virtually all the time. So prior to COVID-19, what are your favorite ways to find the best deals on existing self-storage facilities out there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we've had the luxury over several years now, since we have had a pretty large education and consulting business, where we do have a lot of folks that bring deals to us to do joint ventures. And so, but aside from that, it really is. I mean, there's 11 approaches that we take to finding deals, but my favorite by far is still direct mail. We send mailers out, number 10 envelope, hand stamped, hand addressed. The letter's been the same for about the past 10 years, with a couple of tweaks here and there. And we get somewhere between a 4 to 6% response rate on average, sometimes a little bit higher, sometimes a little bit lower. Whereas when we were sending them out for houses and apartments, we're in that 2 to 3% range. So that is, again, by far the best, because it's before, and no offense to any brokers that may be out there or on the line, but a broker is going to assess it and give them a price to either meet where they want to sell, or try to get them a little bit more and list it for a little bit higher maybe than what it's worth. Whereas we can come in and we can truly get it get something under contract that is at today's value of that facility, and without having to pay fees on the seller side, which means we can negotiate a little bit better price. But that being said, our second best way of finding deals is to partner with our brokers. We have great relationships with a lot of commercial and self-storage brokers that bring us deals, because they know that I don't have a license. We don't have anybody on our staff that has a license. And so they're going to get either full commission or a flat fee that is greater than 3% and just a little less than 6%. And they know that we have the ability to transact and close. If we put something under contract, we can perform, which means that we don't tie up their client's property, and they get their commission paid. We also go out to business brokers, because a lot of these mom and pops, when they are looking to sell their facility, they look at their facility as a business instead of commercial real estate. And so they will contact business brokers to sell their business for them. So we scour those websites and have great relationships with those folks as well. And then the fact that I speak on the national level at the industry trade shows. I write articles for the trade magazines, and my name is out there in a number of places. They're able to, and I post in a lot of forums, the different, the bigger real estate forums, the names I'm sure most people know of. I'm all over those places. So when they search for self-storage, my name comes up a lot. And so we get a lot of opportunities that come our way from that standpoint. So it is a shotgun approach to finding deals out there, but those are my three favorite.
Is the self-storage opportunity and strategy a good strategy for a new real estate investor to consider getting into?
I would say so. I mean, most of the folks that we work with, and including myself, you say the biggest mistake we ever made in real estate, and to me, it was not getting into self-storage sooner. We wouldn't have had to pay the licks that we did in the other asset classes, and riding the cycles and the valuations where self-storage is very solid during a recession as well as during boom times, and we don't have the tenants and the toilets and the trash. I think the one barrier to that, Jay, though, to be honest, is that the bigger the piece of commercial real estate, the easier it is truly to get it funded and to manage it, just because you do have economies of scale across the board that makes it easier. So when you're looking at commercial real estate or like self-storage, even if you're looking at something that's 150, 200, 500,000, it may sound like a lot to some folks, that still is somewhat on the small side in terms of being able to manage it. And some people may not be able to put that together until you get good at raising private equity like you are, Jay. And so it's a little difficult sometimes to start there. But boy, if you can, or if you can partner with somebody that sure beats slugging it out in the lower forms of real estate until you get to that place where you have the ability to pull the trigger on something a little larger.
Awesome. Final question here for the panel and the audience, Scott, and that is, what would you say is the biggest difference on how you are going about your self-storage investing business today since COVID-19?
We've had to change things a little bit, but again, one of the beauties of self-storage is it's a low labor-intensive transaction. Period. We've been using kiosks since 2005, and so we have touchless rentals. They don't have to come in the office if they don't want to. They can rent a unit from their smartphone. We have websites that are mobile friendly and give them the ability to rent a unit from their smartphone. And then when they show up at the facility, they've already paid for it. They've chosen from the app, the map of the facility, the unit that they want. They get a gate code to come in once they've paid, and they either bring their own lock or several of our facilities, and it has a key fob or a code on the door to be able to get into the site. So the facilities that weren't completely able to be touchless, we've converted those over. And we've reduced our managers' hours by just a touch. I mean, it took a long time before we even did that. I mean, we've only reduced our payroll by a few hours across our entire portfolio on a few facilities. But since then, it's really just a matter of making sure that people knew that we were open, and that also our existing tenants, that they weren't afforded some of those luxuries like tenants in apartments and houses where they didn't have to make their payments and be evicted. They still have to pay for self-storage because it is an essential business, and if they want their stuff, they still have to pay. We're not sending anybody out with auctions at this time. We are being cognizant of that. But the good news is our accounts receivable hasn't taken a hit either because of the nature of our business. People need their stuff, and they know that we have the right to sell it if they're behind. So it's really just educating our folks and letting the rest of the public know that needs storage during this time, as businesses were shutting down and people were moving home and they were having to clean out their house to create an office, that we were open for business. So we've been moving along at a really good clip. And once again, we know self-storage does extremely well during a recession. We are the asset class that shines during a recession.
That is great to know. And Scott, thank you for coming here on the panel and sharing the information. Now, we're going to put your website back up here one more time here at www.selfstorageinvesting.com. So everybody that's watching right now here on the virtual event, make a note, write that down right now, selfstorageinvesting.com. And Scott, have you got some free training or reports at that website for the folks?
We do, because of everybody's looking at self-storage during a recession because they've seen all the articles and how well we're doing. Obviously, our website's doing extremely well. And so what we've got to keep people from making mistakes is we've got a PDF. It's an ebook on the 7 mistakes that new self-storage investors make and how to avoid them. So we want to make sure that people don't go off half-cocked and making mistakes as they rush into self-storage right now. And so it's a little tool to keep them on the straight and narrow.
That's wonderful. So there you have it, folks. Get on over right after the virtual event, to selfstorageinvesting.com and take advantage of Scott's very nice offer there on the free report. So Scott, again, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming on.
My pleasure, Jay. Thanks for having me. And sorry I couldn't be there live with you.
All right, man. We'll be seeing you soon. Bye for now. All right. Again, a big thank you to Scott Myers for coming on there with us. And again, you've got his website. Oh, hey, Scott. So, Scott, any housekeeping we need to do before bringing on Dan and Crystal? Are we good?
We're good. I think it went
Scott?
from one video to another video. I'm not 100% sure, so I had to close it down.
I hear you.
Always something has to happen once.
I got you. That's right. That's right. Okay, so Scott, have you got Dan and Crystal in the green room?
And I'll appear and I'll bring them on. Bye,
all right,
everybody.
let's bring them on.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
All right, you're back, Crystal, and you got somebody with you.
Yay! I finally have a partner.
So for the sake of the folks that may have missed the session that Crystal did with me this morning on subject 2, Crystal, introduce yourself again, because I'm sure we got some new folks on that missed us earlier today, and then we'll take it from there.
Perfect. I'm Crystal Mewhorter, and my background is that I was an occupational therapist for well into 20 some years, and I was also in leadership. I had done real estate investing back starting in 1996. However, I had stepped out of the market just before everything happened during the 2008-2009 timeframe, and started late in life and had a couple of kiddos. So during that time, I had very small children, ended up being a single mom, which was obviously not part of my plan, and found myself trying to figure out what I was going to do. So if you can envision, I would leave the house about 4:15, 4:30 every single morning. And oftentimes I'd have them actually at my office with me until late into the evening hours. So the final straw was being there at 9 o'clock at night and taking my toddler and my infant home through a drive-through to get my little boy something to eat, which I said I'd never, ever, ever do. And I said enough. I had lost all quality of life. And so at that point, I started to look back at real estate because it had served me really, really well in the past. I took a bunch of classes, had actually hired coaches and mentors. Did not all always go well. But in the midst of that, I had the opportunity to meet Jay Connor while I was attending one of those events, and actually literally ran him over in the hallway on the way to the elevator. He was incredibly gracious, super kind, introduced himself, talked to me for a few minutes. I went back to the event that my dad was actually attending with me, and I said, "Oh my goodness, I just literally ran someone over. I feel so awful." And 5 minutes later, up front, they're introducing Jay Connor, and I was horrified. However, met he and his wife, super gracious people, very, very kind, bought their material, and ultimately ended up attending their course. And that was the difference and the game changer for me at that point. Dan had come, we were dating at that time. He'd come to Jay's event with me. And that really was the marker between just kind of dabbling and trying to figure this out, and sometimes things going wrong, to really creating a successful business where I was able to walk away from that lifetime career. And I always still say to this day that I retired from that career. I certainly, because I did. I mean, I did a career. I did the whole thing. And I was able to actually just walk away from that and build a completely different life, one that served me and our family.
And you and Dan are now doing about how many deals a year?
So we're on point to do 100 this year. Last year we did about 64.
Awesome. And after us working together for about 9 months, you retired from the day job, went full-time real estate investing, and y'all raised millions in private money, and you've done a ton of subject to deals. And Dan, you retired from your career and day job as well, right?
I quit.
He doesn't feel the same way.
No. But I was working I did 21 and a half years in the Navy before I met her. And I also was working as an IT once I retired from the Navy. I was working as an IT for the Coast Guard on their search and rescue software, working massive hours on that, shift work all over the place, calls everywhere, travel everywhere. I enjoyed it when I was single. Not so much when I got married to this lovely lady here. So it became more demanding. I had my supervisor tell me one day at work that only I could make myself happy. And I realized that doing the real estate investing with my wife was the thing that made me happy. So I turned in my resignation papers.
There you go. So, of course, the two of you are a husband-wife team, full-time real estate investing, as Carol Joy and I are as well. So how do the two of you divide up the responsibilities? Dan, what do you oversee? And Crystal, what do you all oversee, to where you all aren't like running on top of each other all the time?
Well, during COVID-19, it's pretty easy because I'm out and about spotting the houses and looking. She's not going anywhere. So we don't run over each other at all that way, unless she's standing in the driveway when I come home or something. I don't know. So I do primarily the initial looks at the houses. I work with the contractors directly on the rehabs. I work with the tenant buyers in communication with them, developing communications, making basically
final vetting.
Sure, final vetting, but also giving them that owner mindset and creating an owner, not a renter, out of them. So I work with that.
And you, Crystal?
I deal with our accountant, our attorney. I manage most of the relationships with our virtual staff and how all that's handled, as well as coaching for them if they need that, and just making sure we have the right direction. And then, of course, we both work together on the piece of the direction if it needs to adjust and change. And then I deal with all the sellers. So when it comes to final conversations, negotiations, making sure that I've reviewed the paperwork that was done at the attorney's office, that our VA's been coordinating back and forth with them, and then final signing on those documents if I'm here.
Awesome. So what would you say the two of you has changed the most since coronavirus in your business?
Yeah.
And the way you do business.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's definitely shifted, which is a good thing. We've learned a ton. So to really frame it, I found a space. So, just from having started this journey, I spend a lot of time on mindset and working through those pieces. Just what Jay says is so absolutely true. And really taking control of that mindset piece has been crucial in our business so that we can move forward. And at the beginning of this, I have to admit, I hit a fear point. I actually woke up one morning and thought, oh my goodness, I've spent the bulk of the night, like nightmarish thoughts, like what are we going to do? What will happen? And I immediately shifted gears and started to think, okay, first of all, no fear, Crystal, forget that. That has never served you. It's not going to serve you today. Put faith in place, get focused. What does Sir John Templeton say? Highest pessimism is the time to buy. And so that shift of just really making sure that we're staying totally on top of that piece. So, we've really just upped things, pushed the gears, and then going virtual. So every opportunity that we can look at meeting private lenders in Zoom conferences, looking at houses virtually and really connecting with those people through, like I mentioned this morning, whether it be FaceTime or Google Duo, whatever platforms, spending more time interacting with people and really helping to lift them up instead of letting people stay in their pessimistic space. So the change has been shifting more to virtual and then really upping our business, upping our game.
What have you noticed, Dan, given the areas that you deal with in the business? What's changed?
Well, viewing the homes definitely has changed and how we go about doing it. But as Crystal said, she spoke earlier about it, using Google Duo or using FaceTime and making the owners feel comfortable with that. It's definitely there's a piece in our business that can't be filled by anybody else but Crystal. She's got a great way of communicating with people and putting them at ease. And so when they do call us, when they do contact us about wanting to sell their homes, they're not calling. I mean, they initially start in a desperation type tone, and then you can tell as she continues to nurture that relationship through the phone, as opposed to being physically there, that they start to relax and they start to open up and they express really what's going on with them. When they see me out on their front yard walking around their house, they already know who I am. They may have me on the phone. I might be communicating with them that way. So that's the big change, really. It's just not the physical contact anymore.
Well, and I think really just to tag into that was with the courthouse shutting down, we also lost our inspectors. So we had to figure out how do we overcome that. And so for a little bit, there's really not an answer. And then ultimately through a variety of channels discovered that we could have an outside independent contractor that works really closely with them and they would accept that so we could continue to move our business forward because they weren't even doing anything virtual to provide options. So we've had to do a lot of pivoting in that space to just try to meet the obligation that's happening with the fact that the county is closed down.
It's not only a good idea to get a good contractor, but it's a good idea to get a good contractor that has close ties with the cities you do work in.
And I don't know if you had this experience. Your office was doing this, but you weren't having to. Our attorney's office also, that's been a huge shift in our business. They're not allowing people into the building. And so we're doing parking lot closings, which is so bizarre. They call them curbside closings. I find it hysterical. But Dan made the absolute huge error of walking in and meeting a new tenant buyer in the building, and they just all lost it. Not like outwardly, but there was a lot of I can't believe you did that. So curbside closing. So really just looking at these different ways. How are we getting these remote notaries done? And if we are going to the office, making sure we're curbside closing. So there's been some shifts, but just a lot of work through the challenge, figure out a creative way to meet it.
Yeah. So, have you noticed a slowdown or a pickup or business as usual on the number of seller leads you've got coming in the last 2 months?
I mean, I think in our area, we're still seeing a really good flow and a decent flow. And if anything, probably in the last few weeks, we've definitely seen a transition where it's starting to pick up a little bit compared to even what it was previously.
Yeah. So, so we've been in shutdown now as of today's live stream, 2.5 months or so. So have you got a recent deal that you'd like to share the story with as to any lessons learned from a recent deal? And if you don't, that's fine.
No, sure we can. So this deal actually, I didn't even bother putting it together on a PowerPoint. I actually have two that I can go over, but this one's super recent. So this one, Duke Drive, if you see in the bottom picture here, this is actually a waterfront property. Super great neighborhood, but this one's kind of fun. This one actually came to us by them having Googled us, which is one of our highest sources, is being very highly rated in Google. And so people, when they go out to do a search, they find us and we're listed in the top. And so they reach out and say, well, you were the number one. I just wanted to talk to you. So this actually was a probate. And the interesting thing about it was the homeowners had had the home for quite a long time. There was only one heir. Of course, she had anticipated it was fully paid off. What they discovered was based on some issues that had happened and some illness in the family, that they had a great deal of debt. So they had actually refinanced the property. And so they owed a considerable amount and it needed a lot of work. Well, at least to them, it needed a lot of work. What it needed was a lot of cleanup. So we bought the property for $213,000. We bought it subject to. So the executor of the will, he was the one that went to get qualified. It was actually not the heir who was the qualifying party. So he called me. It was such an interesting conversation. And on another day, I would really dive deep. But I do think this is an interesting lesson. He called me, was kind of freaking out, trying to figure out, is this going to be a terrible situation? You know, it is a probate property. Does this even make sense? And I was able to work with him and talk him through the process. And that was one of the things that he said actually to Dan when he met him later was, you know, thank goodness for her. She made me feel so comfortable. She made it go so easy. So always remember that, people. Never toss anything to the wayside. Just have that conversation and see what you can work out. We were able to purchase that subject to at $213,000. We ended up putting 10 in it. The biggest thing was really getting it cleaned out. I mean, they'd lived there forever. They built their life.
There's number one big lesson, folks. Yes, you can buy probate deals subject to the existing note. Mm-hmm. And, you know, that may not work sometimes when, you know, you've got like 5 or 6 or 7 heirs and it's a free and clear property and they're wanting cash. Well, of course, you can't buy subject to unless there is a mortgage. But so there's a rider downer, folks. You can buy probate deals that have a mortgage subject to. Excellent.
Yeah, and that is a huge lesson. That's not our first probate property that we've purchased subject to, but the opportunity is there. And what was even more interesting was that the heir, his sister, the decedent's sister, she was incredibly nervous and uncomfortable. So I did make an extra trip to talk to her, and she was interested in meeting me in person. So we did do an in-person meeting, which is a little unusual based on what we've been doing now, but she and I did meet just to increase her comfort and confidence level. But as soon as we did that, she was 100% on board. So we were able to do the subject to, no owner finance piece, no additional costs from us, put $10,000 in it. So refinished some floors, cleaned some things up, some painting, and turned around and put it back on the market. Had it on the MLS for one day and got an offer at $329,900.
Wow. So and did you sell it? Did you sell it rent to own or you cashed out?
We're looking to cash out. It's actually in that process right now.
So you bought it for how much?
We bought it for $213.
And you put how much in it? 10?
We put 10 in it.
And you're selling it for how much?
We're selling it for $329.9.
Oh, my lands. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that was a good one. And I tell you what, here's the thing that I really want to point out. At no point during this were we thinking, hey, we want to take advantage of people. Or we just really needed to meet them where they were and help out. And the biggest thing to them was the sister knew there was no way she could handle the ongoing payments. It was torture for her to even think of it. She had her own home. She lost her husband, was having work done on her home after all these years. And she just didn't need this headache. Never had they ever dreamt of even asking us for more. And then the executor, oh my goodness, he'd been helping her trying to pay these bills. And he didn't have any income to be doing this. He wasn't in an age range to be, and he had no other vested interest than that he was the neighbor and had been helpful to this gentleman all this time. And now he is just throwing good money after bad. So for the both of them, this was just a huge relief, huge, that we were taking over payments. And in this case, I will tell you, we did not ask them to make an additional payment. It just didn't make good sense. They'd already been really working. In fact, I'd never ever do this, but we were like a day before the closing table, and I just told them, just don't even make the next one. Like I'll get with the bank. I'll get it taken care of. Like, I feel terrible that you guys have to go through this. So this is a huge, huge win for everybody that was involved, because it just eliminated stressors that they just couldn't imagine facing.
Well, you just made another good point, and that is you want to make every transaction a win for everybody. Make it a win for everybody. And you all said you got another recent deal to share the story and lessons learned?
Sure. So we have, this one was actually really fun. This is Black Creek.
Woo, that's a big house there.
Isn't it? It's so pretty. It's a farmhouse that sits on 5 acres, has several outbuildings. I mean, it's just, talk about lovely. Oh my word. This is a really young military couple, just had their first baby, found out that, lo and behold, despite all their anticipation, they have to leave. Like, had no even thought that they were going to be moving so quickly. So when, they'd had a little equity in the property, they just didn't have a ton of equity in the property. And so they were just, at this point, like, we have to move. We don't know what we're going to do. And the last thing we need is to be trying to list this, have to bring money to sell our house, and not know if we're even going to have it sold. And we're, spread out and wherever. So they called, and that's not all of our deals, but these people called me as well and said, we just really need help. Well, everything looked really good because we actually had about $40,000 in equity in the property, but the monthly payment wasn't fantastic. So their monthly payment is almost $1,800, and I can get about $1,900 a month. And so I said, well, here's the thing. Like, it looks good. I can make this work. All's fair here. But it just looks like, if we're going to do this, I've got to make it cash flow. Like, I can't just be losing out every month. And so he said, well, how much would make it make sense? And I said, I don't know. What do you guys think you could pay? And I had already had a figure in mind and said to Dan what I thought. And they came back and said, well, what if we paid $400 a month? Sure. Pay $400 a month. That'd be great. So now we have a cash flowing property, right? It's going to cash flow every single solitary month. We never made a payment on the property out of pocket. That was the first payment that was ever made out of our accounts, was by our tenant buyer. And then every single solitary month, it cash flows for almost $500 a month, just because of their $400 additional that they're giving us. And we sold the property. So we purchased, I should actually give you the number. So we purchased the property for $256,000, and we sold it for $319,900. And we're cash flowing, like I said, about $500 a month on it to a tenant buyer.
How much non-refundable option fee or lease option deposit did your rent-to-own buyer give you?
I don't know.
$25,000.
Now that cash flow works. That's awesome. Danny, Crystal, we got 2 questions before I let you go. Raymond Casano, and by the way, I just recorded his stress-free investing CD yesterday. So Raymond Casano says, describe how your very first 2 or 3 subject to deals went, given that the sellers are not familiar with this arrangement and you too were new to this type of transaction.
I can remember so crazy vividly my very first one. It's not funny. So I will just talk you through that. I, of course, didn't know what I was talking about. And I was on the phone with this gentleman who he had bought a property prior to getting married, got married, they move, they leave the property, they have another one. He's been trying to figure out what he's doing with this thing. It doesn't have enough equity. So I said, hey, what we can do is I can take over the payments. And, you know, I went through the whole scenario. I can take over the payments for you and the taxes and the insurance and so forth. It'll just be, you know, I think at that time I said like delayed cash out or something. And he's like, okay, well, that sounds like that could work. I'm like, okay, great. So I said, I tell you what, let's do this. Since that sounds like it might work for you, let's plan a time where we can get together and we can go over that. So what I did was I hung up the phone. I started sending out how do I explain this? What paperwork do I need? How's this going to work? So I went through the whole process. This particular time, we don't do this way anymore, but this particular time we had the contract drawn up and took it to his house. And so I go over there and I'm like, yeah, nice house. Definitely. It fits the bill for pretty house. Trust me, there was not a thing to do in this place. And I'm walking through and I'm trying to act all confident. At the same time, I'm thinking, oh my word, like, I hope I can explain this well and that he's okay with signing the contract. So I said, okay, so like I explained, we'll be taking over the payments, but you know, it'll just be a little bit before we cash out. He said, okay. And he signed the paper. That's how that went. There was no, holy cow, I don't get it. I don't know what to do. He wanted out, people. You got to remember, you're really motivated people are ready to move on. There's not always these, you know, hours upon angsty hours. If they're motivated, you're good. So the newbie just got him to sign the piece of paper.
That's awesome. And Jenny asked, how did the military couple that had that great big house, $1,800 a month, how did the military couple, the sellers, how did they find you? What kind of marketing or et cetera?
Do you want to answer that?
Sure.
Since I'm chatty.
So we advertise in multiple ways. A lot of it is Facebook Marketplace. We advertise, where else were you doing? On Craigslist.
Yeah, but this is SEO.
But this one came from our SEO. So again, when they Google and they find you right at the top of the list, that's it. That's the main thing. You got to be at the top of the list. Can't be on page 10.
Perfect. Well, Crystal and Dan, thank you so much for coming on here to join us and share your success stories with us.
Thank you, Jay. It was fun as always.
That's awesome. So I'll be seeing y'all soon. Thank you so much.
Sounds great. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
All right. So, folks, what we're going to do now is we have. I'm going to explain to you all here in just a moment how you can get involved in the exciting 3-day virtual event next week, back to back. I mean, you think there's been some teaching and training going on these past 3 Fridays. Wait until you hear about what's going on next week. But before I do that, I want to remind everybody that our titanium sponsor for these past 3 Fridays and for next week's 3-day virtual event is Quest Trust Company out of Houston, Texas. Quest self-directed IRAs. As I mentioned first thing this morning, I've got experience with more than one self-directed IRA company, and hands down, Quest is absolutely the best when it comes to customer service. They, as I said this morning, are funding my deals, my private lenders having their self-directed IRA accounts at Quest, funding my deals in less than 48 business hours from the time we put the request in. This company's got about 110, 120 employees. 90% of them are working from home during coronavirus now, and they are getting the deals done. So before I tell you about next week's 3-day virtual event, Scott, I know Nate has got a short video on Quest. And by the way, folks, after we take our lunch break, which will be after this session or next week's 3-day virtual event, I'm actually going to have Nate Hare here live on today's virtual event, answering your questions about self-directed IRAs. So with that, let's go ahead and run the video, Scott, from Nate, and then we'll talk about next week's 3-day virtual event.
Hey everybody, my name is Nate Hare. I'm the Executive Vice President of Quest Trust Company. I want to thank Jay Connor for inviting us on with you guys today. We're going to be dropping in at different times, sharing some quality information with you guys and all you investors out there, and talking about how you can use self-directed IRAs to not only increase your personal wealth, but use other people's self-directed IRAs as your private funding source to buy more real estate, buy more notes, or buy more of really any investment out there, because retirement accounts and IRAs are the largest source of America's wealth. And if you can understand how to tap into it, your life can change for the better, and you can change the life of others based on what we call the self-directed IRA. And I'm going to share with you guys just a little bit about Quest and why the self-directed IRA is so important and advantageous to you guys out there. So Quest Trust Company, we are a Houston-based trust company that administrates self-directed IRAs. We're the largest self-directed IRA custodian in the state of Texas. We've been doing this for almost 2 decades now, so we're not a new kid on the block. We understand self-directed IRAs as good or better than anybody else out there, and we have about 20,000 investor clients all over the country that use their old 401ks, old 403bs, and use their IRAs to invest in non-traditional assets such as real estate, notes secured by real estate, investments into startup companies, and the list goes on and on and on. Currently, we have about $2 billion under management, and all of those assets are considered non-traditional assets. So non-traditional assets are anything outside of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and CDs. I'll talk about the difference of how we are allowed to hold different types of assets than what you're probably accustomed to with your Fidelity or Charles Schwab accounts. And we have about 100 employees, 34 of those certified IRA services professionals. And that just goes to show you that we spend a lot of time not only educating the public, but educating our staff to have the most highly trained staff in the self-directed IRA industry. And with 34 CISPs, that puts us right there at the top when you look at the national average. We have about $350 million in undirected cash. I'll tell you why that's important to any investor out there, regardless of whether you have an IRA or not. And to understand what we do at Quest, our company mission is right there at the bottom, that we are in the business to help people save for their retirement and live tax-free off of the tangible assets with multiple income streams that we allow people to hold within their, quote, self-directed retirement accounts. So in a sense, Quest puts the keys in your hands to make all the investment decisions when it comes to your IRA or IRAs. Therefore, you get all the tax benefits that you would normally get, but you're allowed to invest in real estate and other non-traditional assets instead of being forced to buy stocks and bonds and investments in public assets. Now, a lot of people get confused as to what a self-directed IRA is. When I say self-directed, it's just a marketing term. It means absolutely nothing. There's no such thing as a, quote, self-directed IRA. All IRAs are governed by the same sets of rules. It's just at Quest, we call it self-directed because we don't have investments to sell you. When you have an IRA at Quest, you make all the investment decisions. We just act as the custodian and administrator and sign the documents for whatever that investment might be. So you direct us to make the investments that you choose to hold within your IRA. And the IRS actually does not limit us as to what we're allowed to hold in our IRAs. They only tell us we're not allowed to hold 2 things when it comes to our IRAs: life insurance contracts and collectibles. That's it. Anything else is fair game. So when you have a, quote, self-directed IRA, it's just an IRA. It's just that since we're not licensed to sell investments, we hold the broadest spectrum of investments, but you have to find the investments. And this is what Jay and a lot of the educators out there are helping people do. So with Jay's education, he can help you identify and spot investments or identify strategies on how to raise money from IRAs. And we're just the IRA custodian that helps you facilitate that. Okay? And the quote on the right is actually from a snippet from a Forbes article just a couple months ago that tells you exactly why the self-directed IRA is so important. Very few people use their IRAs in a self-directed manner. When you talk about the $30 trillion that are in retirement accounts today, most of those are invested in the stock market. That's just how people are taught to invest. You put some money away in your 401k, let your wealth advisor invest it for you, and boom, you're a millionaire when you retire. I think you guys will agree that that's not exactly how it works, especially today. What you really need to do is when you think about your retirement assets, you cannot put your trust in other people solely. Sometimes you have to put the trust in yourself and self-direct it or choose your own investments based on what you're knowledgeable about. So in a recent Forbes article, they mentioned that in their research, only 2% of all IRAs are self-directed. Yet 25% of all IRAs valued over $5 million are self-directed. So this is not some big secret. This is what the wealthy have been doing for many, many years, is finding investments such as real estate and other non-traditional things and directing their IRA to make the investments they see fit. In the long run, you will typically make better returns for yourself investing in what you're knowledgeable about and not just investing in the stock market if you are not familiar with how the stock market works. So what types of plans can be self-directed? Well, we have 7 types of plans at Quest. We have traditional IRAs and Roth IRAs. We have SEPs, Simples, and 401ks for people who are self-employed. And we even have health savings accounts and education savings accounts that can be set up for your family and for your children that can all be self-directed. They can all be directed to own real estate or own notes secured by real estate. But the benefit to each of these plans is you want to think about them like they're individual people. These are all buyers. They can buy stocks, they can buy real estate. But the difference between these 7 people buying investments and you as an individual buying investments is that you as an individual are a taxpayer. The 7 accounts that you see there are not taxpayers. And some of them, if you play your cards right, you will never pay taxes for the rest of your life, provided that you can set these accounts up and start investing within them. So these are all tax-exempt trusts that we have at Quest that can be directed to invest in real estate. And again, we have 20,000 clients doing this currently. We hope to have more along the way. So again, most of our clients have plans at Quest and they have plans at Fidelity. The reason why you would want to have plans at both places is it allows you to invest in both public assets and private assets. I'm not against the stock market. I just think that there's a lot of benefit to holding some of the private assets that are available out to investors out there instead of just investing in the public market where you have very, very little control over what happens. Now, what are the type of private investments I'm talking about? Well, here's some of the most common investments we see at Quest. We see a lot of people use those 7 accounts that I mentioned there to own real estate, single family rental properties, foreclosures, condominiums, options, that would be real estate option contracts, unimproved land, tax liens. We have a lot of people that invest IRAs into entities like LLCs, partnerships, or joint ventures, or even trusts. Now, a lot of times, if you're raising private money, a great way to raise private money is by using other people's IRAs to fund your LLC investments. We have a lot of people that buy apartment buildings. Where do they get 25% of their capital to invest in the apartment building? From other people's IRAs. So your IRA can be a passive participant in other people's investments, and we'll talk a little bit about that in our event coming up down the road that I have some information on. Or you could do what I do. I just use my IRA like a bank. I invest in promissory notes secured by real estate, just like a bank does. And actually, that's our largest asset class. 40% of our clients invest in promissory notes secured by real estate. And the reason why that's important today, and any day that you're talking with Jay Conner, is he is a fanatic about using IRAs as a funding source through promissory notes to buy real estate. So great topic. And we're going to be sharing a little bit about that from the IRA's perspective. And I sure know Jay will talk about it from his perspective as well. When you talk about IRAs, it's always important to talk about OPI, which is other people's IRAs. And I know Jay's going to talk a lot about this, but when you think about IRAs, you want to think about it in 2 fashions. One is your IRAs and what they're invested in, and how you can hold real estate or other types of investments within them to build your wealth for retirement. But how do you make money today? How do you profit today when it comes to retirement accounts? Usually you're not using your retirement account to profit today unless you're already in retirement age. But if you're looking to invest and use retirement accounts to make money today, that's where you use other people's IRAs. There's $30 trillion in retirement accounts out there, and $10 trillion of it is in IRAs. It's a large, enormous bucket of money that anybody could tap into, provided you understand how to do it and understand how to use a self-directed IRA, because that's really the only vehicle that would allow you to tap into other people's IRAs. And I'm going to have more information on that 3-day event. So I encourage you guys all to sign up for that event. We're going to be doing a long presentation. We'll even do some panels, I believe. And that's going to be Jay's Real Estate Cash Flow Conference, June 10th, 11th, and 12th. And we're going to go in depth and talk a lot about IRAs and how they can really change your life and change the life of the people around you by understanding how to use retirement accounts to buy and sell real estate, or buy and sell notes, or buy and sell anything for that matter. So I encourage you guys to sign up for that event. And if you want some more information or just want to know how you can, if you have an IRA or 401k or other plan and want to talk to us before the event, feel free to give us a call or shoot us an email. We even have a special email address just for Jay Conner students and Jay Conner attendees. That email is jconnervip@questtrust.com. That gets you immediate service, immediate answers, and you can even schedule a free consultation direct through that email. So I appreciate you guys taking some time with me today. I will see you guys soon, and I hope you sign up for the conference there, June 10th, 11th, and 12th. And before then, happy investing, everybody.
All right. Well, thank you to Nate for that instructional video. And as I mentioned, Nate is going to be joining us live about 90 minutes from right now. So that's going to be, and you'll have a chance to ask questions and interact with Nate. He is one of the most educated people when it comes to self-directed IRA. I promise you, there's not a question you can ask about self-directed IRAs that Nate will not be able to answer. So again, we're going to be going live with Nate here in just about 90 minutes. Well, I promised you a few moments ago that I'm going to share with you the 3-day virtual event that we have coming up next week. So Scott, I am going to pull up my PowerPoint here. And Scott, I just need for you to confirm that everything is looking good, right?
Everything is looking good, Jay.
Even you, Scott. By the way, Scott, thank you big time for pushing all the magic buttons today and making this virtual event happen. Because I tell you, if it weren't without you, Scott, this thing wouldn't be happening today. So thank you so much.
My fingers are getting worn to the bone.
I hear you. All right, Scott, but I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody about what's going on just next week, okay? All right, folks. So this is the event right here that Nate on the video was just referring to. Actually, by mistake, he had the name wrong. This is not my real estate cash flow conference next week. This is a very, very special virtual event, 3 days in a row, that I have put together especially for training for you as to how to prepare yourself for the opportunities that are coming up out of this coronavirus, how to actually operate your business virtually, and et cetera. So again, this is June 10, 11, and 12. So as of right now here on the live stream, and I know there's like the last report I got, there's like 300 or so of you on here right now. So this is right around the corner. Now I know I've got a ton of you here on the live stream today, and you were with me last Friday and you were with me 2 Fridays ago. So I know we got a ton of loyal followers. So I'm going to let you know, here we are today down to the deadline to get on board and get to this training. But for those of you that haven't heard about what's going on next week, and for those of you that have, I've got some new information right here in this session to tell you about that you did not hear about the last 2 Fridays. So I need for you to stay here with me right through this session before we get to the lunch break. So, as you've heard me say, you are not alone. I'm going to make sure you're not alone while this coronavirus thing is going on. And one of the most common questions I've heard people say is, given everything that's been going on, what people are saying is, what am I supposed to do now? You all just heard Crystal and Dan share a couple of their recent deals that they've done buying subject to. Well, Raymond Rusano asked the question, well, how did you feel when you did your first, subject to deal? Crystal shared that story. But in addition to that, she also took her filter off and shared how she felt right as things were shutting down. And she admitted that, one night it was sort of nightmarish and a lot of fear going on. So people have been asking, what am I supposed to do now? And maybe you have felt the same way. I mean, here we are, still my mother getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go get toilet paper and paper towels. I mean, everything has changed. But here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. Since everything has changed, you must change. Right? We cannot be doing the business the same way that we were doing prior to coronavirus. And I'll tell you, even though the country is starting to open up slowly, I mean, here in North Carolina, as of right now, our restaurants are, the most they can have is 50% capacity of people. The churches, the majority of the churches still have not come back to meet. So not only are things different now, but I can guarantee you things are going to be different forever, particularly the opportunity to serve people in the next 12 to 24 to 36 months is going to be huge. So the question is, have you or are you positioning yourself to get prepared? So maybe, you feel like you've been spinning in circles, sort of unsure of what to do. Well, I have put together this very, very special event to make sure that you are going to be prepared on how to serve a lot of people. So at the upcoming 3-day event next week, I'm going to be showing you exactly what has been working for me and my team during this time and what's working right now. That's why I have created this brand new, never before, brand new training, 3-day virtual coronavirus boot camp. So what's working now? I'm going to be teaching you exactly how I'm now raising more private money than ever before. And I saw a number of you in the comment section throughout the day so far saying, I need private money. I need private money. Well, I can assure you, you are going to be able to know exactly where to locate the private money at this upcoming 3-day virtual event. I'll be teaching you how I'm actually doing more deals than ever before. My landspeople, just yesterday, I looked at 3 houses, and I don't go look at houses until it's already determined that there's already a big spread on the dollars and huge profits. The question is, how am I finding these motivated sellers right now? And I can tell you, the ways that I have learned to find these motivated sellers has changed since coronavirus. And because of it, it's a blessing in disguise. I'm now utilizing strategies to find motivated sellers that I will continue to use that I haven't used before since coronavirus came along. I'm also going to show you exactly how my team runs and operates in this new environment, how I keep everything automated. So first of all, why attend this 3-day event next week? First of all, one day is just not enough for you to learn everything you need to know. I'm going to be diving really, really deep on how for you to implement this knowledge. Now, you've been getting a ton of content today, the last 2 Fridays, but we have not had the time to hold your hand step by step. How are you going to implement this knowledge that you've been learning? That's going to be a big part of next week's 3-day virtual event, is how to implement this information. There's going to be more examples, more case studies, more instructions, and step-by-step processes for you to get successful now and to be prepared for the next 2 to 3 years with these new opportunities. So at the 3-day event, you're going to get the complete whole picture of doing this real estate investing business from start to finish. using my method, the Connor method. So you're going to learn my 4 pillars. You're going to learn how to find deals before other real estate investors know they exist, how to get them funded, how to sell houses very, very quickly and reduce carrying costs down to virtually nothing. And I'm also going to be teaching at this virtual event next week how to automate your business. So this is not my normal event next week. This is not my real estate cash flow conference that I have converted to a virtual event. It's completely different. You're going to learn knowledge that is timely and relevant right now on what's working now during the shutdown and beyond. You're also going to learn my way of positioning yourself for success while helping others. And let me tell you something, folks, that's big right there. As you've heard me say over the last 3 Fridays, this is all about serving other people. And, you know, one of my mentors when I was in my 20s was Zig Ziglar. He said, when you help enough other people get what they want, you're going to have all that you want and even more. So that's what it's all about. So I'm going to be teaching finding, funding, flipping, and automating your business. You're going to learn the new tools and strategies and processes that I'm using right now that I've put together for today's environment. And I'm telling you, folks, you're not going to get this training anywhere else. It's me. It's how I'm doing the business. It's how my team is doing the business. It's how my students are doing the business. And you're not going to get this training anywhere else. You're going to have live interviews, or I'm going to have live interviews with my team. I'm going to have a special session for my real estate agent that I'm going to discuss, and you're going to learn how you can duplicate working with your real estate agent. How my real estate agent actually sells deals for me, how he finds deals for me, how it is that I get all my comparative market analysis from my real estate agent in less than 24 hours, and I'm not paying out any money until we're actually doing a deal. You're going to learn exactly what my business arrangement is with my real estate agent and how you too can do it as well. I'm going to have another special session with my acquisitionist. And she's been with us now for 14 years. What is it that she says to the sellers? You see, she not only handles my sellers, but she also oversees all my buyer leads coming in. So how is my acquisitionist finding and selling deals for me right now? How do we work together? What is the CRM system that we use to where I'm actually able to see all of my buyer leads and all my seller leads all in one place, and how we communicate? And we actually don't even have to get on the phone except a couple of times a week. Everything is automated as to how we're doing this business. I'm going to have another special session with my real estate attorney. So my real estate attorney has been the same attorney since 2003. How do we work together? How is it that I get all of my title searches done for free? How is it that I can get all of my paperwork done within 24 business hours? How is it that I can get find out the title information within 24 hours? How is it that I can get any closing scheduled with my real estate attorney in less than 7 days? You're going to learn how to find the right real estate attorney in your area to work with, and how you can work with your real estate attorney just the way I do to keep the business automated. I'm also going to have live interviews with my project manager that runs multiple project and rehabs for me, and how you can do it too. You're going to meet our interior designer, Beth Garner. She's been our interior designer since 2004, and how she is an integral part of automating the business, and how she associates and works with my project manager and also with my contractor. I'm going to have another special session during the 3-day virtual next week on how it is I work with my general contractor, Tom Davis. So I'm going to be talking with him, and you're going to learn how to find the right contractors to do business with. If you're remotely interested in rehabbing at all, and that's where the biggest profits are, you're for sure going to want to get in on this session. How to find good contractors, how to keep your contractors accountable, how to get the work done on time, how to keep the contractors on budget, all critical information. And again, how to do this business virtually while we're still in the midst of coronavirus. I'm also going to be interviewing my students as to how they are finding deals in today's environment. It's changed. I'll be interviewing also how they are buying and selling in today's environment, and how my students as well are raising millions in private money right now in the midst of coronavirus, just like me. In addition to that, you're going to meet some of my private lenders. Yes, I'm going to be having my private lenders come on for special sessions, and you're going to learn how you can find the private lenders just like me, how I work with my private lenders, how I communicate with them, and why it is that my private lenders want to work with me. And you're going to learn why private lenders want, more importantly, to work with you and how to do it right now. You're also going to learn in the next week's 3-day virtual how you can run your own virtual networking events. So you all have already met Crystal here today, and Crystal is a Zoom fanatic on how to move around. Of course, we'll be on Zoom next week, but you're going to learn how you can use Zoom to actually raise more private money capital virtually. A special session put together just for that. You're also going to learn how to meet and engage new private lenders right now to get more private money, and how to get a lot of private money also from self-directed IRAs. I saw some people putting in the comment bar earlier today, how is it that I can locate private lenders that's got retirement accounts and fund my deals? Guess what? I've got a special session already put together that's titled How to Locate Private Lenders with Retirement Funds and How to Work with Self-Directed IRAs. Special session already put together just for this virtual event and you next week. You're also going to learn how to find motivated sellers right now. And you're going to learn how to do a virtual tour of a property. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, as Crystal just mentioned, some places people don't want you coming into their home. So how can you do it virtually? We're going to teach you that step by step in a special session during the 3-day virtual next week. In addition to that, what's really cool is when this country finally opens up all the way, you will still be, and I'll still be doing virtual tours. We'll be giving people an option of, do they want us to come to their house or do they want to do a virtual tour? And when it comes to selling houses, we're now doing virtual tours of every home that we've got when we get ready to market it. And I promise you, we will continue to do that after coronavirus is over. And you're going to learn how to do it exactly how we do it at the virtual event next week. As I just said, you're going to learn how to create on automatic a virtual tour of any property that you're going to be having for sale. So I want you to ask yourself a very, very important question. And here's the question. Are you interested in making an impact on others? Are you interested in serving your community? Are you interested in making a difference? And if your answer is yes to that, I want you to type in the comment bar right now. I want you to type in the comment bar right now, I want to serve. I want to serve. Take your filter off and share that with everybody. Type in the comment bar right now, I want to serve. Excellent. Well, let me tell you something. You're in the right place at the right time, because here's how you get there. You get there by making an impact. You get to making an impact and serving your community by being a servant and by having a servant's heart. That's how you get there. And if you've got a servant's heart and you want to be a servant, I can teach you next week during the 3-day virtual exactly how to implement the knowledge and exactly what to do to make a big impact. I'm telling you, the world needs you now at your best more than ever before. Not only do we have the coronavirus crisis going on, but we've got millions and millions of people that are experiencing their own crisis. So yes, you're going to be able to serve and make an impact, make a difference in these people's lives and help them out of their crisis, while at the same time getting paid a lot of money to serve. So level up your life. Level up your life 3 ways. The first way is by education. You'll be getting that next week like never before at the 3-day virtual. And then there's taking action. So education and knowledge is not going to do you any good until you actually implement it and take action on it. As I said, implementation next week during the 3-day virtual is going to be powerful, impactful, and critical to your success. And the third part of leveling up your life is coaching. Now, in addition to the 3 days of training next week, 4 weeks immediately after next week's 3-day virtual, we're going to have 4 weeks of group coaching that will be helping you hold yourself accountable and to make sure you're taking action and implementing actually everything that you're learning next week. There's the dates again, June 10, 11, and 12. So here's a recap of what's going on at the 3-day virtual next week. You got 3 days of virtual training with me. You've got live interviews with my team. I'm interviewing my private lenders. I'm interviewing my students. You're learning how to raise private money virtually right now and how to find motivated sellers now. Now, you're going to be going on a virtual bus tour with me and my team next week during the 3-day. So I've got 4 houses lined up that we're going to go to. We're going to go to a house that the rehab, we're in the middle of it. We're going to go to some other houses that we finished. One house we're going to go to at Marsh Harbor Drive. You're actually going to see the video that we took of the before we started the rehab. And then right after that, you're going to see the virtual tour of how we totally finished it, right? And guess what? You're going to see the staging that we do. Again, on the bus tour, I'm going to have my contractor. I'm going to have my project manager. I'm going to have Beth Garner. And it's going to be an amazing virtual tour. Why do you want to be involved in that session? Well, if you are remotely at all interested in the rehabbing end of the business and getting the biggest profits per deal, then this virtual tour, I'm going to be teaching the rehabbing part. So Scott, if you would, go ahead and pull up the bus tour here, or we got a short little video, and I'm going to minimize my screen so I can watch along here. So Scott, let's pull up this short video, and I will talk through it as we are watching.
Okay, just a second. Let me get rid of me.
All right, excellent.
There we go. And I'll drop the volume down when you're talking and raise it when you're not.
All right, excellent. Okay, so this is some recent footage. This is some recent footage of us going on one of the bus tours. There's Carol Joy right there on the microphone. And this particular bus tour, there I am teaching on the bus tour. This particular bus tour, we had so many students. We had right at 100 students at this live event. In fact, there's Carol Joy right around. Carol Joy heard her name. She had to come around and say hello. So what y'all are going to learn, folks, on the virtual bus tour next week is each house that we go to, I'm actually going to be sharing with you the budget sheets, okay? The budget sheets of each house. So you're going to learn how much it costs by line item, by each budget line item to rehab the house. On this bus tour, you're also going to learn how I find these deals, how I found these deals, how much I purchased it for, how I actually funded the deal, what we're selling it for, what the profit is. So again, remotely interested in the rehab process, that's what this session is going to be all about. So Scott, that's enough for the video. If we can go ahead and cut that short. I know it's like goes for another minute or whatever, but we can take her back. Excellent. So I'm going to bring my PowerPoint back up here, and we'll just kick right off where we left off. So that's the virtual bus tour that I was just mentioning. You'll learn the tools that I'm using in real estate. And here's another big session. So this is separate and apart from the virtual bus tour. I'm going to be doing live deal structuring at this coronavirus. And so in other words, what's going to be special and different about this session in the 3-day virtual next week is I'm going to be showing you, you can submit your deals ahead of time, your property lead sheets, and we'll get that out to you first of next week for you to submit them in. And we will structure the deals as relates to coronavirus right now. We'll put the math together for you. How should the deal be structured? Are we going to buy it subject to the existing note? Should you be buying it with private money? Are we going to buy it, with seller financing? And put together for you the exact scripting that you want to use when you're talking to the motivated seller. Again, as I mentioned, you're going to learn exactly how to position yourself for success right now. Just a moment ago, I mentioned, so this will be week after next. So the 4 weeks immediately after the 3-day virtual next week, you're going to have 4 weeks of coaching as a bonus. The first week of coaching is going to be your fast action game plan and the mindset section. So again, you got to have the right mindset in order to implement the knowledge and training that you're going to learn at the 3-day virtual event next week. The second week of coaching after next week is going to be getting the money now. So this is going to be holding you accountable on, are you taking the actionable items and the actual steps that you need to start attracting and getting the private money lined up. The third week of coaching after next week will be on finding deals. Are you actually taking action on what I'm going to be teaching you next week on getting the motivated leads and the motivated sellers? I tell my students all the time, unless you've got consistent, motivated seller leads coming in your pipeline, you are not in business. And then the fourth week of coaching after next week will be helping you create your long-term game plan to make sure that you've got the momentum and you keep right on going after the fourth week. So what is it that makes this event different? Well, there's a lot that makes it different. First of all, you're going to uncover the secrets to accessing private money lenders now in this environment. How to find motivated sellers before anyone else can in this environment. My bus training tour with my properties that I just mentioned. I'm also at this event going to be teaching automation. How do you automate your business and actually work this business less than 10 hours per week, just like I do? How do you run it and not let it run you? You're also going to learn at this event next week how to sell any house in 3 days or less, which is a really, really cool strategy on minimizing your carrying costs virtually down to nothing. And how to learn how to do this real estate business from your home in your pajamas if you want to. Yes, that's what's making this event different. And here's what makes the event very, very different is what I just mentioned, and that is getting the 4 weeks of coaching, straight in a row right after next week's virtual event. So here it is, the Coronavirus Real Estate Crisis Boot Camp. And Chaffee, if you would, come on up here and help join me for a moment, all right?
Hey, here I am.
Hey, Chaffee, welcome back. So anyway, you're like Santa Claus. You can see me, but I can't see you, right?
Right.
So anyway, Chaffee, any comments on the event before I show everybody how this can be affordable for anybody? I'm going to make it so easy and affordable for anybody to come. The value is $3,997. But of course, here on this virtual event, that is not going to be our attendees' investment. We're going to make it easy to attend. Any comments or color you want to give this before we go through as to how everybody and anybody can get on board?
Yeah, well, again, when we looked at when this whole coronavirus thing hit us and we knew that you had an event coming up in June and we were watching what everybody else was doing, and they were just taking their traditional, events and trainings and everything they were doing, and they were just putting it online. And we looked at what you were doing and we said, do we want to do that? Or do we want to, as you said, tackle this thing, embrace it, tackle it head on, embrace it, and really address it and really see how we can help all these people that are struggling, that are having some challenges. And so we, this past month, you and I have been working together to put this thing together like maniacs. and so
night and day.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. It is the information that we're going to be covering next week is so timely. It's so helpful. And it's very, very specific on really getting people to take action and positioning themselves right now versus waiting for everything to open up versus waiting for, you know, more government direction or anything like that. It's really taking charge of your life and your financial future and your business to do the things that you need to do now to succeed. So I'm really excited about it, and I think well, you know, everybody should go.
Absolutely. Well, here's the thing, folks. I've got a ton of bonuses that I want to go over with you right now that I'm going to include in. And again,
okay, Jay, sorry to interrupt you, but you stopped sharing for some reason. So can you hit escape and then go and share? Because you're talking about something that no one will be able to see there.
All right. So so I need to go back and share again, Scott.
Yeah, you
so
shared.
I'm going to stop sharing.
Oh.
And I'm going to share again. Share screen.
Share again.
And share again. And I see a ton of people. that say they want to serve. So that's awesome.
And now get your power.
Now, there we go.
And you are back in business.
All right.
Chaffee and I will disappear for a minute.
All right. Excellent. Well, I want Chaffee to stay up there with me. Chaffee, you still with me?
I'm still here.
Okay, awesome. So anyway, folks, I'm going to go over a lot of bonuses that I'm including here in with this package. And again, as I said, the value is $3,997. That's not your investment. In fact, you're going to see here right after the bonuses how we can make this, and we will make this affordable for anybody and everybody that wants to attend. In fact, here's what I want you to do, folks. Right now, I want you to imagine that the investment price is no object whatsoever, that money is no object whatsoever. If you want to attend this 3-day virtual event next week, I want you to type in the comment bar right now, I want it. I want it. I want you to type in the comment bar right now, I want it. Imagine that your investment and money is no object whatsoever, and I can make it very, very easy for you to attend. If you are interested in attending this coronavirus, I want you to type in the comment bar right now, I want it. So first of all, I'm going to take a big chunk right here and give a virtual event discount. In fact, let's see, I had a friend, Chavi, recommend to me what I should call it instead of a discount. It should be a stimulus discount. All right. So I got a $500 stimulus discount for you. So we're going to go ahead and drop it down to $34.97. But again, you're going to learn after I go over these bonuses exactly how you and everybody can easily afford and attend this 3-day virtual event next week. So let me go over the bonuses with you. First of all, you just got one of the bonuses, and that's a $500 discount. I'm also going to gift you and a guest of yours. So this can be a spouse, it can be a relative, it can be a friend, it can be a business partner in your real estate investing business or someone else that may want to be getting into real estate. So my next in-person live event is going to be October 7th, 8th, and 9th. That's October 7th, 8th, and 9th. That's going to be right here in my hometown. And this is my real estate cash flow conference. So I know there's a lot of you right now on the live stream. You've heard about my real estate cash flow conference. You know how such a phenomenal event that it is. I have people come from all over the nation. The movers and the shakers come, the newbies come. Here's a big cool thing about my real estate cash flow conference. I have private lenders in person at my event there for you to network with in person. And we have an awesome VIP session. We have oceanfront, brand new hotel, renovated, multi-million-dollar hotel. Anyway, and we will go on the bus tour in person, all right, in live, going to my houses there as well. So this event valued at $2,995. I'm giving you as a bonus with next week's virtual event 2 free tickets for you to attend. Now, if you can't attend October 7th, 8th, and 9th, I typically do these events every 3 to 4 months. So next year, you'll have opportunity, Lord willing, to attend there as well. That's a huge value right there. So for you. And as I said, you can bring a guest for free as well. The next bonus that I'm including with this 3-day virtual event next week is a 60-minute digital training on how I raised $100,000 in 60 minutes. And what that is that's me having a conversation with a potential private lender over the telephone. And you're going to hear and observe and learn exactly what I said. You're going to get the scripting. You'll watch a video digital. We'll be emailing you this digital training, all these bonuses the first of this coming week. And you'll be able to learn how you can raise private money right now over the telephone with this training. In addition to that, I'm also going to send you first of next week digital training on private lender luncheons, how it is that I raised almost $1 million at just one private lender luncheon. Now, you may not be doing a private lender luncheon in the next few weeks. However, it's the same PowerPoint. It's the same talking points. It's the same strategies that you can incorporate and use and do it digitally. All right. So you'll get that PowerPoint. You'll be able to duplicate that and raise private money virtually now. And then again, ongoing forever at private lender luncheons. And Chaffee and I have got a brand new book. Chaffee and I co-authored this. You can see it right there. Private Money and You. What is it? How to get it? And why you don't have it yet. So Chaffee and I co-authored this book. It's hot off the press. And we're including that as a bonus. Chaffee, why don't you just take a moment and tell people the important sessions or sections that are in this book that's in addition to just about the private money and nuts and bolts of getting private money.
Yeah, Jay, actually, I have the book here. And as you can see, it is a thick book. This is not a flimsy little tiny book here. It's almost 300 pages of content, and it covers step by step your five steps that you use to raise private money, and it tells people how to do it. And in addition, there's over 100 pages of mindset training in here in order for them to not just know the 5 steps, implement those 5 steps, and really, really use those 5 steps to raise millions and millions of dollars. And we've actually had a bunch of people already, a bunch of students read it. I actually sent you a picture of one earlier today, and they love not just again, the step-by-step process that you have in here. They love the mindset to implement that. And that's what they say that really sets this book apart from other books, is that it's not just the nuts and the bolts and the tools and everything. It's really how to use them, how to implement them, and really how to take action so that they do raise that private money versus just knowing how to raise that private money. So very, very key.
Yeah, and you know, Chaffee, in addition to that, you and I have said for years in our trainings, we want to make absolutely sure that when students come to my training, that they get all the support that they need. So I have 3 bonuses here, folks, one of which you've already heard about, 2 of which you haven't. So these are support bonuses. So the first support bonus I've got on this package is I've got unlimited email support for the 4 weeks right after next week. So you'll be able to email in 24 hours a day. No, you're not going to get a response 24 hours a day, but you can email in at any time, and you'll get a response within 24 business hours to any of your questions that you may have about real estate investing or the training that you got next week. In addition to that, we're giving you actual telephone support. All right. So I've got a hotline that you'll be able to dial in on Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. right in here to my office. And you can get any of your real estate investing questions answered. You may have a question about private money. You may have a question about locating motivated sellers. Whatever it is, you can dial in during those times for the hotline to get the support that you need. Then this third bullet point of support I've already mentioned. How valuable this is, folks, for you to be on a live group coaching call 4 weeks in a row right after next week. Chaffee, I think we're giving them the support they need, as I always want to give them, right?
Absolutely. And I want everybody to understand how critical or how key these support items are, because, you know, when you sign up for a lot of other events that are, you know, they're great events, don't get me wrong, only, you know, once you're done with that event, you're done, right? And so with this, we said, hey, you know, as Jay said, we always want to make sure that when you attend one of Jay's training, that you start implementing what you learn right away. And so as part of this, and in order to help accomplish that, we said, hey, let's throw in some coaching and support a month afterwards, so that they really take what they learn in this event and start using it right away. And so that's why not only are the 4 weeks of coaching there to really drive home those key aspects that you'll learn at the event, you also get all that support. And it's not just email support. You can pick up the phone, and most people are going to pick up this phone, not the other phone that Jay raised up. And, you know, call the office and talk to a live person to ask your questions. And, you know, if that person for some reason needs to get a hold of Jay or needs to get a hold of myself, they can do that, and we'll be there and we can answer and help support as well. So very, very critical. You're not just getting a 3-day virtual event. You're getting a full month-long virtual event plus coaching support, implementation action plan.
And folks, here's another huge bonus that I'm including in this package, and that is play it again, Jay. So you are going to get a full all 3 days private recording of next week's entire 3-day coronavirus crisis boot camp. So, you know, there may be, and there's a number of reasons that this bonus is so valuable. You know, something may come up and you may have to leave your computer, you know, for, you know, a short period of time or whatever, and you may miss some critical, very valuable training during the 3-day next week. Well, the whole thing's being recorded, so you'll be able to go back and view it at any time that you want to. In addition to that, you know, when you hear something for the first time, that sometimes it just doesn't sink all the way in. So you're going to be able to watch next week's 3-day training over and over and over again as much as you want, and make sure that all the key points sink into this real estate in between your ears. It's going to be divided up in sessions. So there may be a particular session that you want to really go back and study and listen to and watch. You'll be able to go back and look at those sessions and really dive in on the areas that you really, really need help with. You can again watch the event at your own speed again after the event. So obviously you probably wouldn't want to sit down for another 3 days in a row. You can digest it in bite-sized pieces again if you want particular sessions. And then, yes.
Jay, let me add that you've never offered this before. So this is the first time you're offering it, and it's for this event. So, you know, I highly recommend that even if you've attended past events, that you want to be a part of this so that you can get this recording, because like I said, you've never offered this before. This is the first time, and we did it specifically for this event so that, again, people have the support, people have the notes and the information and the details they need to implement right away. So this is huge.
Exactly. So folks, let me get right on in now to making this very, very easy and affordable. I've got multiple ways that you can take advantage and make it very, very affordable and easy for you to get on board and join me next week at the 3-day virtual. Before I show that to you, let me just give you a recap of everything that's included that I just went over. 3 full days of training. You got the virtual discount of $500 today. You're getting 2 free tickets to my in-person real estate cash flow conference. You're getting the digital training sent to you the first of this coming week of how to raise private money over the phone. You're going to get digital training on how to raise private money the way I do it at private lender luncheons. You can convert that strategy into a Zoom training or raising of money. You're also going to get mine and Chaffee's brand new book, Private Money and You. And here's the support that I just mentioned. You're going to get unlimited email support for the 4 weeks in a row immediately after next week. You're going to get the hotline support Tuesday and Thursday afternoons where you just pick up the phone. That's right, Chaffee. They'll be picking up this phone, not a landline probably, to get the support. The 4 weeks of group coaching calls. And by the way, Chaffee, we didn't even say this, my lands. We're going to be recording those group coaching calls. So all the attendees will be able to go back through and listen to the group coaching calls as well. And in addition to that, you're going to get, as we just mentioned, a complete full event recording of next week, June 10, 11, and 12. So I promised you a moment ago, I'm going to make it easy for you. And I've got multiple options here for you to take advantage of. First of all, I've got an easy 3-pay. So you can go over, so the different options we've got are located. I've got it right here on the screen at www.jayconner.com/virtual, VIRTUAL, just like you see on the screen. So you can do a down payment today, make one payment of $1,165, and then just 2 more payments of $1,165. So I can tell you what's going to happen is once you get the training next week, you're going to be able to pay this off on your credit card or whatever you're using in a very, very short period of time with the private money and the first deal that's coming right around the corner. So that's one option right there on the enrollment page at jayconner.com/virtual. Now, I do have our office number here. Don't call the office number to place an order. But if you need any kind of clarification or any kind of questions answered, then my staff is on standby right here this afternoon to answer your questions. So that's the first way. Now, I told you I was going to make it even more affordable for you as well. And that is, I've got, oh, wait a minute. Sometimes they ask me, Jay, is that the best you can do? Right? We know where that was learned from, right?
That's
so
right.
I've got a pay in full discount. So instead of spreading the payments over 3 ways, you can take an additional $500 off and pay in full. That brings it down to the $29.97. Again, that's at jayconner.com/virtual. But in addition to that, I've got a way that you can take advantage of this package and get all the training and all the support and all the coaching for only $59 a month. $59 a month. And that is by using PayPal credit. So let me tell you how this works at only $59.95 a month. So you can go right there to the website on the enrollment page at jayconner.com/virtual. When you get to that page, you're going to see a couple of different payment options. You're going to see the 3-pay option. All right. You're also going to see the pay in full option. All right. You click on the button that says pay in full, the $29.97. When you click on that button, a new website will come up, and just scroll down a little bit and you'll see the PayPal credit banner. It's a blue banner, a blue icon, blue button. You click on that, it's already preloaded. Now, the PayPal credit, it's same as cash in 6 months. Same as cash, 6 months. But you can use PayPal credit if you've already got a PayPal account. You're already approved for the PayPal credit. It's not an application process. If you've already got a PayPal account, you can do the PayPal credit. And again, it's already preloaded right there. It walks you right through, and it's $59 a month. Pay it off in 6 months, and you've got absolutely no interest. Now, let me tell you where the $59 a month comes from. It's just like your credit card. You know, if you put in your credit card to pay in full and say, well, your minimum payment on your credit card on this investment is about $59 a month. That's the same way it works for PayPal credit. Chaffee, isn't that a phenomenal way to make it easy for everybody?
I mean, at $60, $59.95 a month for 6 months. I mean, you know, if you don't do a deal, if you don't take, you know, action within those 6 months, you're just not doing the business. I mean, there's no reason why in 6 months you shouldn't be doing a deal if you follow what Jay teaches you how to do. And so, you know, to be able to finance that over 6 months at 0% interest, get into the boot camp, do what we tell you to do, go raise some money, go find a deal, and you got a full 6 months to do that. That's a no-brainer. I mean,
yeah. So if you are scratching your head whatsoever or any kind of way saying, well, Jay, are there any other options on how I can take advantage of this? So here's my deal, folks. I am committed to you. I'm committed to your success. Your success is very important to me. So if you're scratching your head on, I'm not sure I can make the PayPal credit thing work. I'm not sure about the 3Pay option. I'm not sure about, I mean, obviously you can just use your PayPal and make the 3 payments if you want to. So we got into the major credit cards, but if you got any question whatsoever about how we can make this work for you, you can go to www.jayconner.com/consult, CONSULT, and there'll be a little form that comes up. All you do is just type in your name, your cell phone number, and the main question you've got or what you need help with. And Chaffee or Kelly, you're going to meet Kelly here in a moment. Either Chaffee or Kelly will get right back to you right away, and we will make this work out for you. Right, Chaffee?
Absolutely. We'll be there. We'll be calling people all day. So as soon as you go to consult, obviously, like you said, Jay, this is for any other options. It's for any other questions. If you already know how you're going to take care of this, if you're going to use PayPal, just go to that jayconner.com/virtual page, and they can just follow the page and choose your payment method. You can take care of that. And if you need extra help, if you have any other questions, go to the consultant. We'll do whatever we can to see how we can help you get into the training and answer some of your questions.
And Chaffee, as you know, we've been working together long enough. I always want to reward my students and my people for taking action and moving forward, because nothing happens until you take action, getting enrolled for this 3-day virtual event. So how am I going to reward you for taking action today? Well, I've got 3 unpublished bonuses that I'm going to tell you about right now for taking action today. And you say, Jay, what in the world is an unpublished bonus? Well, let me tell you what an unpublished bonus is. It's unpublished. What that means is when you go to jayconner.com/virtual to enroll and sign up and get all ready for next week's virtual training, you're not going to see these next 3 bonuses on the recap page there on the sign up form. I'm going to show you 3 bonuses right now, and I'm going to honor these bonuses for all of you that are enrolling today and before midnight tonight. So you enroll right now, you're going to get these 3 bonuses that I'm getting ready to go over right now. But at midnight tonight, after midnight, you'll be able to sign up. You'll be able to enroll. But you will not get these next 3 bonuses unless you do it and take action before midnight tonight and get in today. So here are the extra unpublished bonuses. The first one, for watching live today. So people watching the replay in the future, or if you're signing up tomorrow or Sunday or Monday or Tuesday before Wednesday, for watching live today, you can get these extra unpublished bonuses, and they will expire tonight. The site will not come down tonight, but these unpublished bonuses will not come to you after midnight. As I just mentioned, the people watching the replay in the future will not get these unpublished bonuses. And as I just said, you must enroll, sign up by midnight tonight to get these extra published bonuses. So what are they? The first one is a digital training that I just recently put together, and it's titled Networking for Real Estate Investors for Profits and Funding. So obviously networking is a very, very important part for raising private money, right? So in this digital training, I'm going to go over how you can network to find deals, not only private money, how to network to find deals. In this digital training, I'm also going to teach you strategies for successful networking, networking at the Chamber of Commerce's, networking with civic clubs. And there's a lot of private money that can be raised once you learn in this digital training actually how to do the networking. I'm also going to teach you in this digital training how to be a successful presenter. And either you or somebody on your team needs to be skilled at presenting, particularly when you're presenting at networking events or civic clubs and teaching people what self-directed IRAs are and what private money is. Well, in this digital training, I'm going to teach you how to be a knock it out of the park presenter. This is a pretty phenomenal bonus, isn't it, Chavy?
Yeah, absolutely, Jay. And I mean, you're going to pull up what it's the value of the training, and really it should be a lot more. And for you to throw it in is a huge bonus. Like you said, that course itself really sets the foundation for people to go out and network and learn how to raise private money the way you teach it, the Jay Conner way. So definitely go through and they can watch that training at their leisure and at their time. It's broken up into sections. And so great training to be a part of this package.
Yeah. And for everyone that is taking action today and before midnight tonight, again, not only the previous bonuses that I mentioned, but these 3 unpublished bonuses that I'm going over right now will be emailed to you. And this is the digital training that we're talking about. Now, I've got another huge unpublished bonus for those of you taking action today and before midnight, and that is proof of funds letters. So if you're going to be making offers on bank-owned properties, on REOs, you know, if you don't know, now you know, you got to submit with your offer to a bank-owned property or an REO that's in the multiple listing service, you must submit a proof of funds letter. Well, guess what? I have got for you as many proof of funds letters as you need, access to them. Myself and my students have been using these proof of funds letters for the past 4 or 5 years, and we've never had one turned down from any bank or REO. Each letter, you can get a letter for any property up to $600,000 per property per letter. As I said, these letters are proven to be accepted by all REOs, all banks, and they are exactly what you need. Just the value of these proof of letters are valued at $997. Again, I am including this as an unpublished bonus, taking action right now, today, before midnight at jconner.com/virtual. I mean, how about the value of this bonus, Chaffee?
Yeah, Jay, just so people like the new people, you may not know this, and prior to 2008, you could make offers all day long and banks would take it and everything. Only these proof of fund letters after 2008, the banks started requiring these for every single offer, which means that all it means is basically saying that you are showing proof that you have enough money in a bank account to buy the property. And because we're using private money, it's a little bit more difficult for us to show those proof of funds. Except with this letter, you can now use this letter and private money and show the bank, hey, I got these funds, they're ready to go, so take my offer. And so without this letter, banks won't even look at your offer anymore. So this is required now in the past decade or so, ever since the 2008 timeframe. So you have to have these.
And Chaffee, if that wasn't big enough, now I'm going to do the big reveal, and this is your fault because you talked me into it. So you get the blame. You get the blame or the credit, or everybody here that's attending. Chaffee gets the credit for you getting this. So yes, here's what I'm going to do, folks. For all of you that are signing up and enrolling right now, today, before midnight tonight, I'm going to give you access to my private money data feed. So what in the world is the private money data feed? The private money data feed, I get about 12,000 new active nationwide private lender contacts every month coming into my data feed. So all this information comes from public records. So we have very, very sophisticated software that goes out every month all across the nation into every zip code in the nation, and it captures every private money deal that was just funded by individual private lenders. And so you'll be able to see in the data feed the size loans that these private lenders are doing. You'll get their contact information. I've already got preloaded, proven direct mail letters that you can use if you want to mail to these private lenders. And when they respond, guess what? You've got a new private lender to fund your deals. Just the value of having access to my private money data feed that we update every month is right at $1,000. I'm including it for free as a bonus with this package. Again, for all of you taking action today and before midnight tonight. You can sign up after midnight, but these 3 unpublished bonuses I just went over will expire after midnight. Chaffee?
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, these 3 bonuses that we've put together that expire tonight are not by accident, right? If you look at the 3 bonuses, you have a course to show people how to network to find private money. You have the REO, the proof of funds letters, so that you can make offers to banks, and then you have the access to the private lenders in order to raise private money again. So not only do you have the ability to make the offers on the deals, you also have the funds to make those offers and support that offer as well. So, you know, these 3 are tools that everyone should have for their business. And so you definitely want to take advantage of this being offered right now before midnight tonight.
And it's an easy decision, folks. Take action now. The reason I've got takes action now is so that you get those 3 valuable unpublished bonuses. Again, don't worry. When you go to jconner.com/virtual, you will not see these bonuses on the website there. But I assure you, you sign up now, today before midnight, my staff will make sure that you get these 3 bonuses in addition to all the other bonuses that we just went over. So again, enroll now. These unpublished bonuses are going to end at midnight Eastern tonight. Go to jconner.com/virtual. Again, if you're looking for any options whatsoever, you're scratching your head on, I'm not sure about the PayPal credit, on the 3Pay, on the pay in full, get on over to jconner.com/consult, CONSULT, and fill in the forms, just your name, your cell phone number, the question you need help with, and either Chaffee or Kelly will get right back to you. Chaffee, tell the folks what's going on here with the Salvation Army Food Bank and why this is so important to me and you.
So this again is huge. As if you were on this morning, you heard me tell my story about how I'm a refugee, and my family was living in the basement of another family for 6 months while they helped us get acclimated to the country and learn the language and everything. So service and giving back have always been huge for me and for Jay. Leading with a servant's heart is key. And so as part of this whole boot camp training event that we're putting together for the next month, we said we also want to give back to the community, not in terms of just doing real estate deals, a donation itself. So anybody that purchases or has purchased in the previous Fridays, a portion of those sales will go directly to the Salvation Army Food Bank. That will directly support those people, that individuals that are struggling with this COVID-19 shutdown, that are struggling to, put food on the table and everything like that. So this is just another way of us giving back to the community and helping out. And so this is also very important and huge for me as well, and as Jay as well too. So
folks, you've got me live for 3 days straight, taking your questions, revealing what works, talking to real people, doing real deals, and showing you exactly how my team is dealing with this coronavirus. So let me tell you, folks, this is your time. And I know there are some of you that you were with me last Friday, you were with me 2 weeks ago, you knew June 10, 11, and 12 are coming up, and I know you were thinking, okay, I'm just going to wait until this last Friday to take action and get on board. So folks, here it is. This is the last Friday. This is your time. This is your chance to make a greater difference and have a bigger impact and get paid a lot of money and rewarded than ever before. So listen, folks, if your heart is racing, thinking about financial freedom, if you've imagined what financial freedom would be like for you and for your family, and the freedom to spend your days the way you want to spend them, this is your time to take action now. And you know what? Your heart knows it. Follow it no matter what. Enroll right now. Get on over to jconner.com/virtual. Again, if you've got any question about the payment options or whatever, you can go over to jconner.com/consult, CONSULT. And Chaffee or Kelly will get right back with you as well. So here's the recap. I'm not going to read all that to you because that's everything from start to finish that we just went over. The 3 bold items at the bottom, the networking, the proof of funds letters, all those 3 big bonuses down there, the access to the private lender data feed. Those are the 3 unpublished bonuses that go away at midnight tonight. Chaffee?
Yeah, again, I mean, I mean, if you look at this list, Jay, the bonuses themselves are like, more than worth the investment in the program. I mean, you're getting the program and the bonuses are just like, I mean, just push it over the top. So again, it's not just the $29.97 for the 3-day event. You're getting a full month of support, of coaching, of extra trainings, of digital trainings, of, I mean, all that. So, and if you can use PayPal credit at $59.95 per month, I mean, it's a no-brainer. So definitely take advantage of that.
All right, there it is, folks. jconner.com/virtual. Any questions whatsoever, on the payment options or whatever, scratching your head, you can go to jconner.com/consult. So
hey, Dave, real quick,
yeah.
Scott mentioned there's a question out there about PayPal. What's the payment after 6 months on PayPal?
It's still $59.95 per month. So that's a good question. The 6 months, when you pay it off within 6 months, there's no interest. So they got 6 months, same as cash. But if you don't pay it off within 6 months, you're still at the minimum payment of $59.95. Good question.
So the goal, obviously, is to work with us and get it paid off before 6 months. So It's not a question. Right?
Exactly. Again, if you want to take advantage of the PayPal, you go to jconner.com/virtual. You'll see 2 payment options. You'll see the 3 pay option, and you'll see the pay in full option. So you just click on the button, the pay in full option, and it's at that page you'll scroll down and you'll see the PayPal credit option.
Actually, Jay, let me interrupt you. The PayPal credit option is actually on that virtual page. You just scroll down to the bottom. There's a picture for PayPal, and they just click on a link right under that picture.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought, well, maybe Jason made it easier for everybody and got it moved right there on that page. Is it a blue banner you're looking at there, Chaffee?
Yeah. So it's like a square PayPal credit picture that's right on the virtual page. If you go there, like I said, you scroll all the way down, you'll see PayPal, a picture of PayPal, no interest for 6 months. And then there's a link right underneath it, or you click on that banner itself. I forget which one, only it's right there, right on the virtual page, and it'll take you straight to PayPal. So, you got multiple choices on that page, basically.
Awesome. Well, I want to go ahead and congratulate everybody that's already come on board. And by the way, folks, just so you know, we've already got round figures, total number of attendees. We've already got about 100 people that have enrolled for next week. And so your incentive is to get on board today before midnight tonight so you don't miss out on these unpublished bonuses. Well, folks, we're going to be bringing Nate Hare, Principal, Executive Vice President with Quest, on here live in just about 30 minutes from now. He's going to be live teaching, and he's going to be able to answer your questions live as well. So, Chaffee, tell everybody what we're going to do for the next 30 minutes, the next 10, then the next 20. What are we doing?
So we're going to take a 15-minute break. So grab your lunch.
Is it 15 or is it 10? I forgot.
I think it's 15. Only Scott, do you remember?
That's right. Scott's countdown.
It's 15. It's 15.
15. All right. So it's a 15-minute break. Grab your food, take a quick bathroom break, whatever. Come back, because in 15 minutes you're going to get to meet Kelly, who's on the coaching team, and we're going to do a quick breakout session, answer some mindset questions, and then right after that we're going to jump right in with Nate Hare of Quest.
That's awesome. Y'all be right back here in 15 minutes. Scott, I'll turn it over to you with the countdown clock. See y'all in 15 minutes.
Howdy, my name is Russ Fox. I'm here at Jay Carter's Cash Flow Conference here in Morehead City at Emerald Island at the Islander Hotel Resort. Had a great time here. We had learned lots of things. More importantly, it really feels like family. And it shows how much everybody cares about everybody else. We're not just in it just to make money. We're in it to help people. And that's what this is all about. So I appreciate Jay having this for us to become and look forward to the next one.
Hi, I'm Laurel Falvey, and this is Robert Falvey. We're from Blacksburg, South Carolina. I came here a novice, and I'm leaving here, I'm not going to say a genius, but with a wealth of information. As I said to one of the workers before, that I feel like I have a pot of gold. And that is the information that I've received here today, that I can keep going into my pot of gold, pulling nuggets out, and my pot of gold is never going down. So I want to say thank you, Jay. Thank you, Carol Joy. Thank you, everybody, for such a wonderful event.
She said it better than I ever could. Thank you so much.
My name is John Irving. I'm just, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. Hi, I really enjoyed the program. You know, I came here not really knowing what I was gonna, what's gonna happen here. You know, I had an idea. You know, pretty much like they knocked it out of the park. You know, I got a lot of information here. You know, learned a lot of new things. Met a lot of new people. I definitely recommend it. You know, and I would definitely come back. And I'm glad to be part of the program, and you should too.
Hi, my name's Andy West. I was here at the Jay Conner event, and it was awesome. Learned a lot about private money and how to find private lenders. All right, so, I didn't realize, how simple really the system is that he has. And it was just amazing to learn, exactly how I can get private lenders and to set them at ease that their investment is safe with me.
So would you recommend other people coming to know about real estate?
Absolutely. I would absolutely recommend this to anybody who wants to know more about real estate investing and wants to get into the business, or even anybody that's not getting started but has already gotten started. They need this information.
Hi, I'm Corey Sitko. This is my daughter, Mandy Sitko. We're here at Jay Conner's conference on getting private money. It was a fantastic. There's so much information, literally almost too much to absorb. So it's going to take us a little while, but it's going to help us so much. I know we're ready. We're at the point where we just need the extra money for rehab houses and stuff like that. So it's going to be fantastic. You want to add to that?
So we came home with systems and a list of action steps to do. So we know exactly what to do to be successful. And Jay seems awesome at that. His whole team is like a family. I took care of a lady with special needs, and she's been on the conference too and participated as well. So it's really, truly a family.
Yeah, it's very affectionate, and you get hugs and everybody warm welcome and goodbye. So it's very good. Excellent.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Aruna Paroma from Washington, D.C. I just spent 3 wonderful days here at Jay Conner's Where to Get the Money Now Cash Flow Conference. And I can't say enough about his entire team and how they made us feel welcome and just the level of genuine information that they shared. You really feel a connection with these people. You really feel like they care about you. And not only that, but you get quality information. Very detailed, step-by-step information that's easy to follow. You couple that with the fact that we all felt like one big family here. I've got my kids that came up with me. We're beachfront. It was a great time. And what I would say to anybody, if you're thinking about coming, make sure you book that ticket. Make sure you book your room. Come on down. You're going to have a great time. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to have a lot of fun. All right? That's coming from the heart. This was one of the best real estate conferences I've ever been to, hands down.
Well, these 3 days, if I have to put it down to one word, it's going to be, stay with me, math. So I've realized that being with Jay in this group has given me motivation for the work, access to a huge amount of knowledge, and then also preparation for success. I have to thank Jay and his group of workers and team that have put themselves together to make it happen. And I encourage anybody that would ever be interested, or I've been given an invite, to show up.
Stu Baldwin with American Capital. We have a rent-to-own housing business in Elmira, the state area of New York, here at the Finger Lakes. We came to this conference because although we've raised already about $5 million of private lending funds to fund our business, we were looking for further tips on one hand, inspiration on the other, and clearly Jay has been there, done that. We're getting ready to greatly expand our business with additional private lenders, and we thought this would be the perfect opportunity. What we like about Jay's operation is that he's a believer. Number one, that was helpful to us. He's operating in a relatively small town area, which is similar to where we operate. And clearly he comes from a place of service, not just trying to make money off of his expertise. We value that.
And we're also really soaking up all of the chances for automation and outsourcing, because as we grow, so far it's just been the two of us, and we really need a little bit of help and accountability support to move through that.
So we've enjoyed this entire presentation. We signed up for Platinum Plus and Mastermind because we're looking forward to taking our business to the next level and hobnobbing over the next year with similar like-minded individuals. Because when you start to think about how you're going to be in business, you're going to really think about how you're going to raise capital. And just coming to this event, I learned the little interesting scenes of how to build relationships, the relationships matter with people that you're going to be working with to do business. You know, this is really about your life full of energy, dealing with how do people know that you are a trusted source. So when I start looking at a trusted source, I can look at going back and say, hey, I have nothing to worry about. All I have to do is go to sell, and I can do it continuously with the same people that I met from having a good conversation and I'm helping them. And that's the biggest thing I definitely say. Helping them myself in the process, but it's really about helping them get a big return from their business. Yes, definitely, because when you're trying to build a business and you understand what's happening from it, usually using other people's capital, but it's not a lifetime relationship. But this is the opportunity to build a lifetime
So my name is Paul Hale. I'm from Washington State, Eastern Washington, actually. Down here enjoying lovely North Carolina for Jay Connor's Capital Conference. And it's just terrific. He shows all kinds of strategies. It's amazing how open he is. He shows his entire business. He talks about exactly who are the different key roles in his business, and he shows you exactly how he found them, how much he pays them, how he works with them. Everything is super, super transparent. I never imagined he would be that transparent. I remember he saying he would, and I thought, no, there's no way he's going to open up that much. He totally does. And it's really remarkable to actually see kind of underneath the hood how that's a seven-figure business, and with minimal time investments. So when he's got all that set up, it's just really absolutely amazing. So very insightful, very worth the trip out here in Eastern Washington. Happy to be here.
Hey, my mic is muted. Oh, I'm unmuted. Awesome. Well, we're back, and we have we're running a little behind schedule, so we only have about 5 minutes. So in this 5-minute time frame, I really want to just do a quick introduction to my friend, my coach, my partner that I work with, Kelly Carter. Are you there?
I am. Hi. Hey, Jay.
Oh, we have the whole team on. Oh, no, we don't. We just have Kelly.
No, it's just you and me.
Hey, Kelly. Oh, you're not pink today.
I'm doing the best I can.
Awesome. So can you take a couple minutes and just tell everybody here who you are and a little bit about your background and why they want to talk to you?
Sure. I have a Renaissance background in so many different areas. I was in corporate America for quite some time. I grew up with that whole mindset of go to school, get good grades, get a good job, get good insurance. At one point, I was working 4 jobs. That was when and going to school full time. I actually thought that meant I was doing good in the world. I mean, I was doing good, but I mean, like financially well. Corporate America was it just wasn't fun for me. I didn't feel like I was giving enough back, and I kept feeling like there was something else. And I started researching. I've always been in personal development in some way, shape, or form, but I started researching and I started going to events and learning about some entrepreneurial pursuits and real estate and personal development, and got into real estate. Did some buy and holds, did some rehabs, some wholesales, did a lot of short sales, dabbled in a little bit of commercial from the standpoint, kind of got interested in it and didn't really know what I was doing. So farmed those out for referral fees. But it was an interesting vehicle, and I loved real estate from the standpoint that there's always a different way to do a deal. But going to all these events, a lot of people I ended up starting to work with at the events, and I realized that my real passion is coaching. So right now I am a Catalyst coach. I'm certified from Stanford University. I am getting accredited from the International Coaching Federation right now. And I just love working with people, like really working with your mindset, emotional intelligence, figuring out where you are now and how to be okay with where you are now so that you can take that to the next level, so that you can explore your dreams and really figure out what's keeping you from getting there and how we can eliminate those limiting factors.
That's awesome. And I think, you said something that triggered a thought, and I know we don't have a lot of time to go into it. And the key thing that you said that a lot of people I want to understand is to be okay where you're at now. And go into that a little bit, because I know a lot of people they want more money, they want more freedom, they feel like they're stuck, they feel like they can't do anything, things are out of control, the world is crazy, the roof is falling down, everything's going crazy. So how does somebody feel okay where they are now so that they can then move forward beyond that and start pursuing their dreams? How does that happen, or what needs to happen in like 30 seconds or a minute that you have to go?
It's such a great question, and I could talk about this for like an hour.
I know, right?
There's a philosophy, and some of you may have heard of it before. If you're not, it's like something that we can actually talk about at some point. But there's a mindset out there that we have to do, or we have to have certain things in order to be a certain way. Like that we have to do lots and lots of work, and we have to get a good job and get good grades and have good insurance and all this other stuff in order to have what we want to have and be happy, right? It's actually counterintuitive. It's backwards. So you actually get to be happy, like choose happiness. Could you be happy now? Can you look for the good? Can you see the gift and the gratitude in this moment? And then start to figure out your plan for what needs to be done in order for you to have the things that you want. I actually have a saying that's, if you think it's done before it's begun, all the rest is preparation for manifestation. So you think that like you have everything that you want and that you're doing exactly what you want. So if you know that it's all coming to you, you can be that way now. You can actually create that experience. The experience has to be here now. You have to know how to be happy now, because when you're there then, it's going to be now then. And if you don't know how to be happy now, When you're there, it's going to be now and you won't be happy. So I know I just talked in a really big circle, but it's kind of fun and a mind bender if you think about it. You get to choose happiness and joy and success and everything that you want right now, as far as like a beingness, a way that you want to feel. You get to choose it now and then start to plan around that. And your future is bound to come to you.
That's awesome. That's great information. And, you know, just to add on to that, I want, you know, imagine, I guess, everyone out there, think about, you know, if you're in a race, right, or if you're running and you're running with an 800-pound gorilla on your back that you put there, right? And you feel all this pressure and this stress, how far are you going to run? How far are you going to get, right? And so, you know, if you, like you said, decide to get rid of that 800-pound gorilla and just be happy and satisfied where you're at now, you could run so much further, so much faster, right? And so get rid of those burdens and just focus on the goal, focus on going forward versus, you know, suffering under the pressure of everything that you feel, and just say, hey, you know what? I'm here and I can do something and I can move forward from here, versus, again, like you said, you know, not choosing that, not choosing happiness and not choosing forward. So awesome. Awesome. Let's see. And so with this, I think,
Chaffee, you have another 5 minutes at least.
Oh, woo!
Well, I can actually talk more about that. So you want steps for that?
Yes, give us steps for that.
Okay. So I actually have steps for this. So, you know, everybody has whatever happens during their day. There's all kinds of circumstances that come up, and we end up feeling a certain way. So the very first thing, and you can write this down, okay? The very first thing I would tell you is experience exactly what you're experiencing. Go ahead, don't make it wrong, don't make it right, experience it. Be able to share it with somebody, like if you've got a partner or a coach or a group, like your tribe, your team, the people that you work with, be able to share it so that they understand that this is what's coming up for me, right? So they have the experience, communicate the experience, and then be responsible for the experience. Who's having that experience? I'm not having the experience, you are, right? Maybe you're happy, you're sad, you're angry, you're frustrated, you're scared, you're confused, whatever it is, you are having that experience. There's 7 other billion people around that may not be having the same exact experience. You are. So be responsible. Own the fact that you and who you are and all of your experiences and all your beliefs and everything has created that experience now, and that you've chosen that experience. Then have what you have. It's not right. It's not wrong. It's just what you're experiencing. I would also say that if you don't like it, if it's something that's not serving you and it's not getting you where you want to go, to give yourself a time frame for how long you want to feel that way. All right, I'm really in my stuff right now. I'm having a really crappy day today, and by dinner, I'm going to be off of it. Like, give yourself a time frame. The next thing I would say that you want to do is you want to be clear on what your principles are, what the things that you want to attract into your life, what the things that are important to you. Your family is important to you, possibly your career, like your why. And then you want to be choosing and living from that space. So after you give yourself that time frame of, you know, by dinner, I'm gonna have a whole new outlook. Think about the things that are important to you. Why are you working in real estate? Why are you pushing through your day? Is it for your kids? Is it for your family? Is it for your mom, for your dad, your brothers, your community? What's inspiring you and motivating you? And then choose from that place and find the gratitude. And we only got 5 minutes, so I just wanted to like condense it, but it's that simple.
Well, that's awesome. That gratitude is key. I know you're big on gratitude. You do gratitude coaching and everything. And we talked about this last week as well, is gratitude is so important, to be grateful in your life. And when you are grateful for the things in your life, then it's hard to feel sad. It's hard to feel bad when you're grateful for things. So with that, I know we're out of time now. So what I want to remind everybody, again, that is, if you have some extra questions, if you have some any challenges that you need help with in order to move on and get registered for next week for the event, then just go to jconnor.com/consult. Again, jconnor.com/consult. And Kelly and I will actually be calling people right after we get off right here. And so if you're there, where you already have a handful of people there, so we'll start calling people as soon as we get off here. And again, if you have any challenges, have any thoughts that you want to convey and pass by us, we will start calling. So jconnor.com/consult. Otherwise, go directly to jconnor.com/virtual. Go directly there, get signed up for the event next week. Both Kelly and I will be there next week for all 3 days. And so you'll get to hang out with us, chat with us. We're going to do some success sessions and awesome things there as well. So join us next week for that. And before you do that, obviously, enjoy the rest of the day today. So with that, Scott, Jay, we are back.
All right, excellent. Hey, Kelly, how you doing?
Hi, fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great, doing great. Hey, look, Chappie, let's go ahead and tell everybody that right around 4 p.m. this afternoon, we're going to have an after networking party, and tell folks what's going to be going on then. That's like less than 2 hours from right now.
Oh, my lands, as you always say, Jay. Last week, we actually went over an hour just answering questions on mindset, on goal setting, on taking action and getting things done. So for that time period, that after party, Kelly and I are going to be here, and Scott's going to join us as well. And Scott's got a whole wealth trove of information. And so we're just going to answer questions, again, on that real estate between the ears, as you always say, and help people move forward and get going with things. So it's going to be a good time.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, the last 2 Fridays, as you say, Chappie, y'all have gone like more than an hour in the after party. So again, folks, as far as the actual training goes today, we're only going to be going for like another hour, 50 minutes or so. And then the after party, I'm going to disappear because I tell you what I've learned. It's like when I disappear, it's like you all actually really start talking and asking questions and visiting with Chaffee and Kelly. So I'm going to get out of the way, and then you all can say anything you want to about me because I'll be gone. But anyway, with that, so hey, congratulations to Laurie Ryan. She just put in the comment section on Facebook, signed up, so excited and grateful to Jay and Chaffee and staff. So welcome on board,
hey,
Laurie.
It's Chaffer, Jay. It's
Chaffer. That's right. Hey, and also congratulations to Stephen Kern. Stephen enrolled last week, and so he's going to be at the virtual event next week. So anyway, we got a great crowd coming along.
Hey, Jay, Stephen has asked if they signed up last week, you can get this week's bonuses that expire at midnight. And I do want to say, as Jay said, we do like to reward people who have taken action and moved forward. So if you signed up the first Friday, you got the bonuses the first Friday. If you signed up the second Friday, you got the bonuses the second Friday. And, you get any additional bonuses up till today. So if you want those 3 bonuses today, then you either had to have signed up previously or you got to sign up before midnight. So take advantage of that. So yes, Stephen, you do get those bonuses from the point of when you signed up.
That's awesome. Okay, well, Kelly, we'll see you in just a little while at the after party, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. So, Chaffee, I guess you're going to go run. I'm thinking there's quite a few people have gone to jconnor.com/consult that have some questions. So I'm thinking you and Kelly got some folks to call back.
Yep.
All right. I'll see you in a little bit.
We'll see you in a bit.
All right. Folks, I'm now so excited to bring on here in just a moment a very, very special guest. And you've all been hearing me talk all 3 Fridays here in a row about how Quest Trust Company, Quest Self-Directed IRA Company, is hands down the best, got the best customer service of any self-directed IRA company in the nation anywhere. And I know what I'm talking about because if you all have heard me say, I've got lots of experience with more than just one self-directed IRA company. This company, Quest, is phenomenal. They got about 110, 120 employees. And let me tell you something, 90% of them are working from home and they are funding deals within 48 business hours. I know this from personal experience. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, I had a new deal to get funded with one of my private lenders that have their account at Quest. In fact, all of my private lenders that are using their retirement funds have transferred their retirement funds over to Quest. And not only have I, as the real estate investor and borrower, received just phenomenal experience and their service, but my private lenders love Quest as well. They can go online at any time and see what their account balance is, and even more importantly, any question that they have, Quest support answers their clients' questions within 1 hour. That's right, within 1 hour. In fact, we're going to show you a special email that you can use. And we're going to show it to you here in just a few moments. Well, I'm so excited to have back on as my special guest, Nathan Long, principal with Quest Trust. And in addition to that, y'all have heard me say it a number of times, but Quest is our titanium sponsor for all 3 of these Fridays in a row, and our titanium sponsor for next week's 3-day virtual. If it was not for Quest, we would not be able to be coming to you here on these 3 Fridays without Quest being our titanium sponsor. So with that, let's bring out of the green room, Scott. Let's bring Nathan Long right on out here to the forefront.
Hi, Jay. How are you doing? I'm in my closet.
I see Nathan coming. And guess what, Scott? I think bringing Nathan in has kicked me out again because I don't see Nathan and I don't hear him. So, yes, I'm having trouble with the connection. So I will be right back, y'all. If you can hear me, I will be logging out and I'll log myself right back in. Oh, I think I'm back. No, I'm not. I'll be right back.
I thought he was back. So welcome, Nathan. We really appreciate the support that you've given us for the last 3 weeks and for the coming 3-day event. It's really been awesome working with you and your team, and really enjoy hearing Jay tell stories about how you guys have helped so many people. And for me, I never really thought that, you put money into your IRA or your Roth or your 401, and then it just kind of like stayed in a mutual fund. And it's amazing that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, that's your choice, of course. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Hey, Nathan, can you hear me now?
I heard you before. I wasn't sure what was going on. So can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. I don't know what's going on today. It's like when Scott brings in a guest, it like kicks me off.
Well, Jay, I will tell you, they don't even trust me to touch the computer. I'm allowed to speak into this thing right here. They control everything else. I'm the worst.
You know what? I need to get Ashley here at my office doing exactly what Ruby and Anne Marie's doing for you over there in Texas. So anyway, Nathan, I've been telling folks about y'all all day long today, and I'm so glad you're back. Thank you you were with me last Friday. You're back here with me today.
Yeah, and we talk about private money a lot. My favorite subject.
Absolutely. So we've got about 30 to 40 minutes, including Q&A. So I'm going to hang out here with you. But Nathan, I'm going to turn it over to you. Y'all can.
I hope I got the right content. I heard you were talking about subject twos this week.
I was, exactly.
Boom. Okay, I got it. It's a little complicated, so I'm going to go through a lot of stuff. And of course, I'll be opinionated. All my opinions don't necessarily represent the views of Quest IRA, blah, blah, blah. Feel free to counter me anytime you think that something you want to holler or say or do. What do I do next?
Yeah, you betcha. All right, I'll hang out with you and I'll let you run with it, Nathan.
All right.
And by the way, folks, any comments or particularly any questions that you've got for Nathan, I promise you, any self-directed IRA question you got, Nathan can answer your question. And last Friday, we had a ton of questions come in. So again, folks, any question you've got as Nathan is going through this information or any question about self-directed IRAs, go ahead and type it in the comments section. And when we get to the end of his presentation, we'll get your questions answered. Over to you, Nathan.
And thank you for saying that, because also in the room is one of our senior IRA specialists, Juan Deshawn. He's a specialist in also solo 401ks, and he's also in that chat box, so he can kind of answer and stuff. And he's assigned to the Jay Conner group as one of the VIP IRA specialists. So I'm talking about a specific subject. I'm going to go really fast through some of this stuff to get to the meat of it, because some of this that we've just heard before. But I'm talking about buying a house subject to someone else's loan in an IRA. Again, we don't give tax, legal, investment advice. We don't endorse any products. We don't sell anything. The way Quest makes its money is we pay people pay us fees when they process transactions, and that's good ones and bad ones. So make sure you're taking the time to do your own due diligence in there and study all the investments you do. We are legally obligated to process any investment. Again, a self-directed IRA really just isn't a type of IRA at all. We just hold private assets, while other custodian companies are licensed at selling securities, and they hold publicly traded assets. Most of my clients have an account in both places, because you don't let a lot of cash sit at Quest. It doesn't make sense. We just transfer back and forth as needed, so that when the money's not being used in real estate or on a loan, it can be generating back with the other guys at Charles Schwab. You should kind of know how long it takes to transfer the money. There's a lot of benefits. There's diversification, tax savings. I love talking and talk all day long about the social benefits, or why it makes so much more sense to take your IRA and self-direct it into real estate in your local community, and the benefits of that versus buying a mutual fund. But I'm not going to do that today. But the big thing is, so many people have so much knowledge about doing other things, and instead of doing something else, they should be investing in things that they know best and understand. And if you know about real estate, which if you're on this program, that's what you should be knowing about. That's what you should be doing with your IRA. There are all different types of IRAs and other classes that we have with Jay. We spend a lot of time talking about them. A lot of people just think that a Roth IRA is the only way to invest. In today's presentation, I'm going to be talking about a lot about Roth IRAs, because if you're using this very powerful investing tool of buying subject to, you probably want to do it with the Roth IRA, because we're starting with a smaller amount of money, and so you pay your tax on it before you convert. Have a whole class just that you can catch online about converting from a traditional IRA to a Roth IRA. But there's all types of IRAs. Most people don't even use the Roth IRA. We use traditional IRAs, which is all our old 401ks and plans, SEP IRAs, simple IRAs. And of course, I got Juan Deshawn on with us, solo 401ks. That is his specialty, or sometimes they're called individual 401ks. But we also do these things in such accounts like health savings accounts and CoverDells. And what's really amazing is you can partner all these different accounts together to create one account. You could have one subject to with 4 or 5 different partners on there. There are some problems with all IRAs. There are people who are disqualified with them, right? They can't buy, sell, trade, and extend services, right? And primarily that's you. You have to set your IRA money apart and invest it differently. That's for your future. You get to tell it everything what to do, but like if you buy a house out of it, all the expenses come from the IRA, and all the profit goes back into the IRA. So it's an investment for your future. In addition to you, there are people that are related to your IRA that are also disqualified, which would include you, your spouse, your lineal ascendants and descendants, their spouses, and companies those people own, control, manage, or highly confiscated. Again, guys, I'm going super fast on this just to try to get to the good stuff here in just a minute, because we have full classes just on this basic information that would be helpful if you haven't got it before, or just ask Juan for some of it. Again, disqualified people can't buy, sell, trade, loan, or extend services with the IRA. So there's all different types of things you can do with IRAs. The biggest thing that we have, or the biggest asset class we have right now, is at Quest, are loans. I'm a private lender. I talk about lending all the time out of my IRA. I love it, but there's other types of investments, including direct purchase of real estate and investing into LLCs and those things that are buying into apartment complexes, syndication type of deals, all types of other things that do. If I lined up all of those categories and just ran a comparison analysis, there is one type of investment out of all the investment at Quest that just has so much more. What do you think that is? It's buying and holding real estate, because you just have such a hard time beating that magic combination, which is appreciation and cash flow. You're milking both ends of the stick. And no matter what you do it. Now, there is other things that go into that factor. What is that? Well, when I'm a lender, I'm not doing much work. When I'm buying and holding real estate, that is work related. In other words, even though I can't go swing the hammer on the house that's owned inside my IRA, I'm still finding the tenants, making sure that lining up contractors, making sure insurance paid. There is work that goes into it. And but when you add then borrowing money or buying the house debt leveraged on top of that, now I can multiply that play out and even make more money. The key is, and I'm going to be very specific, this investment is not set for everyone. Why? You have to have good coaching and training about how to handle real estate and how to handle subject twos. It's a deeper level, and as we add an IRA to it, it even becomes a deeper level. But my God, it's like the trifecta when you make this play, because what you're doing is you're going to take tax-free money, leverage it with someone else's money, right? And then do a play that you get appreciation and cash flow. There's just nothing that works better. Okay. There is a problem, though, directly related to IRAs, or several problems that we're going to discuss whenever we employ this strategy inside of an IRA. All right. And the first one that I talk about a little bit is that the loan that the IRA gets, if it buys a home and that home is debt leveraged or has a loan on it, must be non-recourse. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means that in the event of default, the only thing that you can take back is the house itself, and you can't extend any credit. So when the bank loans the money to you, they can foreclose on that property and take the property, but they can't go after any other assets in the IRA. And because you don't own it, you don't extend your credit, there's no personal guarantee on there. Is there banks that do this? Yes. I use the bank, North American Savings Bank. I'll give them a little plug there. There's other banks there too, but they do non-recourse loans to IRAs. What's the catch? You're going to get a big down payment. It's a big down payment, 30 or 40%, somewhere in that range on things. So why is it that subject twos work so well in IRAs? Is because when you purchase a house subject to, that original loan is recourse, but because you're coming over to wrapping that loan around it, then that becomes non-recourse to the IRA. So that means if we've done the legal paperwork right at the time of assumption, that our IRA can buy houses subject to and get around very easily this non-recourse provision. That's why we like to talk about it. Okay. So why would you buy it? It is so profitable, right? There's just nothing that makes it better. I think I kind of went over that screen. Here's an actual example of a customer that this is a part-time real estate investor. This is a true story, right? And he came across this deal. Now look at this deal. This is a deal that 99% of everybody would pass on. Where he got the deal from was a realtor friend of his. He asked him, said, "Hey, do you have any deals that you can't make funds or you can't get done just because there's not?" He says, "Yeah, I got this nice little house. It's like the house is worth about $85,000 after repair value, but it's got an outstanding loan of $82,000. The guy's $4,000 back in payments and closing costs to catch up, and it needs about $4,500 in repairs." He says, and I need to get paid as a commission as a realtor. There's just no deal there. Everyone see that? No deal. Okay. But if you stop and look at it, the PITI payments were $865. Stop and look at it. And what he did is he thought, this is a great deal for my Roth IRA because I'm young and I have a long time before I actually need this money. So all the money come out of his IRA. So he did a small conversion. Okay. I'm sorry. And he ended up paying tax on about $8,500. So he'd have this much money in his IRA and bought the house subject to, did repairs, and put a renter into it. Now, if you think about it, he only spent $8,500 out of his Roth IRA, right? What's going to happen in time? In time, that value of that property is going to go up. Rents are going to go up. But the other part of it is we're paying that property down. And as we pay that property down, eventually, because Bob's very young, eventually, before he retires, this house will be completely paid off. You'll have a completely paid off house that is creating rents. So fast forward a little bit. I got a little bit of thing. This happened actually about 7 years ago inside of this particular client's IRA. This house was at the edge of downtown area in Houston. The house is currently valued, hello, ladies and gentlemen, at $270,000 and is rented out at $2,350 a month. Tell me he did not do a good deal in his IRA, right? But even when you fast forward 20 years, he's going to have a free and clear property, right? And that property is going to triple or even more, right? It just depends on where the property is. I love this play on inner city properties that are small because it keeps the repair amount small. Remember, you may have limited funds in that Roth IRA, so if a big repair hits, you want to always keep a little cash. So, and again, go back. Don't do subject to deals unless you've had proper training. I can't emphasize how important that is, because you're taking other people's lives into consideration by using their credit. You're getting them out of a problem deal, but you got to make sure that those payments are going to be made, that the property's being things, and you're putting the right renters in them, and you're obeying all the property laws and stuff of the state you're in. I can't emphasize how important that is to be successful at this. But again, makes a thing. So again, what are the problems with doing it? I mentioned one. There's two. That the loan has to be non-recourse, and I discussed buying subject to does it. But this is the worst thing I'm going to ever have to talk about, is that, and it's a dirty little secret sometimes, Jay, people don't like to talk about. When you do certain types of investments in an IRA, they can become taxable, okay? Now, in order for me to really understand these types of things, what I have to do is I have to identify the problem, and then what I'm going to do is tell you the solutions to the problem in order to do this, okay? So let's look at the problem. The problem is that sometimes you can have tax inside an IRA. You can actually never do an investment with an IRA that creates tax to you personally. And I have people say, wait a second, I just did a Roth conversion and that created tax to me. No, you didn't do an investment. You took money out of your IRA and put it into a different IRA, and you moved it from a taxable account to a tax-free account, and that created tax. But any investment you do in an IRA never makes tax to you personally, but they can make tax to the IRA. They have to file their own tax return. Well, what's the most common thing here is what we call owning a business. So if we own a business, if we're selling lemonade, right, and we're being in competition with other lemonade stand makers, if we had a lemonade stand owned by a Roth IRA, that's not prohibited. We couldn't work there. We couldn't receive a salary, but we could own the lemonade stand. Everyone got that? But the income from that lemonade stand would still be taxable under a set of business laws called unrelated business income tax, okay? And at what rate would it be taxed at? Well, it's taxed at ordinary income at a trust rate, which is really high. In other words, it hits this top rate of tax of 39.5% right off the bat, like somewhere around $12,000 of income. So most people wouldn't run a business inside an IRA for that reason. That doesn't mean having an LLC inside an IRA is running a business, because the LLC could be investing in property or something else. That is an investment type of entity, which is separate from actual creating things. So what are some of the things that are considered running a business that we do see in an IRA? Renting personal property, like mobile homes that are not attached to land. But we also see it with like medical equipment, large trucks and other types of equipment. And containers, things like this. All of these strategies, also oil. All of these are strategies we do see a lot inside of IRAs. People choose to go ahead and pay the tax on those types of things because it's also very profitable, or it's something that they're knowledgeable about. They know a lot about oil or something. Again, that doesn't affect us. There's the other side of the same law that really affect us, which is debt financed gains. And I got to explain it to you in a story for you to be able to get it. All right. So say we want to buy a house in my IRA. I don't have enough money to buy the house. The house costs $100,000. I'm going to buy it for 40, or I'm going to buy it for $100,000, but I'm going to put $40,000 down. I'll go to North American Savings Bank and get a loan there for $60,000. So when I purchase the house, I am 60% debt leverage. I sell the house one day later in my story, and I sell it for $200,000, making $100,000 in profit. Woo me. Okay. Out of that $100,000 in profit, though, I have a problem. $40,000, because I was 40% paid cash, 40% of my profit is not taxable, but 60% of that is taxable. Taxable at what rate? Well, remember, capital gains or it's taxed as ordinary income. I don't get capital gains treatment because I didn't hold it for over a year. But if I had held it over a year, I could have gotten a capital gains rate. Okay. But because I didn't, I'd have to pay at this very onerous rate. And, you know, I'm going to give 25,000 out of that 60, 30,000, something like a whole bunch of that money to the IRS. Everyone got the problem. It's a very high tax. Then I always ask people, would you do this deal? And everyone goes, no. And I said, stop and drink some coffee. Listen to the story for real. I took $40,000. I got my $40,000 back in one day. I got another $40,000 and I got to split $60,000 with Uncle Sam. Sign me up every day. The real problem with the story is it's not real and we don't make $100,000 in one day, but I'm just trying to define to you, some people's minds just shut off because they have to pay a tax doesn't necessarily mean it's the worst problem in the world. Everyone got it? But now that we understand the problem is that we may have to pay tax if we buy debt leveraged property inside an IRA, let's look at the solutions, okay? Don't be confused. If your IRA went out and bought a house in cash, you wouldn't pay any tax at all. The only thing that creates this UBIT problem is when I buy property that has debt or is debt leveraged. Solution one, depreciation. I'm sorry, this is so thick, Jay. Solution one, depreciation. Okay. I know a lot of you have real estate that's rental property. And what do you do is when you get rent income in, you get to depreciate. You know, so that means that you don't always pay that tax on that. But does that mean the tax goes away? No. What that does is it pushes the tax off to the future, right? And whenever you sell that house, you have to recapture that in the future. Well, normally, and you'll even hear a lot of tax experts talk about this, say, I wouldn't buy real estate in my IRA because you lose one of the most important deductions you get when you do it inside an IRA. You don't get to depreciate your IRA. And I always get confused by that statement. I said, so you wouldn't do real estate at all? No. But I make a lot more money buying real estate and renting it than if I were buying stocks or whatever. And so over time, if I just buy the stocks, I'm going to have a little IRA. But if I buy real estate, I'll have a big IRA. Mr. Financial Guy, isn't a big IRA better than a little IRA? I mean, they honestly can't see through the trees. But why is it you lose depreciation when you buy real estate in an IRA? It's really simple. It's because you don't pay any tax. You can't get a tax deduction if you don't pay any tax. But as soon as these laws kick in, you know, where we have to pay tax on our real estate, guess what? We can now use depreciation. But depreciation works differently in an IRA. It's magic for certain things, especially under most subject to problem. Like the subject to example that I gave, this is exactly what they did. What happens is if we use depreciation as we're getting that rent money in, it is subject to this unrelated business income tax to the amount that's debt leverage. But I can pull off, you know, of course, my payments and also any repairs. And now I can subtract out depreciation. So we try to depreciate the property as much as possible, right? And what are we doing if we depreciate? We're pushing that tax off to the future. But there's a magic element here. An IRA only pays tax on the amount it is debt leverage. When I bought the property in my story I was given, right, if we go back to that story, instead of me buying the property and selling it in a day, I bought it and I hang on to it. And I hang on to it for a long time. And what I'm trying to do is pay off that principal balance. Well, what happens is when I bought that property, it was at 60% debt leveraged. But as I make each payment, that amount's going down. Fast forward into the future, right? As long as I don't sell it before I pay off that property or have what we call an average indebtedness of zero. In other words, I've had the property paid off zero. All this complicated terms make it sound much more complicated than it is. Then how much would I have to pay in tax is zero. All I'm doing is pushing that tax off to the future. Again, not all these solutions work for everyone, but if you are a true buy and holder where I'm buying the property and I'm not trying to increase that debt as I go along, like I might do an apartment complex or a commercial property, I can use depreciation and work on paying down that debt and get as much depreciation as I possibly can prior to paying off the property. As soon as I pay off the property, the UBIT problem completely goes away from there on out. Here's another solution I've used, and I wouldn't use this so much too often with a C Corp, but you could do it. I mean, with a subject to, but you could do that, which is you could use a C Corporation. See, a C Corporation, we normally wouldn't use when we're buying property as an individual because we'd have to pay tax at the corporate level, and then we have to pay tax again as we get to dividends. But if an IRA owns a C Corporation, the C Corporation pays tax at the corporate level, and then the money comes through. I've seen this used in syndication type of deals. If you want more information about that, look at my problems and solutions class that we have online, or ask Juan Deshawn for it. Problems and solution class in buying commercial real estate. We talk a lot about different types of solution, and I'll get a little bit deeper into that. All right. And then I have a third solution, which I call it the magic bullet, but my last solution has its own set of problems. And again, that's why one of the reasons why Juan's a specialist and on here, but you can do a solo 401k. With a solo 401k, there's a specific exemption inside of this type of account. We can transfer our IRAs into here. We can't move a Roth IRA in, as odd as it is, but we can do a conversion inside. But once we move the money into a solo 401k, as long as we're holding the property over 1 year, this tax just simply goes away. It's like the magic bullet. Well, damn, Nathan, why didn't you start with that? Well, because a solo 401k comes with its own set of problems. The biggest one is you have to legitimize it. In other words, you can't say, oh, I just want a 401k. I actually have to have self-employment income, and I have to make a contribution off that self-employment income in that first year. Again, but there's other problems like reporting problems. It's a very dangerous type of account, and record keeping. We do hold these types of accounts, but we very much insist that you can demonstrate to us that you have the proper principles to be able to understand and use these types of accounts. It's like a lot of very powerful tools. They're very good when used right with proper coaching and education. And when it's used correctly, it can be one of the most powerful tools out there. And it has a lot of other advantages to it, like checkbook control, big contributions. You can even loan to yourself, but the biggest advantage of a solo 401k is this exemption from unrelated debt financed business income tax inside the IRAs. Guys, I got it. I really threw out a ton of information really, really quick. I'm not even sure where I am on time, to tell you the truth. But I'm sure you probably have some questions. And then the way to contact us is you can go to Jay Connor at Quest Trust there. Or, like I said, we got Juan Deshawn. He is a 401k expert. He's been with us for a long time at Quest. And he's one of the IRA specialists assigned to the Jay Connor VIP group.
Hey, Nathan, I got a question, and that is, but first, before I give you the question, I just want to tell everybody, I'm telling you folks, Quest Trust Company has got the best education, and it's all free. It's all free. Quest has got the best education for self-directed IRA companies and all the ins and outs and et cetera. So Nathan, I know you mentioned it, and Juan put it here in the chat, that your class on problems and solutions to buying real estate, where can people go specifically to actually watch and consume that education in that class?
Well, you can go to the directly to the website. I honestly think it's a good idea instead to just send an email to Juan or pick up the phone and call him or catch him on chat, because he might package up a special deal for you. And when I say package up, he's not selling me anything. He's going to package up the right education. He might get that video and a couple of other videos that he stacks on top of it and send you an email that matches what you're trying to do.
Okay, well, if Juan could type in the chat, Juan, maybe your email address or your phone number or whatever it should be, or if it's the Jay Conner email, what's the best way, Juan, for folks to reach out to you with a question or to get, access to these trainings? If you could type that in the chat box, that would be great. Nathan, my lands, if you
I can't figure out how to stop sharing my screen. I'm sorry. What to do.
No, you're good, because Scott, our producer. Oh, there we go. There's Juan's email address. So Juan, it's right there in the chat, y'all. And Scott's got it up on the screen. Juan.Deshawn@questtrust.com. Any kind of training that you're interested in, or the problems and solutions training, you can get that from Juan. But my lands, Nathan, you went over that was some awesome information. You know what? This is the first time, Nathan, I've ever heard anybody actually teach how to use their self-directed IRA funds to invest in real estate using the subject to strategy. That's awesome. I taught this morning. Of course, this whole day is framed around subject to, but I went nonstop for like an hour, 45 minutes this morning on the ins and outs of, buying subject to.
Well, good. That's what they said that they did. I threw this presentation together just for you a couple of days ago. So hopefully, I was trying to go fast, but my point is it's not my job to teach them how to do subject twos. I just want them to know that they can do it in an IRA. There's some scary parts to it, but they can be worked through as long as you understand them. But I think it comes with a warning. It's just like everything that's super powerful. You got to be super cautious with it and make sure you have proper education and proper training.
Exactly. Well, Nathan, thank you so much for taking the time to come on here with us today. I appreciate it so much. And of course, we're going to have you and the Quest family at the 3-day virtual event next week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And again, thank you so much for being our Titanic sponsor.
Hey, tell your wife I said hello. And sorry I haven't seen her for a while, but I'll come out that way as soon as all this pandemic stuff ends.
Absolutely. Well, as a matter of fact, I know I'm going to be having y'all come October 7th, 8th, and 9th to the next Real Estate Cash Flow Conference. So that'll be in person. But anyway, stay safe, Nathan. Thank you so much.
Thank you again for having us. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, folks. So, wow, was that some awesome information? So now I'm excited to bring on as my next guest, two brothers. I know I got at least one of the brothers. I'm not sure if I got both of them. But anyway, these two guys are phenomenal. They first became my students, I want to say maybe about 5 years ago. I lose track of time. But they've raised millions in private money. They've done all kinds of aspects of the business. They're wholesalers. They've done rehabbing. They do commercial. They've done mobile home parks. And you all are going to just love these brothers. So y'all help me welcome Andrew. And maybe I got Aaron too. I don't know. Andrew, have I got you and Aaron, or have I just got you?
Just me today.
All right. That's no problem, man. So look.
That's right. Good to see you, Jay.
Good to see you, Andrew. I hope you are stationary and not driving down the road, right?
I am absolutely stationary. Aaron actually had some plans with his wife this afternoon. It's their 10-year anniversary. So I said, I'll cover this one without you, brother.
There you go. There you go. Hey, Scott, have you got any suggestions on how for Andrew to be a little bit louder? Because I can hear him, but he's just a little bit soft. I don't know if he just needs to speak closer in his microphone or what. But I think you just got closer, Andrew, right?
I did. Is this better?
Oh, that's better.
Good. Beautiful.
That is better.
Beautiful.
So, Andrew, take a moment and tell everybody how you got in real estate, how long you've been in it, and what yours and your brother Aaron's business looks like today.
Yeah. So, of course, I got started in real estate a little over 6 years ago, and met you through Ron, as you probably remember, and then first got involved in becoming your student about the timeline you mentioned, just over 5 years ago. I believe it was the first part of 2016 that I come to your event and begin down the road of private money. And it's been life changing. As you mentioned, we do wholesaling, we do subject to, we do about a lot of pretty houses and a lot of ugly. Up until the COVID-19 and things like that changed some of our strategies. We was a majority ugly house. Now we're becoming more pretty again. Probably looking at 50-50. So
I hear you, man. So how much private money have you raised, or you and Aaron raised?
Since our last conversation, I was doing some numbers. It looked like just under $7 million.
Nice. $7 million. Now, I've heard you say this, Andrew, and I want you to share with everybody. So you came to my live event to learn about private money and raising private money, and you already knew what private money was. You already knew the concept of it, et cetera. But you really got a big mindset shift when you came to my training about private money, and it was like you had this big aha moment, and then after leaving my event, you just raised in the millions of dollars. So what was the big mindset shift?
So for me, I knew what private money was, and I knew I was missing deals because of not having it lined up. But after your event, and of course networking with you and what you offered there, it began to shift in my mind. And I think what it was, I think before that I felt like I was borrowing money, and I think after your event, I got to thinking, well, the private lenders who I had met, which was very few to that point, but every one of them was delighted with the return they got. And so, I'd learned, I bought your course at the Quick Start at Ron LeGrand's event. And so I'd been putting my mind to that a little bit, but at your event, it just really flipped a switch. And I began looking at it more as the opportunity, that we were giving them. And, I seen the way it was changing people's lives. And of course, the more I did it, the more I realized it was changing other people's lives too. And what really switched for me, so in 2016 at your event, it kind of the mindset shift happened. Well, then come 17, raised several $100,000, maybe close to several $100,000 at least. And then early 2018, I got to looking at our market, and we was doing majority pretty at houses at the time. And I just got to doing the math on what we could make if I had just lined up a bunch of private money. And so every morning when I get up and say my prayers and read some scriptures, and I have my goals written out on a pad, I read my goals. So January 2018, I raised $5 million of private money in 2018. And I read that every morning. And so naturally it started happening. And in 2018, we went from raising, had raised a total of right around $1 million up to that point in the business from meeting you. And that is when I got your manuals back out and said it's time to put this fully to work and go through the contact list, the exact things you teach, and realize that frankly, there was several $1 million of private money in my contacts alone.
So did you raise $5 million in 2018?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, there's a big lesson right there. You had the knowledge, you had the wherewithal, but to really ramp it up, all you needed was the focus. And as you just said, by writing down your goals or writing down your goal and reviewing that every morning, then it's in your subconscious, it's in your top of mind awareness. So it's like your antenna is out all the time, and it's like the radio frequency tunes into There's private money. There's private money. Yeah. So back to the mindset and the mind shift that you experienced, Andrew. Would you say that part of that mind shift that you got and you really understood was when it comes to private money in the warm market, people you got some kind of relationship with, it's really got nothing to do with begging. It's got nothing to do with asking. It's got nothing to do with, I mean, it's like a reversal. It's all like, I am really serving these people by letting them know about my private lending program. And if I don't let them know about it, and if I don't educate it on them, I'm really doing them a disservice, right?
Exactly right. When that, that mindset piece took full action, and I began to just basically share the opportunity, the doors started opening, and in conversation, naturally I go to the local RIA. Of course, I, different church meetings, different business networking events, and it would just come up in conversation. Andrew, how's business? Well, it's going well. And from there, people would begin inquiring, and the opportunity would come up in conversation, basically directly from your scripts. You gave me the tools, and I just began to fully utilize them. And it was amazing what happened and what is continuing to happen.
That's great. So let's bring it home today to the environment we're in with coronavirus and et cetera. What would you say you have noticed are the biggest differences on how you're doing the business today versus prior to coronavirus?
So a couple of things. One is we offer virtual viewings, which a lot of people are still okay with us, coming to their house. We work, as you know, both Indiana and Kentucky markets. Louisville, Kentucky is a bit more stringent than Evansville, Indiana on those things right now. But we're still visiting houses in person. But I would say the shift has been from especially the avenue of leads. We was doing a lot of bank-owned properties. We was doing a lot of deals that were, based on banks or ugly house sellers bringing us deals. And that definitely shut off or slowed down, I should say, with the sheriff's sale stopping and that process. So we have two things have happened for us. Number one, it appears in some interesting way that some of the people who were struggling to make the payments realize that it's time to move on. We've found some pretty house sellers that are behind on mortgages from previous, and so we're finding more pretty houses. And then number two, it's increased our marketing to sellers. And of course, we've talking about private money. We also pulled the pretty house tools out of our tool belt, if you will, and we've increased our subject to reach again, and those type of things.
So, how are you reaching out to off-market houses now that are not in the multiple listing service?
So we are still doing just old-fashioned bandit signs for one, and doing a lot of online campaigns, a lot of online stuff. We do, Facebook, we do Google AdWords, our website, free postings, of course, consistently on Craigslist and otherwise. So a lot of online and signs is where we're at right now.
Yeah. So what overall advice or suggestions would you make to real estate investors now as to how to really leverage to get ready to serve a lot of people?
So there's two things. I think ramping up your marketing is huge right now, to ramp up your marketing to sellers, because there's a lot of sellers who probably still not experienced the full, force of what is coming down the pipeline from what we're experiencing, I would say. And I would say a couple of things. Number one, a lot of people I know have just seen subject to as a way to take over a debt and sell it on a lease option. And we do a lot of mixing and matching, a couple of lease option deals we've done in the past, of course, and tell me if I'm getting ahead of us, slow me down.
No, you're good.
Okay, so a couple of things. I'll just run over the numbers on three deals real briefly, and feel free, like I said, to slow me down. But we, took over the debt of a house. The loan was, I believe, right at $98,000, and we sold it on a lease option for $142. But we had to do a few items to it, a very minor rehab. So after rehab, a few $1,000s, we still come out. They actually cashed out in 90 days. Which is unusual, but they did.
Wow.
And so, we walked away with just under a $40,000 check from that. Another deal we had done was on, it was a subject to, the lady owed 63. She requested cash, but I always, my first option, my first goal is always to make the seller my private lender, if it's an option, right?
Right.
So we let her know that we would be able to get her the few dollars she needed and whatever out of the deal, but we would prefer to just take over the debt once we gave her few dollars. And so she was okay with that. It was a rough house, and it was in an area that brings about 180, 190. And so we took over the debt and we wholesaled it for $94,000. And so, we used subject to and wholesaling on multiple occasions. Another one, it was a 130 house. We took over the debt of 39. And, of course, you got the option, work for equity or wholesale. We're also done the wholesale on it. But, you can wholesale, or we've in the past done second mortgage from a private lender as you teach, and use, subject to and a second mortgage to our private lender to do the rehab. So we do a lot of mixing and matching and creative, beyond just the subject to or just private money.
Yeah. This morning, I went for about an hour, 45 minutes nonstop teaching subject to, and all the ins and outs of it and actual scripting. So when you are talking to a seller, and they've got a mortgage, so of course that's the first thing that comes to our mind is there a way I can structure this deal and buy it subject to the existing mortgage? What are some of your talking points and scripting and words and phrases that you say to a seller that explains to them what this subject to thing is, so that they don't get confused and so that they would be interested in doing it?
Sure. So 3 things that are big for me when talking to them is number one, especially if it's a seller who is kind of on the fence, or a seller who, maybe it's a $500,000 home, somebody it's maybe not as I guess you'd say urgent as a situation. It's just more of and I will frequently explain it this way. I say, look, we buy houses 2 ways. We pay cash way below value, or we pay with terms over time a lot closer to full value. So if basically you need all cash now, it's going to be an offer much lower. But if you will let us, in fact, in a lot of cases, I'll even bring up it probably even less than what you owe. And so I immediately get their mind to realizing that we need time and make the shift. So that's one kind of key phrase that I have used a lot of times, is we buy houses 2 ways, and have explained it as that. And then the other 2 things is just making sure they understand, our business, our model, and what we do. And so not giving them a seminar or over talking them, but explaining to them, look, we buy houses like this, and this is a very common way that it works, and we close with our real estate attorney. So kind of bringing them to the knowledge, helping them, understand, and the wins in it for them. And then of course, the third point I always make is we usually pay all at closing and can pay a good price. And so those are kind of my 3 key talking points to them.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Andrew, thank you so much for joining me here on today's virtual training. Final thoughts and comments for our viewers today.
Well, it's an honor to be here, Jay. And hello to everybody listening. I just want to say, with Jay and his tools that he gave me, I know has helped me to raise millions in private money. And I'll need to run a couple things by you probably shortly, Jay, but we're getting to another very big push for a project for a big round of private money. So we'll be doing it again. And so thank you for the tools you're sharing with everybody, and quite frankly, life-changing tools, and for helping us make a lot of money. Looking forward to the near future and seeing you again soon.
Hey, I appreciate that. Carol, I just put a comment or question in the chat box. She says, I lost the 2 ways. So can you repeat your bullets? I think you had 3 bullets, I think.
Yes. So my first one is we buy houses two ways. Number one is with cash way below value, and number two is with payments over time. So that's the first of three. I think that's what she was referring to.
Right, right. So either
Yep.
pay cash, which is going to be a lot lower, and I can pay you closer to full value on terms. And one talking point you talked about was you close all the deals with your real estate attorney, so that gives them the confidence as well. So,
Correct.
yeah. Andrew, say hello to your brother Aaron for us, and Carol Joy says hello too.
Hello to Carol Joy. Thank you all.
Okay,
Good
love
being
you.
here. Hey, love you, brother. See
All
you
right,
soon.
see you. All right, bye-bye. All right, Scott, if you'll join me out here for a second, any housekeeping we need to do before we take our last break of the day?
No.
Oop, I see Scott coming back, and I don't know if y'all can hear me, but every time we switch out a guest here, it's like I'm like losing connection. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. Yep, it says I'm losing connection. So y'all, I'm going to sign out, and I'll be right back in. And just in case you can hear me, we're going to be going on a 15-minute break. Again, you can get over to jconner.com/virtual to get enrolled and not miss out on the unpublished bonuses. And if you got any questions whatsoever, or you're scratching your head on, you can make it happen. Get on over to www.jconner.com/consult. And you can speak with Chaffee or Kelly, jconner.com/consult. So anyway, Scott, I don't know why the ring wouldn't let you back in, but let's go ahead and do the 15-minute countdown clock. And folks, be right back in 15 minutes for the last session.
I'm here at Jay Carter's Cash Flow Conference here in Morehead City at Emerald Island at the Islander Hotel Resort. Had a great time here. We had learned lots of things. More importantly, it really feels like family. And it shows how much everybody cares about everybody else. We're not just in it just to make money. We're in it to help people. And that's what this is all about. So I appreciate Jay having this for us to come and look forward to the next one.
Hi, I'm Laurel Falvey, and this is Robert Falvey. We're from Blacksburg, South Carolina. I came here a novice, and I'm leaving here, I'm not going to say a genius, but with a wealth of information. As I said to one of the workers before, that I feel like I have a pot of gold. And that is the information that I've received here today, that I can keep going into my pot of gold, pulling nuggets out, and my pot of gold is never going down. So I want to say thank you, Jay. Thank you, Carol Joy. Thank you, everybody, for such a wonderful event.
She said it better than I ever could. Thank you so much.
My name is John Irving. I'm just yeah. Right. Yeah. I really enjoyed the program. I came here not really knowing what I was gonna, what's gonna happen here. I had an idea. Pretty much like they knocked it out of the park. I got a lot of information here. Learned a lot of new things. Met a lot of new people. I definitely recommend it. And I'll definitely come back. I'm glad to be part of the program, and you should too.
Hi, my name's Andy West. Yeah, I was here at the Jay Conner event, and it was awesome. Learned a lot about private money and how to find private lenders. And, all right, so, I didn't realize, how simple really the system is that he has. And it was just amazing to learn, exactly how I can get private lenders and to set them at ease that their investment is safe with me.
So would you recommend other people coming who want to know about real estate?
Absolutely. I would absolutely recommend this to anybody who wants to know more about real estate investing and wants to get into the business, or even anybody that's not getting started but has already gotten started. They need this information.
Hi, I'm Corey Sitko. This is my daughter, Mandy Sitko. We're here at Jay Conner's conference on getting private money. It was a fantastic. There's so much information. literally almost too much to absorb. So it's going to take us a little while, but it's going to help us so much. I know we're ready. We're at the point where we just need the extra money for rehab houses and stuff like that. So it's going to be fantastic. You want to add to that?
Yeah, so we came home with like systems and a list of action steps to do. So we know exactly what to do to be successful. And Jay seems awesome at that. His whole team is like a family. I take care of a lady with special needs, and she was in on the conference too and participated as well. So it's really, truly a family.
Yeah, it's very affectionate, and you got hugs and everybody warm welcome and goodbye. So it's very good. Excellent.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Aruna Paroma from Washington, D.C. I just spent 3 wonderful days here at Jay Connor's Where to Get the Money Now Cash Flow Conference. And I can't say enough about his entire team and how they made us feel welcome and just the level of genuine information that they shared. You really feel a connection with these people. You really feel like they care about you. And not only that, but you get quality information, very detailed, step-by-step information that's easy to follow. You know, you couple that with the fact that we all felt like one big family here. I've got my kids that came up with me. We're beachfront. It was a great time. And what I would say to anybody, if you're thinking about coming, make sure you book that ticket. Make sure you book your room. Come on down. You're going to have a great time. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to have a lot of fun. All right? That's coming from the heart. This was one of the best real estate conferences I've ever been to, hands down.
Well, these 3 days, if I have to put it down to one word, it's going to be, stay with me, math. Because I've realized that being with Jay in this group has given me motivation for the work, access to a huge amount of knowledge, and then also preparation for success. I have to thank Jay and his group of workers and team that have put themselves together to make it happen. And I encourage anybody that would ever be interested or have been given an invite to show up.
This is Stu Baldwin with American Capital. We have a rent-to-own housing business in Elmira, upstate area of New York, near the Finger Lakes. We came to this conference because although we've raised already about $5 million in private lending funds to fund our business, we were looking for further tips on the one hand, inspiration on the other, and clearly Jay has been there, done that. We're getting ready to greatly expand our business with additional private lenders, and we thought this would be the perfect opportunity. What we like about Jay's operation is that he's a believer, number one, that was helpful to us. He's operating in a relatively small town area, which is similar to where we operate. And clearly he comes from a place of service, not just trying to make money off of his expertise. We value that.
And we're also really soaking up all of the chances for automation and outsourcing, because as we grow, so far it's just been the two of us, and we really need a little bit of help and accountability support to move through that.
So we've enjoyed this entire presentation. We signed up for Platinum Plus and Mastermind because we're looking forward to taking our business to the next level and hobnobbing over the next year with similar like-minded individuals.
Oh, I did that.
Because when you start to think about how you're going to build your business, you're going to really think about how you're going to raise capital. And just coming to this event, I learned the little intricacies of how to build relationships, because relationships matter for people that you're going to be working with to do existing business. And this is really about your lifeflow. Your life full of energy, dealing with how do people know that you are a trusted source. So when I start looking at a trusted source, I can look at going back and say, hey, I have nothing to worry about. All I have to do is close the sale, and I can do it continuously with the same people that I met from having a good conversation and I'm helping them. And that's the biggest thing I definitely say. Helping them help myself in the process, but it's really about helping them get a big return on their business. Yes, definitely. Because when you're trying to build a business and you understand what's happening from it, usually using other people's capital, but it's not existing. It's not a lifetime relationship. But this is the opportunity to build up relationships.
So my name is Paul Hale. I'm from Washington State, Eastern Washington, actually. Down here enjoying lovely North Carolina for Jay Connor's Capital Conference. And it's just terrific. He shows all kinds of strategies. It's amazing how open he is. He shows his entire business. He talks about exactly who are the different key roles in his business, and he shows you exactly how he found them, how much he pays them, how he works with them. Everything is super, super transparent. I never imagined he would be that transparent. I remember he even saying he would, and I thought, no, there's no way he's going to open up that much. He totally does. And it's really remarkable to actually see kind of underneath the hood how the it's a 7-figure business. And with the minimal time investments, the way he's got all this stuff, it's just really absolutely amazing. So, very insightful, very worth the trip out here in Eastern Washington. Happy to be here.
All right, we are back. We are back, folks. Hey, Scott, if you can join me for a second. Have we got any questions that you're aware of earlier in the day that we didn't get to, or did we get everybody's questions answered?
We had a whole pile of questions earlier in the day that you didn't get to, but you ended up answering anyway.
Okay. Hey,
I
must have ESPN.
One that we had is, well, I think people were just ahead of you. Like they were asking the question, and then 5 minutes you were giving them the answer to the question, so they were just sprinting ahead. But in terms of like the rent to own, the lease option thing, as you were talking about it, you talked about the way you do it being a lot different than a lot of people do it. And so one question that came up is, do some real estate investors hope the rent to own person fails, and then they leave, and then they do another lease option and another lease option and another lease option?
Absolutely. That a lot of
you know what
estate.
you're.
Oh, and are you not hearing me? Can you hear me, Scott?
I'm hearing you now. I didn't for a second, but
okay, yeah,
I can.
All right, excellent. So absolutely, a lot of real estate investors, when they sell on rent to own, they really do not want the rent to own buyer to get ready for a mortgage. Thank you, Carol Joy. Here's my afternoon Smithfield's tea right here. The real estate investor does not want the rent to own buyer to actually get ready for a mortgage and own the home. They are hoping that the rent to own buyer will default, that they'll move out, that they will lose their option fee, their option deposit, and then the real estate investor will get to sell it again. Now, my philosophy and my business model of doing business ever since we started doing rent to own years ago is the people, their true desire when they move in on rent to own, they really want to own the house. And so from day one, myself and my team, we do everything that we can at all possible to help them actually own the home. That's their intention. So we're going to help them. Not only do we intend to help them, but we require That's right. We require our rent-to-own buyers to actually enter into our credit repair program that forces them to get their credit score up. Now, as part of our agreement, the rent-to-own buyer have got to hold up their end of the agreement. They've got to do what we tell them to do and the advice that we give them on getting their scores up. And if they do move out, then that is true. They forfeit their lease option deposit. So most real estate investors that do not do the it's all about serving people. It's back to this whole, what we talk about all day long, serving, having a servant's heart. You just can't beat the golden rule, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, right? And so if they don't keep their end of the bargain, they are going to lose their lease option deposit. Most real estate investors, when they do not require the credit repair and their intention is not for the rent-to-own buyer to cash out, less than 10%, maybe somewhere around 5% of their rent-to-own buyers will cash out. But in our case, ours is closer to 80% because of the way that we do that. So yes, the way we do it is very different. And for all of my students and the people that we work together with, when you have a servant's heart, that's the way you're going to want to do it. Another thing too is we live here in a very, very small area. So when we help someone actually own a home, you think they're going to be sending us more referrals and more people that want, our rent to own program? Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's a very, very important part of our program.
Reputation is so important for long-term growth and stability and business, right? If you treat your customers wrong, everybody's going to know sooner or later, and you're going to be out of business.
That's right. That's right. So I see Andrew is asking what credit repair program that we use and recommend to people. There's a company and service that we've been using for years. They're out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the name of the company, the owner is Paul Ritter. His wife is Joanne. They've helped over 3,000 couples, individuals, and families restore their credit. And you can actually get to them and learn about their service at www. In fact, you can put this up if you want to, Scott. It's jayscreditrepair.com, jayscreditrepair.com. And to get access to Paul and Joanne and their team, you're going to need a password, and the password is JAY, all in lowercase, JAY. And Paul and Joanne and their team, they will take really good care of you. So you can use the service for yourself. As I say, they've repaired over 3,000 files. Their average credit score increase is 85 points in 6 months. So they do a phenomenal job. Now, I will tell you this, if you use Paul and Joanne's service, you're going to want to use their VIP service, and I'll tell you why. You want to use their VIP service because if you use their standard service, then you're going to have to rely on your rent-to-own buyer sending back the responses from the credit reporting agencies every month. But the VIP service is all online, and you don't have to rely on your rent-to-own buyers sending those credit reporting monthly responses back to Paul and Joanne's team. So their VIP service is definitely worth it because it's all done over the internet. They do a fantastic job. Back to you, Scott. Any other questions we had?
No, that's it.
All right.
Time for Chaffee to join you?
I'm ready for Chaffee to come on back and join me.
Here he comes.
I don't know if anybody's ever ready for me, Jay.
That's for sure. That's for sure. I was a little scared there for a second, Chaffee. Scott's getting ready to bring you in, and every time somebody comes back in here with me, I get kicked off, and I have to sign out and sign back in, and all this and that. So, Chaffee, in this, so folks, here's what's going to happen. This last session is only going to go for about 30 more minutes, and then Chaffee and Kelly are going to host the after party. So for those that missed what goes on during the after party, What's that about, Chappie? What's going on with that? Other than I go away, right?
Yeah, that's right. So Jay, you go away, and that gives everyone else to ask questions about you, and we get to talk about you. Of course, it is being recorded. So, no, seriously though, Kelly and I and Scott will be here, and we're going to do an after party really focused on mindset, really focused on some of the challenges that you might have. So you'll have a chance to, ask all the questions you want and pick our brains to see how we can help you overcome some of those challenges and take the most advantage or the best advantage of what you're offering next week. So don't just attend ready, attend with the right attitude, attend with the right mindset, and get everything you can out of it so that you can go off running and really implement everything and really, again, position yourself for success, making a lot of money and helping a lot of people along the way.
Excellent. Well, I tell you what, Chaffee, for those that may have missed what's going on next week, why don't we do just a little quick recap of that and how people can contact you and Kelly and ask any questions. I think I've got to share my screen again because when I signed out last time, I lost the sharing capability. So I am sharing right here. And I'm pulling up that little recap slide if I can find it. There it is right there. So yeah, so here's the recap of everything here. So
and by the way, Jay, I just want to clarify that for everyone looking at that recap slide, if you can pull that slide back up, Scott, that slide doesn't include what's at the 3-day event. That's just the bonuses slide, right? So at the 3-day event, you're going to cover from beginning to end your 4 pillars of real estate and a whole bunch more that you're going to tell them about right now, right, Jay?
Yep. So at the 3-day training next week, June 10, 11, and 12. And by the way, folks, this is affordable for anybody and everybody and you. So for only $59.95, this package can be financed using PayPal credit. You simply go over to jconner.com/virtual. And when you get there, you'll see 2 different pay options. One's the 3 pay, one's the pay in full. But you just scroll right down and you'll see a blue banner that says PayPal credit. And for $59.95, you're not only getting the 3-day virtual event next week, but you're getting all these bonuses as well. And PayPal has got 6 months, same as cash, meaning you pay it off within 6 months. There's no interest or whatever. And again, if you're trying to figure it out, so Chaffee, I counted there was like 30 people or so, people that typed in the bar, I want it, I want it, I want it, when we were going over it. So if you typed in the comment bar, I want it, I can tell you there's a way we can figure it out for you. Okay. So let me give you all an overview one more time before we go into this last session of what's coming. So you got the 3 full days of training, but what's going to be going on during that training? So I'm going to be teaching you, as Chavi just mentioned, all 4 pillars of my business from start to finish, how we're finding, funding, flipping, and automating the business. More specifically, finding, how are we finding deals in this coronavirus environment? How am I finding motivated sellers before other real estate investors, even though those opportunities exist? And I've got a long list of different ways that we're finding these off-market properties. The funding. So obviously I'm going to be diving deep on private money, how to locate private lenders while we've got coronavirus going on, how to work with them, and et cetera. If you're interested in rehabbing, we're going to have a virtual bus tour during the 3-day virtual next week. And you're going to be meeting my team members. All right. So I'll be interviewing my real estate attorney. How do you find a good real estate attorney to work with? I'll be interviewing my general contractor. How do you find a good general contractor to work with? I'll be reviewing and interviewing my project manager, my interior designer, my real estate agent, my realtor. How do you find this team? How do you put this team together? How do you work together, and et cetera? How do you sell? I'll be teaching how you sell any house in 3 days or less. using this rent to own strategy that I've been talking about, how you can virtually eliminate all of your carrying costs. And I'm also going to be teaching how to automate the business, how in this current environment and afterwards, how can you actually be running this business virtually and doing it in less than 10 hours per week. And also, I'm going to be having private lenders that I'll be interviewing at the event next week, to where you can learn how it is that I work with them, how I locate them, and etc. Chaffee, there's not another event like this anywhere that I know of. I know there isn't, because I'm teaching exactly how I do it, right?
Well, absolutely. And what's so powerful about all your trainings that you do, Jay, all the events that you do, is that it's not just you teaching people how to do stuff, right? It's you teaching how to do stuff and then talking to your team members who are actually implementing and doing what you teach, and you know, showing everyone exactly how they do it right now live, right? And so again, this event, by the way, you know, you interviewing your team members, you having everybody on there going step by step on how they do it. Like you said, no one does that, right? A lot of people get up and they teach theory, or they teach mechanics, they teach what they say they're doing, only to have your actual people there, your team members, and the way that they're doing it. I don't know anybody else that does that. So
exactly. And again, folks, if you got any question about how to make this work and how you can attend, you can just go over to www.jayconner.com/consult, CONSULT. Just fill out the short form, and Chaffee and Kelly will give you a call back well in advance of midnight tonight, so you don't miss out on the unpublished bonuses that I'm going to review again here in just a second. So I have my very, very well-known in-person real estate cash flow conference, which that is going to be in person. That's scheduled. We've already got the hotel nailed down right here in Eastern North Carolina. It's October 7th, 8th, and 9th. As a bonus in this package, you're going to get 2 free tickets to attend. And I tell you, Chaffee, probably the biggest bonus in this package, or one of the biggest, is getting the 4 weeks of coaching that comes right after next week's event, right? Tell the folks about that 4 weeks of coaching.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of big bonuses in that package, Jay. So it's hard to pick one. And, you know, again, that coaching is so critical, because a lot of times you'll go to an event like, you know, a 3-day virtual event, or you'll go live to somewhere, and then you go home and you took all these great notes, except studies have shown that within the first day or two, you're going to forget over half of the information that you sat through. And so, you know, if you're going to a 3-day event and then 2 weeks later, it's like you only remember like 10% of it. And with the coaching, that's why we have that there. That coaching is there to remind you of the things that you learned during the 3-day event, and help you implement that and answer your questions for the ones that are implementing it and putting everything into practice. We want to answer any questions live and go through the steps that, or some of the challenges that you might have while implementing it, so that we can help you move through that and accomplish your goals. And so that's very critical, those 4 weeks of coaching and the support that you get with it as well.
Exactly. So additionally, in these bonuses, I've got a special digital video training for you titled How I Raised $100,000 in Private Money in 60 Minutes. So there's a digital audio there that you'll listen to, like you're eavesdropping. You'll be able to listen to me talking to a new potential private lender, and exactly what I say in order for that new lender to give $100,000 by the end of that call. How can you use that? You can use that digital training right now to raise private money virtually. Another bonus that you see there is it's a video training on private money luncheons. All right, so private lender luncheons. How I've been able to raise right at $1 million at one private lender luncheon. You can use that digital training right now in the midst of coronavirus to be raising money and doing presentations on Zoom. In fact, Chappie, that's one of the big things at the 3-day training next week, is we're having a special session just on how to network using Zoom, right?
Absolutely. I mean, whether you're, in this midst of Corona where everything is shut down, the way that we connect is virtually. And so tools like Zoom and the old tools like GoToMeeting and Team and Google Video and all that kind of stuff, those are the tools that we need to use. And right now, Zoom is one of the easiest ones. And so at the 3-day training, we have a special session that's going to teach you how to use Zoom to do networking events. And so you could use that training, that luncheon training that Jay's giving you as a bonus, and duplicate that on Zoom to raise $1 million of private money even today. And what's so great and what's so powerful about not just that bonus, the training that you're going to get at the next 3-day event is that you can use this same strategy, the same technology to do these luncheons, these virtual luncheons on an ongoing basis forever. Like the technology will be there. So you can do it in person, absolutely, once everything opens up and things start getting back to the new norm, shall we say. And you can also hold them virtually at the same time. So you can do both going forward. So it's not just learn how to do this during this time period and then forget about it. It's learn how to do this because going forward, technology is going to be a big impact on everything that we do going forward and allow us to communicate with people, not just locally where you're at, across the country. And so that's another powerful use of that tool of using Zoom to do these luncheons, is that you're going to be able to connect with people across the entire country and even the world. If you have connections in other countries, right, you can raise private money anywhere from the comfort of your own home and the comfort of their own home as well.
And then you all heard about the brand new book, hot off the press, Chaffee and a co-author titled Private Money and You. So you're going to get a copy of that as well. And as you all heard me mention earlier today, your success is very important to me. Therefore, we want to make sure you get all the support you need. So in addition to the 3 days of training next week on June 10, 11, and 12, you're going to get unlimited email support for the following 4 weeks afterwards. There's going to be 2 days a week, Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. You're going to get our hotline phone number where you can call in here to my office and get any of your questions answered and make sure that you've got all the clarification that you need. That's Tuesday and Thursday afternoons between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern time. We just talked about the 4 weeks of coaching that you're going to get to make sure you're taking action and implementing. And here's another big one, Chaffee. Talk about big ones. My lands, you're going to get a full recording of the 3 days next week so that you can go back and digest it even more. You know, sometimes you hear something for the first time and it doesn't sink in. So I've never done that before, Chaffee, to give a full recording of the event.
And Jay, I do want to, mention this, is that when we were talking about potentially doing this, looking at other people out there, we've, and some of the things that came up is that, a lot of trainers don't record their events because they don't want these recordings to get out there to everybody in the public, right? And so it really boiled down to two things, which is we asked the question of, is this going to provide value to the student? Is this going to provide value and help them achieve more success? And the answer was obviously yes, right? And then the second thing is that leading with a servant's heart, we want to provide value. And so does this make sense to give them, and trusting them that obviously this is going to go to those students and they're not going to share it with everybody because there's huge value here that not only they paid for, the other attendees paid for as well. And so that was key. And because you wanted to provide value to the students and help them out and everything, we decided, you know what, we're going to trust the students. We're going to make, believe that they're going to use this for themselves and their partners and their family. Only, they're not going to share it out to the world and everything like that. And it's going to help them. So let's do it. Let's record it and let's give it out to everybody. And so that's, again, a huge, huge benefit for everybody.
Yeah. And then as a reminder to everybody, I want to make sure nobody missed out on this big thing right here. We got 3 huge, we call them unpublished bonuses, meaning when you go to jayconner.com/virtual, you're not going to see these next 3 bonuses there on the enrollment page. But this is a additional bonuses for taking action today, right now. I've got this newly released digital recording training called Networking for Real Estate Investors for Profits and Funds. So here's the deal. Networking is very, very important when it comes to raising private money in what we call the warm market. So in this training, I'm actually going to teach you or one of your team members how to be an awesome presenter when it comes to communication. Chaffee, what did you say this morning in the very first mindset session? You said that there's something about your life that ties in with communication. What did you say?
Yeah, you expect me to remember something from this morning, Jay?
For sure.
I said that the quality of your life is based upon the quality of your communication, right? The quality of your life is based upon the quality of your communication. And so the better your communication, the better that you can convey your thought processes and share what you want and are looking for to other people, the better your life is going to be. So
and that's what this digital training is in part about. To be a great networker, you got to be a good communicator. So you're going to learn that from me in this one bonus right here that comes down at midnight tonight. The second unpublished bonus for taking action right now and before midnight tonight is you're going to get my proof of access to my proof of funds letters, which you're going to need when making bank-owned property offers or REO offers. And each one of these letters is good for up to $600,000 per property. Again, those letters have been proven to work for the past 5 years. I've never had a bank or REO company turn them down, and neither have my students. And then in addition to that, you're going to get access to my private money data feed. Those are existing private lenders. We update it every month. I've got over 12,000 on average of those every month. You'll see the size of deals that these private lenders are funding, and you get their contact information. And I've already got uploaded in the site proven direct mail letters that you can use to these private lenders. And so there's another huge source of funding for your deals that I'm including right here in this package. How about it, Chavi?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, that slide that you have up there is just all bonuses. And so, you know, you're going to get, I mean, even if you didn't have those bonuses, Jay, that just attending the 3-day is going to be of huge value, because again, you're talking with your team members, you're talking with your students, you're talking with people who are doing things right now, and then you throw in all those bonuses that you're giving. You know, private money, and to raise private money and to get the proof of funds letter, it's just like, get it. That's all I can say.
Exactly. So, you know, I was just going back a few slides here as to, you know, what's going on at the event. And I was going to try to find a recap there, but I don't believe I'm not going to. But it's not my normal event, you know, and I went over just a moment ago what it is they're going to get. But you're right. It's a no-brainer, folks. I've never done this training before. It's brand new. It's timely for what's going on right now. So again, folks, you want to get on over to www.jconnor.com/virtual. You got any questions at all you want to talk with Chaffee or Kelly? You know, we got the 3 pay option on the site there. We've got the PayPal option, and we have other options as well. So if you're trying to figure it out and you're having any kind of difficulty, I mean, there was like around 30 of you all that typed in the bar, "I want it," and and we'll figure out how we can make it happen for you. So you want to talk with Chaffee or Kelly about making it happen for you? www.jconnor.com/consult. CONSULT. Just fill out the form, and Chaffee and Kelly will get back with you ASAP this afternoon and help you make it happen. Chaffee, I've been asking questions to all my guests and everybody, you know, all day long. We got about 10 minutes left before the after party networking party starts. You want to ask any questions of me?
Yeah, absolutely, Jay. People always hear about you being the private money authority. You've mentioned a little bit about the 4 pillars of real estate that you go through in the Connor method, though. Can you tell everybody why you start with private money and that's what you're known for? Only talk a little bit more about those 4 pillars and why that's so important for people to understand all 4 pillars.
Yeah. So I'm glad you asked that question because, first of all, I teach people. So my 4 pillars again are funding, getting the funding for your deals, finding deals. Unlike any other real estate investor, I do it differently, and I teach my students differently how to get these motivated sellers ahead of the crowd. So flipping or selling houses fast, and then automating. How do you run? In other words, we don't want to replace a day job right now with this real estate investing thing, and then you're working 80 hours a week. How can you put the systems and processes in place to where you've got the team, the technology, et cetera, to where, just like me, I mean, I work in the business literally, folks, less than 10 hours per week. Yesterday, I went and looked at 3 houses. Well, that total time right there was 2 hours. 2 hours is all that took right there of my own personal time looking at the houses. So I teach first funding first. I teach the money comes first. And here's why I teach that. The money comes first. There's always going to be deals. There's always going to be deals. And, I've got some friends and colleagues that teach, oh, you need to focus on getting that property under contract. Get that property under contract. Don't worry about the funding. The funding will come along. I'm sorry, folks. I don't want to get a house under contract, and I have no idea how I'm going to fund that deal, right? So now, of course, if I'm buying subject to, like today, I don't need private money to buy it, but I may need private money to bring past payments current, or to do some small repairs, or to take care of marketing or carrying costs. So the reason I refer to my business having 4 pillars is because in my experience, you need to understand how all 4 of these pillars work together. So yeah, get the money lined up. But that second pillar of finding deals, if you don't know how to get ahead of your real estate investing competition, and when you do it my way, you ain't got any competition. All right. But you got the money lined up. Well, now you got to know how to find the deals. I was interviewing Corey Boatwright earlier today. Whether you're a wholesaling deals, or it doesn't matter what your exit strategy is, you got to learn how to find these motivated sellers. And at the 3-day virtual next week, we're going to spend a good amount of time focusing in on how you find the off-market motivated sellers today. So you got to know how to find them. And then my lands, you got to know how to sell them fast. Now, the reason I teach selling them fast is, even though, we have been in a very hot market. I mean, right here in our area, in our target market, I mean, it's hot. You put a home in the multiple listing service, and if you got it priced right, it's going to go. But that's not always the case, right? So I want you to learn how to sell on the rent to own strategy. Now, you heard from Crystal and Dan earlier today. That's their primary exit strategy. And since we've been talking about buying subject to the existing note, that is the primary exit strategy, rent to own, when you're buying subject to. So without that strategy in your tool belt, as Andrew Schlag was just talking about, then you're going to be missing out on a very profitable way to sell houses. Selling a house on the rent to own or lease purchase strategy is the most profitable way to sell a house over the long term. You may receive multiple non-refundable option fees. You're going to have positive cash flow. You're going to be able to get the depreciation on that house because you are renting it out. So there's no negotiation on price, right? So selling on rent to own, that I will be teaching at the 3-day virtual next week, the most profitable way to sell a house over the long term. And then my 4th pillar, as I mentioned, automation. I'm going to teach you next week during the 3-day virtual how to run this business so it doesn't run you.
Awesome. Am I back on?
You're back on.
Okay, there I am. I was waiting for it to switch over. Thank you for that explanation, Jay. And let's see, another question that I have written down here. By the way, everyone, Jay doesn't know what I'm going to ask him. So these are all off the cuff for him. So, and Jay, what would you say is the top 1 or 2 key traits that somebody needs in order to be successful using your system and in this business in general? Like, what would you say, somebody should focus on, and what kind of skills or traits or personality bits that they need in order to succeed in this business?
Well, the top 2 that come to mind are, number 1, be coachable, and number 2, don't try to fix it. So let me explain that. All right. So, and in fact, I get asked a lot of times, Jay, why is it that you were able to make such fast progress when you started first going to real estate investing events? And that is, I was coachable. And here's what I mean by being coachable. That is, come to the training with an open mind. All right. Don't come, in shutdown mode. Right. Come with an open mind, because what I'm going to be teaching at the event is exactly what's working now. I'm not going to be bringing you theory. I'm not going to be bringing you pie in the sky. I'm going to be bringing you actually what works. And I tell you, folks, there's a lot of coaches and trainers out there that used to do the business. They don't do the business anymore. They just focus on their teaching and training. And listen, I have stayed in the real estate investing business itself right up until now, and I don't ever plan on getting out of it as long as I'm a teacher, because it changes. What was working very, very well from a marketing standpoint maybe 2 years ago is not working so well right now. For example, Google AdWords. Google AdWords were working great up until about 2 years ago. Google AdWords don't work so well now on finding motivated sellers. The second reason I stay in is because my lands is so profitable. Why in the world would I want to leave and get out of real estate investing, even as a coach, when it's so profitable and we're able to systemize it and do the business in less than 10 hours per week? So number 1, be coachable. Listen, be open. And then secondly, when I say don't try to fix it, just follow the steps. Right? Don't try to interject your own creativity with the marketing or the scripting or any of the actionable items we give you. Just follow it step by step as we teach it, and that will get you on the track to success the quickest way.
That's funny, Jay. You were saying as you were talking, I kept thinking of, I don't know who said it, only they said that a mind is like a parachute. It has to be open for it to work. Right?
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, you don't want to close parachute when you're jumping out of that plane, right?
Exactly. Well, Trevor, looks like we got time for maybe one more question before we go right into the networking after party.
One more question, then. Let's just go, a completely different route and just say, Jay, what do you like to do for fun? What relaxes you? What would you do, just to have a good time?
Well, what I do to have a good time is every Monday evening for the past 8 or 10 weeks, Carol Joy and I are on my personal Facebook page. Now, you all are on Jay Conner, the Private Money Authority, or YouTube channel right now. But my personal page is just a black and white picture of me sitting at the piano, at our grand piano in our living room like this. And so on Monday evenings at 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, Carol Joy and I go live for about 30 to 45 minutes. And we have the best time. I tell you, the last 2 Monday nights, we've had over 1,100 people come join. We call it the piano party. And we play Name That Tune. So I've been playing the piano since I was in 4th grade. And when I was 17 years old, I started writing and composing piano music. And then when I hit in my 30s or 40s, I lose track of time, I actually had one of my compositions make it into a Universal Studio movie called Burn Hollywood Burn. It had Whoopi Goldberg, Jackie Chan, and Ryan O'Neal in the movie. And the movie was horrible, but the music was fantastic. But anyway, so I write and compose music. Carol Joy, she writes and composes music. We play Name That Tune. In fact, Chaffee, 4 weeks in a row up until a couple of weeks ago, Carol Joy played her original music. I played my original music we've got some songs with no titles and no words. So we had people submit titles, suggested titles for our songs, and we were giving away cash every week for people that were winning the titles. And you know what, Chaffee? Every person that won cash for submitting a winning title, all of them gave the money or wanted us to give the money to our local charities. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, music is a big part of mine and Carol Joy's life. We're very, very involved in our local church, and we love to sing. And in fact, for a number of years, I had a cappella group here with about 20 members called the Carteret. That's our county, Carteret County, the Carteret Chords. And we sang 8-part a cappella music that was the same arrangements that the Liberty Voices group sings down at Walt Disney World. So what I like to do for fun, music, piano, and singing.
You know, it's funny you say that. I have a 2-year-old son, and I put him to bed every night, and sometimes I'll sing before he goes to bed, and he'll just slap me in the chest and say, "No singing, Daddy, no singing."
Now that's funny. That's funny.
And I do recommend, though, if anybody watching this now has not seen Jay play the piano, you need to get to that live cast and watch him play, because it's fantastic. I've seen you play live, Jay, and you know, it's incredible. So go that Monday night, because you don't want to hear me singing, because my son doesn't either.
So let's see here. Stephen just says, Jay, 2 recreational questions. What's the biggest fish you ever caught? Nothing to write home about. In fact, I'm just not much of a fisherman to start with. I did go deep sea fishing though 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I don't know, we caught a few dolphin or mahi. No, it wasn't flipper that we caught. It was mahi. And I don't know, that one was probably 20 pounds or something. So yes, I'm telling the truth, Stephen. So Chaffee, before I turn it over to you and Kelly for the after party networking party, first of all, Scott, I want to thank you for making this happen today. And of course, you're going to be staying on here with Chaffee and Kelly for the next hour or whatever. Again, Chaffee, tell everybody why they want to stay on with you and Kelly for this after party networking.
Well, like you said, Jay, you're going to be gone, so we're going to talk about you a little. And we're going to answer questions. And you know, if we get through all the questions, we're just going to talk about some mindset strategies and tips and techniques on how to be successful that we've learned, not only through running our own businesses, working and coaching with thousands of students across the country. So Kelly and I have both sat down and worked one-on-one with people all over this country. And for me, I know in 3 different countries, Canada, Canada, the UK, as well as in South Africa. I was there and we did a whole bunch of events there as well. So we'd love to share with you what we've learned and how that's going to help you move your business forward. So stick around. We have a good time.
So folks, this is the last time you're going to see it. All right. So one more time, there's the recap with everything. Again, jayconner.com/virtual. If you've got any questions at all, and I know you want to work with me because about 30 of you typed it in the comment bar. You want to work with me and you can't figure out how to make it happen, just go to www.jayconner.com/consult, CONSULT, and just fill out the short little form, and Chaffee or Kelly will get back with you as well. So there is that. And Chaffee, it's been an awesome day. I've enjoyed being with you all day, man. And my lands next week, 3 days in a row, Chaffee, 3 days in a row, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Woo, if you thought today was something.
Well, I can tell you, Jay, I think, we started this 3 Fridays ago, and every single Friday, in my opinion, has gotten better and better and better. And I know this 3 days in a row is going to be even better than that. So it's been fun, and we've learned, and we've had a good time, and provided huge value too. So
absolutely. All right, everybody. I look forward to seeing you next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, June 10, 11, 12. We start at 9 a.m. next Wednesday morning, June 10th. And Chaffee, I'm going to turn it over to you and Kelly, and you all have fun talking about me.
Awesome.
Y'all have a great week. Y'all have a great weekend.
We'll see you later, Jay.
Bye-bye.
Hey, there's Kelly.
Hey.
Scott, you going to join us for this party too?
You bet. You bet.
Awesome. And everybody else that's still on, go and invite a whole bunch of people and get them on too. So,
see you, Steven.
Steven, don't leave yet. Awesome. So with this though, Scott, I know that you've introduced yourself the past couple times, and Jay introduced you as the magic man behind the wizard, right behind everything. Only take a couple minutes and introduce yourself too, if you will, and tell everybody a little bit about your story. And just so everybody knows, Scott, we go, we like, when you start talking about the internet marketing group that you worked with way back when, and then even before that, that's some interesting history that people don't know about, and you've gotten a ton of experience from that as well. So,
all right, thanks, Chaffee. Yeah, it's. I spent 20 years on a path that was going straight towards heart attacks, diabetes, obesity, stress, nervous breakdowns. I was the manager of a number of grocery stores over that period of time. And we would always have 20,000 customers come through the store, and we had 300 employees. And when you're in that environment, it's always high stress. And so when we started computerizing in 1995, I thought, well, I better get a computer and figure out this thing, because obviously this very conservative company is doing it. So that means it's coming. And a couple of years after that, realizing that there was a lot of change and opportunity coming. And I think also, I grew up being a grocery clerk, bagging groceries, putting out the milk, putting out the bread, working in the bakery, helping the bakers. And so I never knew anything else. And then as the computer age came upon us, it was like, maybe I could do something different. And when I left, they were they were going from Windows something to Windows 3.1, and all of the telecommunication companies didn't know, nobody knew. They had 10,000 employees. None of them knew how to turn on a computer. So I spent a couple of years teaching people, Word and Excel and that sort of thing. And then a real estate company, a realtor company, came up to me and said, we'd like to have a program for our realtors, because they're all 55 years old and they don't know how to turn on their computers. So I started doing that. And then the realtors would say, well, can you make a website? And I go, no. And I teach myself. Can you get some traffic? No, but I teach myself. And can you get sales? No, but then I taught myself. And at the end of course, I used all of the training material from what was at that time one of the top internet marketing training companies, called the Internet Marketing Center. And they were actually in Vancouver, and I was in a suburb of Vancouver. So they called me up one day, and because they were looking for coaches, and they didn't know, they thought nobody in Vancouver knew who they were. And this guy calls up and he says, hi, it's blah, blah from the Internet Marketing Center. And I'm like shocked. It's kind of like, the way I describe it is kind of like God called you, right? It's just like, oh, I can't believe this. And then I turned around and said, oh my goodness, I know who you are. I use this program and that program, and I did this training and I did that. And I rattled off everything that they had. And then this guy was like shocked, because nobody ever knew what they were doing. But I knew everything. So my onboarding was basically a week and a half, and I had 35 clients because I already knew how to use all of their products because I was using all of their products. And about a year later, I was trying to figure out this thing, and nobody knew what it was or how it worked. Or the people that did, they'd write an article and it would say, this thing is so easy. It's the easiest thing in the world to do, period. And then everything in the article after that might as well have been Japanese because I didn't understand a word they were saying. And it was called blogging. And I did a blog post, and it caused my pages to be #1 in Yahoo and Google in days. And this, we were teaching, it would take 3 to 6 months. So this was revolutionary. And then they decided they would go do boot camps around the world. And they thought, oh, we'll just get Scott to talk on Saturday night. 2 hours on blogging. And I'm going, okay, you show up at 7 in the morning, 8 o'clock my boss talks nonstop until 5. You leave at 5, you go have a huge dinner at a restaurant nearby. You come back at 8, and I talk about blogging for 2 hours. You're going to be sound asleep, in an hour, right? So I thought I need to do something else, not just the blogging. And I had avoided this thing called podcasting that I'd heard about. So we're 2005, and I started teaching an hour on blogging, an hour on podcasting, and the rest, as I say, was history. And about a few years, I left after a few years because if you're an entrepreneur, and when you change from being an employee, and then you become an entrepreneur, and then you just can't. If you try to go back, sometimes you can, but I couldn't. And so I left, taught people how to do podcasting, and then I did a course on podcasting because I had gone to the people that made the Starbucks app asked me to come in and talk about podcasting to their marketing department. I did. After 2 hours, the director of marketing grabbed me by the shoulders and he shook me. He was a great guy. He's full of energy. And he says, you have to make a video course on podcasting. And I go, well, I have a 4-page PDF on how to do it. So I made this video course, and now who knew that what would happen? I've got 130 some odd video courses with probably 30 or 40 co-instructors. I usually do the production similar to what I'm doing here. And I have over 300,000 students that have taken those courses. I'm really excited to say that I hit 778,000 minutes taught.
Wow.
And this was like, I just thought I would do this one course, and then that would be just to get him off my back, right? Then I would go back to my life, but it all sort of changed. And now my youngest son left home about 4 years ago. We helped him get a house, and and I had no responsibilities for the first time in my life. So I took off and went to Morocco and North Africa and Europe, and came back a couple times to North America, and kind of decided to sort of stay. And now I'm stay in North America. My goal was to get down to Argentina, but I only got as far as Colombia, where I am right now. No international travel around South America as far as I can see, or certainly none in and out of Colombia. So I'm in the city of Eternal Spring, happy to be here, and happy to be with everybody that's on this call with us.
Awesome. Well, that's the last time I asked you a question because you took like 10 minutes. No, just kidding. Just kidding, Scott. Come back. We love you. So, I do want to point out, as you said, you've been podcasting and blogging since 2005 and before. So, it's not like podcasting is now the hot thing, right? I mean, Joe Rogan, signed on with Spotify for $100 million for his podcast. I mean, ridiculous, right? And well-deserved, don't get me wrong, and ridiculous at the same time. And so, you got those skills there. You're running these digital events for Jay. You're known as the digital nomad with, I think you reached over 1 million students through all of your digital courses now. Isn't that right?
I have 1 million enrollments, so I have probably an average of 3 courses per student. So I mean,
that's still huge. I mean, ridiculously huge. So, So Scott's not just like the tech guy, just so everybody knows. So he's got a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge here, and as well as Kelly. With that, though, do we have any questions, Scott, that anybody has asked? I haven't seen any come through recently. Only were there any questions?
Manny, he wants to bring in the drinks.
Hey, all for it. What do you think I've been drinking all? No, I'm just kidding. I don't drink.
So at this point, no questions.
Okay. Well, if anybody has any questions, first of all, if you're still around, I know about 100 or so of you or more are still around. Send some love to Scott and Kelly. Say, hey, Scott, and hey, Kelly. Love to have you guys on here. And then if you have any questions, post them in the comments as well. We'd love to answer those questions for you. If you don't have any questions, we're going to sit here and we're going to talk and share some things with you.
Steven's right. The guy who controls all the buttons can talk as long as he wants.
Well, obviously, because he has
my power, but every once in a while, I can't help it. Oh, what happened to Chaffee? Where did he go? Oh, there you are. Hi, Chaffee.
Yeah. Now you moved all my squares around, Scott.
I know. It's like that musical chairs thing, and then we disappear.
So I do want to tell everybody that when you're a part of the Jay Conner team, when you come and join us, whether virtually or live in person, it really is a big family. We really do have a good time. And, now that Jay's gone, we kind of like let loose a little bit. Although, we do that with Jay too. Oh, Kelly's muted. I didn't hear what she said.
I muted her. I'm sorry. I thought we had some feedback from you.
Oh.
From me?
Yeah.
You want me to turn the volume down? That might help.
No. There's none right now. You're doing good.
Okay,
there we
good.
go.
No, I was just saying we do that with Jay as well.
Yeah, we have a good time. We hang out.
Hi.
And what I love about Jay's events, make sure you write down October 7, 8, and 9. You definitely want to get there. Obviously, you want to be here next week as well, and you definitely want to get to Jay's event live in person because you do get to meet the entire team. Like everyone's going to be there. Miss Brenda's going to be there. Ashley's going to be there. Scott, I think you're going to make it. Are you going to make it in October? You don't know?
If the United States will allow me in the country, I'll be there. My goal is to get to Mexico in September and then pop across to Florida, go up the coast to. It's beautiful. Like if you can go there just for.
It's right on the beach.
Yeah, just for the beauty of the area is absolutely spectacular. And then you're never going to meet a nicer group of people that are focused on, a specific goal that you come, when everyone's focused on the same direction and willing to put a hand down and a hand up, it's.
Oh, we are getting feedback. Where's that coming from?
It's coming from Kelly.
Kelly. She's not pink today, only she's giving us feedback instead.
Can I mute myself? Yeah, I can. I'll mute myself when I'm not talking. How's that?
Okay.
All right. That's all good.
So we have a question. Woo-hoo. What about profit splits with sellers to help close a deal?
Profit splits with sellers.
Well, oh yeah. So I'm going to sell you my house. You're going to make 60 grand on it. So I want half.
Yeah. I don't. Is that what you meant to ask, James? Usually, okay, so just understand, usually a seller, like if you're talking about a wholesaler, then, you're going to give them some kind of assignment fee or wholesale fee. Only with a seller, you're looking for motivated sellers who just want to move on with their life. They just want to sell you their house so they can get out and do what they need to do, whether it's get out of foreclosure or, move on from, their divorce or whatever it is. So you're not really splitting any profits with them. You're buying the house from them. So, depending on how much equity is there, if any, they might get some money or they might not. We've even had cases where people actually pay money for you to take their house. Like they'll, cut you a check for $5 grand because they're behind on payments or something, or there's so many repairs, there's not equity. So they'll cut you a check to take their house from them. So I think that's what you meant or the question was. So I think I answered that.
Well, if James is in Vancouver, what happens in Vancouver all the time, we have a very, very large Chinese community. In fact, I think it'll be one of the largest Chinese, Richmond outside of Vancouver will be one of the largest Chinese cities outside of Asia. And there, it's not unusual for the realtors to, you know, if we're going to get 5% or whatever the percentage is and give a percent back to either the buyer or the seller, depending on which one they're representing. And that's what I was thinking he was talking about, but that has nothing to do with real estate investing. So,
okay.
So don't do it if you can avoid it. I think, you know, it's really hard. He brings up a really good point. It's incredibly difficult to stand your ground. Most people, in my experience, and I'll include myself as my experience, undervalue what they bring. So because I undervalue what I bring, I don't charge. I give a price out and then I back down right away. And I don't think I'm the only one that has this problem. So when you're going to be, particularly in the beginning, when you only have maybe one deal that you're working on, that deal becomes incredibly important. If you have 30 deals you're working on, that deal is not important, right? You have 30 deals. Some guy says, will you split the profit with me? It's like, go away. Like, no way, right? Because I got 29 other deals that they're not going to ask that question for, right? But when you only have one, then it becomes a real issue. And it's really hard to not, as I say, as us Canadians say, drop your drawers and give away the farm in order to get the deal. And I think it's really important that we say this is what we want to get, and then we hold on to getting that. Because if we say we want to make $30,000 in a deal, Jay's making 60, so this is not unrealistic. Then, but then we keep doing things that only get us 10. We're sabotaging our business.
So Scott, this is a family show, so don't drop your drawers. That's the first thing I'll say.
Does anyone even know what a drawer is?
The second thing I'm going to pass to Kelly to talk about is that you brought up two things, Ashley, so it's a second and third thing. You brought up two things that I want to discuss since we don't have any other questions to ask. And those two things that I want to discuss are expectations, which is what do you expect, right? And for me, it's always I tend to get what I expect, and we can dive into that a little bit. And two is that the concept of scarcity and abundance, right? And so when you're working on your first deal and you tend to back down, it's sometimes related to this concept of scarcity, because that's the kind of mindset you have sometimes, that you're wanting something so bad that you don't have. And so you have that mindset versus the mindset of abundance. So Kelly, you want to talk about scarcity and abundance and expectations, or I can talk about one or two of them as well. And I'm going to let you take it over and talk about that.
Okay, hopefully don't have too much feedback. I'm working on seeing if there's some a headset downstairs I can use. Okay, so scarcity and abundance, like so what you focus on expands. That's a concept, and from a metaphysical standpoint or a quantum physics standpoint, it can be proven. So what you focus on expands. So if you're thinking about, oh, I might not get this, and I'm going to have to give up this, and what if? It's fine to plan, but the scarcity it's a limitation. It closes doors. Like having an abundant mindset, a worthiness mindset, a possibility mindset, a win-win mindset is giving you, like, your blinders aren't on. If you're like, I've got to get this deal and I got to make this much, and it's I gotta, it's a come from. It's like from the pit of your stomach. You start getting to where like you can viscerally be aware of where you're holding your feelings and your thoughts and your thought patterns around doing these deals. You can shift that. So having the worry and the fear, there's a good side to worry. The good side of worry is it allows you to plan. So you can plan for all different kinds of contingencies. But the worry and the fear, it's limiting. So take a deep breath, get refocused on what you're focused on. You're going to get this deal if it's a good deal. And there's all different possibilities and ways that you could structure the deal, and it's going to be a win-win. And step into the possibility of there's several different ways of having it happen. You don't have to be in control of exactly what it's going to look like. You just put your commitment, your intention out there and go for it. And it really is, any real estate deal that you do, it's a mind fog, right? You have to figure out where you're going to go with it. And especially as a new investor, if you are a new investor, it can be daunting. And that's where having a team, a tribe, a coach is really, really supportive. You've got people that you can turn to and say, can you support me in this opportunity? Can you give me some ideas? What about this? Or maybe even come up with ideas that you hadn't even thought of. But you have to be of that mindset of where there's a will, there's a way. And that's abundance.
Awesome.
That wasn't really expectations, was it? Sorry.
That's all right. That's a different concept, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. So I want to add to that and just let everybody know that's here is that, you know, in the United States, there's over 100 million properties. There's so many houses out there, right? And so if you're struggling right now to find a deal, if you're having a challenge finding a deal, that's where, you know, what Scott says comes from is like, you're so focused. You know, I talk to investors and they're like spending 2 weeks looking at a deal because like they're over analyzing and overthinking about this deal because they think that that's the only deal that's out there for them. And they want to close it. They want to get it. They want to make this deal happen so bad that they're spending all this energy there. And when you just realize that that's just one deal and there's millions of deals out there. So instead of just focusing on this one deal, you should be focusing on how do you attract more deals coming into you so that you don't have to overthink this deal because this deal that comes in is just fantastic and you just can just use it and go with that deal, right? And so when people say that they're telling me that they can't find any deals, it just tells me that they're not doing enough to attract those deals coming into them, or they're thinking if they're looking at a deal so intently and they're spending so much time, it just means that their marketing systems aren't producing enough deals coming into them. And there's so many deals out there. So the world is abundant in terms of deals and abundant in terms of money. There's so much money out there, it's ridiculous. And so if you're having challenges raising private money, it's just that, again, you have that scarcity mindset and you need to focus on there's like trillions with a capital T of dollars out in the economy. So you need to get that, you know, a mindset of there's so much money out there. There's so many deals out there. And it's my job to become that person that attracts that money and attracts those houses so that I'm not spending 2 weeks on these deal, you know, analyzing something. And by the time I'm done analyzing it, it's already gone because somebody already bought it for me, right? So having that abundance mindset is key.
Okay, so we do have a couple questions coming in. James asked a good one. What about profits? No, sorry, that was the one we did before. Kelly, do you use dreams and active imagination for personal growth?
I use all different kinds of tools, and I'm learning new tools all the time. If you mean by you had capitalized dreams and active imagination, so I'm wondering if that's actually a tool in particular, or if you're asking about dreams and active imagination. Because yeah, I listen to my dreams and I program myself if I've got questions throughout the night that before I go to bed, I'll ask myself a question that I'm looking to have an answer to. I'm constantly, I meditate every day. So I'm not sure, like I said, I'm not sure if dreams and active imagination is a specific tool by a certain person that they call it that, or if you're just speaking into dreams and active imagination. By all means, I use all different kinds of tools, and I've got a multitude of mindset and healers and all kinds of people that are teaching me new things all of the time. So yeah, all of it I use for personal growth.
I'd like to jump in on that if I can, if I may.
I'm going to mute myself.
Okay.
Well, you pressed the button, so apparently you can.
She did. It just feels like rude muting somebody, right? So dreams and active imaginations, I think, are really, really important. And one of the reasons why I think they're important is they're a pathway to your subconscious mind. And people say your conscious mind is 5% of your thinking and your subconscious mind is 9%, and unconscious and super conscious is like the rest of it, 95%. So that kind of means, I was just thinking about this the other day, and it must have been my active imagination. Like, it's like you're in a huge school bus and you're sitting in the back and you're the only one there except for the driver. And the driver could be your subconscious. But if he's mad at you, maybe it's a she, but in this case, he's a he, and he runs into all the potholes, you're going to have, and then he makes sharp turns too fast, you're going to have a miserable experience on the bus. But if he's happy with you and he likes you and he gently moves out of the way of the potholes and everything else, then you're going to have a lot better life. And I think that one of the problems people have, which is why I think dreams and active imagination is so important, is they treat their subconscious, which is really themselves, so poorly. And the subconscious just says, you know, like, I'm going to pull my drawers down on you. And then bad things happen. And I have seen it so often in business meetings where the business meeting is going great. And then one of the people who wants to sell to the people that are going to buy says something incredibly stupid. And I'm like, why? And out of nowhere, right? And I think, oh, wow, like that was just your subconscious mind sabotaging your meeting. So if your subconscious isn't on board, you're going to have a lot of problems doing your deals. You're going to have a lot of problems doing anything. You're always going to pick the wrong person to have a relationship, whether it's business or personal. You're going to go down the wrong road all the time because your subconscious is mad at you. So what you can do with your active imagination is and this is how I deal with situations that I'm not sure what's going to happen, is I'm going to go into a meeting. I'm there 10 minutes before, and I'm sitting there in my car, and I'm just nice and quiet, and I'm imagining the meeting. I'm not imagining what I'm going to say, but I'm imagining that they like what I'm saying. So I can see myself like through a window. I can't hear what's going on, but they're happy. They're shaking my hand. They're excited, and I'm excited, and we're getting along great. And then it's like, yeah, I want your product, your widget, whatever it happens to be, and away you go. And usually, in my experience, when I have those meetings, they're great meetings. Doesn't mean everybody buys every time, but they work out really, really well. And for me, that's the active imagination. And our dreams in many ways is our subconscious saying, this is what we really want. This is what 95% of you really want, Scott. So would you stop not doing it, or would you start doing it, depending on what it is, right? And sometimes they're warnings, right? It's like if you have a bad dream, maybe that's a warning that you're going down the wrong route or something like that. So, Manny, great question. I think it's really important.
So I just want to add one thing to that before we move on, which is it's very important. And Napoleon Hill talks about this in the book Think and Grow Rich, which is one of my favorite books of all time, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And he talks about when you visualize, when you imagine things, it's important for you not to just visualize it with your mind. It's important for you to also feel it with emotion in your body and with your thought process, and then define it with colors and like get as crystal clear where you can feel it, taste it, touch it, as well as imagine it. And when you can put those kind of emotions behind that active imagination, that's when you start manifesting things. That's when you start attracting things. That's when you start, creating things in your life by having those emotions, as well as just thinking about it as well, in addition to thinking about it. So,
right. So we have a few questions, important questions. One's from Lori. I've got few options for not huge deals. Are private lenders on all level of deals?
So are private lenders on all levels of deals? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I think what she's saying is, let's say I only need to borrow $10,000. Would a private lender do that, or is that too small?
No. So, what I would say is that as long as there's enough equity and protection in the property for that private lender, it doesn't really matter how much of that money you're using. Some private lenders only have $15,000 or $20,000. Some private lenders will only start with, let's say, $25,000 to test the waters or test you out. And then once you've proven and you've paid out, then they'll give you more. And so as Jay said, they always have more, right? And so They might start small and then they'll build up once they build a relationship of trust with you. And so again, it really, and then what you can also do a lot of times is use a first mortgage and a second mortgage with two private lenders. One private lender is the bigger private lender that you'll use to purchase the house, and the second private lender and the second mortgage is what you'll use to fix and rehab the house. And that amount might be 10 or 15,000 as well. So yeah, you could use private lenders at any different level of the deal, as long as, again, you make sure that they're protected, right? The way that Jay teaches, the way that we teach is to make sure that you're protecting that private lender in case something happens. And that gives them a level of comfort, as well as, again, insurance that, you know, life happens. And if you get in an accident somehow, they're protected. That private lender's money is protected, and they will want to know it's protected. So.
Great.
We got more?
Yep. Any problems flipping contracts in being classified as agent activity? So I'm assuming that means as a realtor, if you could be classified as doing realtor work?
Yes. So I can answer this. Does anybody else want to answer it? Kelly's still muted, so.
I said you have the floor. Go ahead.
So the answer is, if you are marketing and selling a property without some kind of actual interest in the property, then you can be classified as an agent. And so you have to have some kind of controlling stake. And so a lot of times wholesalers will talk to somebody and then say, let me market your property, and they don't have that property under contract, or they don't have that property, any kind of controlling stake or equity in that property, and then they'll blast it out to a whole bunch of people, put it on Craigslist and all that kind of stuff. That would be classified or considered as an agent. If you have a contract on a property and you have controlling interest of that property, then you're allowed to market that property, and there's no conflicts there. So you have to have some kind of, again, equity position or controlling interest in that property in order to market that property, as to not be classified as an agent.
Okay. And what is max LTV for private lenders in second position?
So am I taking that again?
Yep. This is about dreams and active imagination, so it's going to you, Chaffee.
Okay, great. So all these technical nuts and bolts questions, I guess I'll take. So again, for the private lender, Jay will tell you that what we teach, you know, in his course, is that 75% LTV is the highest you want to go, regardless of the position of that private lender. Now, Jay does have some exceptions, and those exceptions are basically if it's a beautiful home with very little or no repairs, then he might go higher on that LTV. The highest I've heard him go on a home that is in perfect condition is 85% LTV. And you, like, in order to protect that private lender, he usually stays at that 75% LTV.
Okay, and Global Woman Travel Healer, what's Scott's site to study? I'm really not tech savvy. I need a new PC to study real estate. So if you want to study real estate, then next week you should make sure you come for the 3 days, and then www.jconnor.com. There's lots of good information there. And and then if you go to udemy.com and you put my name in, then you will see a bunch of all the courses that I have on Udemy. There's, you know, a couple by Jay as well.
You want to spell Udemy for her?
Udemy. I'll put it in the chat.
I'm assuming it's a her because it's Global Woman. Just
want to
clarify.
That's my assumption too.
There we go. Awesome. So any other questions? Otherwise, I would go on and circle back to expectations, which we didn't talk about.
I think we've covered them all.
Okay, I think I see a new one in there.
Oh, there's a new comment. Someone snuck this in. Okay, good. Manny, why some states you have to have a license to do wholesale? Well, because they can make any law they want.
Actually, there's only one state that you need a license to do more than one wholesale, and that's the state I'm in, which is Illinois. So in Illinois, you can wholesale one property, and if you want to wholesale more than one property, you have to have a real estate license. And why is that? It's because there were some bad apples that dirtied the water for everybody, and our government here decided that they wanted to protect everybody and lock it down and require people who want to wholesale to have a license. Outside of Illinois, I'm not aware of any other state that requires a license to do wholesaling. You need a license, obviously, to list properties on the MLS and to market properties if you don't have some kind of controlling or equity interest in it. Good? I think I got that?
Yep.
Awesome. So I do want to circle back to expectations, because that's key. And, you know, one thing that I've always learned is that, and I said that earlier, is that I tend to get what I expect, right? And so a lot of people, I know that's like a little mindset shift for a lot of people. And a lot of people, as you said, Scott, you know, they're afraid to stick to their guns. They're afraid to, you know, keep their drawers up instead of drop them. And so when they're talking with somebody, or they're talking to a seller, like if you're talking to a motivated seller and you expect that seller to say no to you, well, there's a good chance they're going to say no to you. If you're looking for motivated sellers and you're having a hard time, and you just expect that, you know, you're going to fail and have a hard time, well, chances are you're going to have a hard time. And so, you know, I've learned to take the opposite view of that, and I've learned to expect results that are positive for me. And if they're not positive for me, I become surprised that I don't get those results, right? And so I'd rather expect good results and receive them than expect poor results and receive poor results, right? And so that's a real big concept, I think, for a lot of people, is that, you know, you tend to get what you expect. And I was talking, you know, I've done a lot of coaching with individuals that are in multi-level marketing. And one guy came up to me that I was working with, and he said, you know, when I ask a lot of people to join my company, a lot of them say no, right? And, you know, and so most people tend to say no when I ask them. And that's what he was expecting, is that when he was expecting to build out his team, and he approached people and talked to people about his opportunity and his company and all that kind of stuff, he expected them to say no. And so he got a ton of no's. And so I told them, hey, you know, I expected people to say yes, because I'm offering them something fantastic that's going to change their life and going to make a difference and an impact in their life. And so when I talk to people about different opportunities, they say yes. And that's my expectation. And so I get a lot more yeses than I get no's. And so, again, you know, with that mindset shift, I know it's a little shift in mindset, and the shift in results are huge. When you have the right attitude, when you have the right mindset, and you start expecting to have positive results, you're going to start getting positive results. So if you're having challenges in your life, just start expecting different results, and you'll be amazed at what will happen. Now, it's not going to happen overnight, right? It doesn't like it's a flipping a switch in your head, and you have to implement and you have to take the actions that come with that flip and that switch. And so start expecting better results. Start expecting more motivated sellers. Start expecting more deals. Start expecting more private money, and you'll be amazed at how you start receiving those things in your life. Kelly, you want to add to that?
Yeah. I had a mentor once that not just once, for several years, that taught me to manage your expectations. And that being said, it's what Chaffee just spoke about, and what we spoke about at the very beginning of this after party about your mindset. Are you coming from abundance, or are you coming from lack? Are you coming from scarcity? That being said, manage your expectations. So manage them, meaning whatever it is that you're truly looking to expect, that you're looking to create, be committed to that, and that's what you're expecting. However, I also have another codicil to that, which is trust implicitly and expect nothing. So it's almost a ratcheting up my expectation. I put it out there. I'm expecting to close this deal. I've always got a good attitude about it. And when things don't go right and I'm not getting what I'm looking to create, I'm not getting the deal, I'm not getting the person to come forward, I'm not getting the price that I'm looking for, it gives me a couple of things to look at. I can look at, where else can I go with this? Opening up different possibilities, opening up different avenues, partnerships, what have you. And also, maybe it's a deal I'm not supposed to have, and it's okay. So trust implicitly, lay out your expectations like that old commercial, set it and forget it. This is what I'm looking to have happen. Put it out there, set it and forget it. That's it, it's gonna happen. And when you get there, don't be attached. If it doesn't happen, it's not a place for self-flagellation or beat up or, I'm a failure, any of that kind of stuff. Just trust that this is what was supposed to happen. That you've got a bigger vision here, you got a bigger plan, a bigger dream for where you're going with your business. And this particular deal, maybe it wasn't supposed to be.
That's great. Oh, there you go. And Scott, did you have something? Because I was going to keep going.
Well, it's always a really interesting question, right? Expectations. I have a friend who says, the reason that I am never disappointed in anybody is I have very low expectations of what people around me are going to do. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I really think that, one thing Jay talks about all the time is coming from a servant's heart. So if you're sincerely wanting to help those people, it may be that you don't have the knowledge yet on how to actually really help them, and that's why they don't want anything to do with it. Or maybe subconsciously you don't really want to help them and you need to work on that part. There can be a lot of different reasons, but I think if you sincerely come from the perspective of, I really want to help these people, they're in dire straits. I mean, I never really realized it, but all these people have not paid mortgages or rent for 2 or 3 months, thinking it's all going to be pushed onto the back end. And that'll happen in some cases, but it's not going to happen in, I don't even think, a lot of cases. So all of a sudden, the banks will say, well, you need to pay, 4 months rent. And well, I spent all my money, that the stimulus money, and my unemployment money isn't enough to cover, and they're going to be in a real problem. And if they go through with foreclosure, that's going to be 10 years on their credit record, which means higher interest rates, no credit, no lines of credit, none, all the, they're just going to be handicapped. And then even then, which I didn't know until about 2 weeks ago, was if you go through a foreclosure and the 10 years is over, it's not off your record. You have to go through a whole pile of hoops to get it off your record, which means there's a lot of, it's huge expense, huge problem, and they're not going to be able to own a house if they're an average person who goes through foreclosure. So we all have an opportunity right now to help those people if we're coming from a place of being a servant's heart. And I think that it's really important to understand where you're coming from with what you're doing. And when you don't have money for the rent, it's really hard to come from a place of a servant's heart, and which means you really have to work hard at it. You've set yourself up for a major challenge subconsciously, and now it's the Olympics and you got to perform. So get out there and just do it, and then have the good attitude, right? Things happen that we don't, a storm comes and it floods your basement. Well, you can yell and scream and gnash your teeth, but you still got to bail the water out. So, and however you behave, that teaches the people around you things, right? So you don't want to teach them that, you can't handle stress. You want to teach them that you just keep taking your steps towards your goals. And the more steps you take towards your goals, the more people that end up taking a step beside you or behind you to support you.
Awesome. I think, Scott, there was a question earlier about a reading list, recommended reading list. Is that right?
There was. Somebody found me.
Oh, there you go.
So someone said, what's the reading list? And you said a book that I think should be number 2 on your list, which was Think and Grow Rich. It should really be Podcast and Grow Rich, but I'll let that one pass.
That should be number 2, because number 1 should be Private Money and You.
I can't resist.
There you go.
and mine is signed by the authors. If you come in October, bring the book. They will sign the book for you.
That's right. So absolutely recommend reading list. Private Money and You. Great information in there. Great stories. Includes mindset as well as strategies and techniques. Personal development books, though, definitely Think and Grow Rich with Napoleon Hill is one of the top ones. I also mentioned earlier today 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen R. Covey is another one.
It's a good book.
If you want to learn more about the subconscious mind, then there's a great book out there called The Ant and the Elephant. The Ant and the Elephant. I think it's like lessons in self-leadership or something about that. And basically what that book is about is that your conscious mind is the ant. And so if you're the ant and you think you're walking in one direction, let's say you think you're walking east, only your subconscious mind is the elephant and the ant is on top of the elephant, and the elephant is walking the opposite direction, west. While you think you're walking east and making progress, you're actually walking west and not making progress, right? And so that's what that book is about. It's a great book. And then that's 3 or 4 from me. Scott and Kelly, what do you guys got?
Kelly?
I mentioned last week, just because it came to mind, it's one of my favorite books, just gives me a lot of things to think about, is The 4-Hour Work Week. And what is his name right now? I know it implicitly. Do you guys know who the author is? I know who the author is.
Tim Ferriss.
Tim Ferriss. I'm like, Yeah, Tim Ferriss. Yeah. Tim Ferriss, 4-Hour Work Week. I would also say, along with Napoleon Hill, I would say Wallace Wattles and the Science of Getting Rich, which is a like precursor to, if anybody ever saw the movie The Secret or anything like that, that's where a lot of the information came from. And I'm not saying The Secret's got some valuable information in it as well, although there's some misconceptions on, I think it and it will be. We've already talked about it, like embodying that emotion, embodying the excitement, being here now and knowing how to be happy and excited and joyful now brings about your future. So there's a little bit more to The Secret, the way that it was delivered and the way the masses interpreted it. But still, Wallace Wattles is a really great book. I often talk about Don Miguel Ruiz and the 4 Agreements, as well as the Myth.
That's a good one.
Very Toltec wisdom, terrific things to just live by. I mean, remind yourself of on a daily basis. I could probably keep going, but I'm going to let Scott go.
Yeah, the 4 Agreements, so hard to do what you say you're going to do, right? So I'm going to be a little bit different. I was thinking about this because I've read all the books that you've talked about. I think I've read, and there's lots of great authors. And I think that, so then I thought, well, what am I reading, right? And I'm actually reading, it's a magazine called International Living, and it's all about what is it like to live in Uruguay, or what is it like to live in Portugal, or there's great real estate coming up in Malta, or Bangkok is this, and blah blah. And so, and the reason I read it is I'm traveling and I want to know about these places, and I want to decide, like, when I can go somewhere, where am I going to go, and what am I going to do, and all those sorts of things. And so I think it's important that you sit down and think, okay, what do I want to accomplish? And right now it would be becoming a really good real estate investor. So now find books and material that are on real estate investing and consume them so that you can, you need to internalize it. I think we really need to be around people who are successful real estate investors. So I'm going to shout out to Jay Connor's YouTube channel and to our podcast, because we're always interviewing people who are successful real estate investors. And it's amazing to me how different they are, what different niches in real estate they're in, and all the rest of it. And I think you really need to submerge yourself in it. And it's more important today than ever, because what are we involuntarily submerged in right now? A pandemic running around the world, 40 million unemployed people, 30 million real estate, 30 million businesses shut down, and all these other things, right? So, and we can't get away from it. Like, you can't walk out and not see people with masks and avoiding you. You know, it's we're stuck in it. So you need to, and it's all doom and gloom, you know, and people are dying, and it's terrible. So, but you need to be able to bring up your spirit, and you need to be able to immerse yourself in what it is that you want when you've been thrown into an ocean of what you don't want, right? And the way to do that is grab those books, go to the library, get them online. I mean, I do almost all my reading on this thing, but I love the books. I still have them. This is one I'm trying, you know, a friend of mine recommended, but they're too heavy to carry around the world, right? So that's why I only have two. At home, I've got like 1,000, I'll say 100 books, and probably a little bit more. But so that's what I think, is find something that is interesting to you and what you want in your life, which means you need to sit down and have some quiet time. Because if you ask somebody, what do you want in life? Most people have no idea what the question even means, right? So the part of it is real estate investing. That's why you're here. But there are other parts as well. And you need to find those and work on those, because when you don't, you're ticking off your subconscious mind. He's going to go straight for that pothole in the middle of the road and give you a rough ride. So get on it.
Awesome. Well, we got 6.5 more minutes before we hit that 8-hour mark, and Facebook cuts us off, Scott.
That's right.
So are there any other questions? If not, then do we want to wrap it up and before we get cut off?
Sure. So
if there's no other questions, then final thoughts, Kelly, on final thoughts on how, you know, again, how somebody can really, really work on their mindset and themselves in order to achieve success. Muted.
It's hard to remember. What was coming to mind was something that Scott had said when he was telling his story in the very beginning, and how he ventured out into entrepreneurship and had a really hard time going back. And I think anybody that I know of that's actually done that is felt the same way. They say that entrepreneurs are the only people that give up working 40 hours a week so that they can work 80 hours a week. So and while that's a funny statement, whether you're a savvy investor right now or you're looking to become an investor, Jay has a program that will keep you from working 80 hours a week unless you want to work 80 hours a week. Like the optimization, we talked about some of it today, the programs, the systems. Like, we're not talking about like giving up your job and a paycheck for this. I mean, you can do them both at the same time, and you can carve out a niche of time where you can work on this. So when it comes to the mindset, like, there's so many things that I know for me got in the way, because I was in corporate America when I first started venturing out into real estate, and I was like, well, how am I going to do this? Bought one house, and I did it on the side, and then it became like it was something that I was doing all the time on the side. That was my choice. Had I had the opportunity to be in a place where I could optimize and automate and delegate, I would have. And the systems are here. So you're in the right place at the right time. And I couldn't be more excited for everybody who's here. And I look forward to meeting you all.
Awesome.
Yeah, I had something incredibly wise to say, and halfway through when I was listening to Kelly, it just disappeared on me. And I really, someone once said, you can do anything you want, you just can't do everything that you want. And I think we live in such a place of abundance. You can watch, 500 different TV shows. You just have to pick at any one time, and you just have to pick, which channel you want to be on. And that's why we flip through all of them going back and forth, because we can't decide. And I think sometimes we get this paralyzation from an analyzation. I think it's supposed to be said a different way. And sometimes you just have to put your head down and just go right through it until you learn, until you get to the right result that you want. And I think really next week on Wednesday is a must go event, and it's not the only one. And then after that, you go in October and you actually meet me and Kelly and Chaffee and Jay and Carol Joy and Dave, Coach Dave, and everybody that's that's involved, his staff, his people, and everything else, because you get the experience of like, that's the type of person that's a good contractor, or that's what I need to ask, an interior decorator. Jay, I love this story. Jay used to say, every time I went into a house, I would say, well, could you change the curtains, or could you change the paint? And it would cost him money. So now he doesn't go into the house until it's done, right? And so he knows his role, and you need to learn your role. And there's two ways to do it. And one is incredibly expensive, and that's doing it on your own. It's emotionally expensive. It's spiritually draining. It's financially expensive, because there's a lot of people who will take advantage of you when you're out there if you don't know the right questions and you don't have the right expectations, and you don't ask. Like it blows my mind how much I don't ask and how expensive it is. So I'm in Petra, and I'm going to go to Petra, and it's in Jordan. It's gorgeous. And these two young guys come up and they say, yeah, let us take you around. So they do, and it costs me, $50 or whatever. And they say, tomorrow we'll take you for the whole day. And they just laid out this great thing. I'm out in the desert. I'm going to see Aaron's chapel or whatever that's like nobody ever goes to, and on and on. They're going to feed me, and it's only $3,000 for the day. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not spending $3,000 for the day. And I got him down to $300. But then I go talk to the lady that I'm staying, the Airbnb I'm staying at, and it's $90. Right? So even though I got him down to 90%, it was still like way more expensive than I should have spent, because I didn't know. I didn't understand the culture. I didn't understand the place. I didn't understand the wages. I didn't understand anything. And when we start something, that's generally where we're all at. So when you can work with someone like Jay and Chaffee and Kelly as your mentors, then it saves you so much. And it's not even the money. Like, I just felt so stupid, right? And because I was happy that they had $300, because it was probably 3 months' wages for them. But it was the emotional, like, oh, what an idiot am I, that I had to put up with. And when, one of my friends had a renovation of their house, they went away for Christmas. It was supposed to be done. They came back, nothing was done. And then they found out they were charged twice for the garage door, twice for the windows, twice for the roof. And it just went on and on and on. So it was a nightmare. And you need to know, you may not know what to do, but that doesn't mean that you can't ask somebody who will be able to help you. And Jay is ideal for that. So anyway, I didn't mean to go on a rant about it, but I really think if you're serious, then you need to come. And when it's only $59 a month, it's pretty hard, to say no.
So your rant hit our 8-hour mark.
Kick us off of Facebook.
That means I'm cut off of Facebook. Thanks, Scott.
I don't think we're cut off just yet. I just checked. No, we're still live. They give us 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and we're 8 hours and 30 seconds, and we're now at 8 hours and 30 seconds. Sorry.
Thanks, Scott.
But most of the people watching are on YouTube. So
Great.
All our questions are all from YouTube. So
great. So I do want to, Scott, can you put those links up again? As you said, if you haven't registered yet for the event next Wednesday, go to jconnor.com/virtual. That is the link to register for the 3-day event. We would love to have you there, especially, as Scott said, if it's only $59.95 per month with PayPal, or, pay it all off, or however you can. And if you want to talk to Kelly and I later on, you have some questions that you want to discuss with us about the event or anything, jconner.com/virtual or consult. You know, let us know how we can help you. We would love to work with you, whether, you know, do everything you can to make it next week. And also don't forget October 9, 10, or 8, 9, 7, 7, 8, and 9 in North Carolina. Make it there. Again, we would love to work with you. The parting thoughts that I would have is that, remember, we've stressed it multiple times in the past 3 Fridays, is that be okay with where you're at. Understand that you got yourself here and you can get yourself out of that situation. As long as you understand that you have the power, you have the authority, you have the strength, you have everything that you need inside of you. Use us to help you get there faster with fewer mistakes. Use Jay and his expertise and his experience to help guide you there faster and sooner. And you have all the skills and talents and everything that you need inside of you. And when you lead with a servant's heart, when you focus on helping people get what they want, you will definitely get what you want. And so go out there, help a lot of people, focus on that. And, you know, instead of being trapped or feeling trapped, and instead of listening to all the noise and everything that's out there, focus on what makes you happy, focus on your passions, and focus on helping people. And then use the tools and resources that are available to you, and you'll get there sooner, faster, better. And we would love to be part of your journey. So jconner.com/virtual, and we'd love to see you. So with that, Scott, I think we're good. Thank you, everyone, for staying on, sticking around, and joining us today. And if you were on the previous Fridays, thank you for that as well. And if you're joining us next week, we will see you there next week.
Don't forget to like, thumbs up, and subscribe.
Thumbs up.
Bye-bye, everybody.